over the moon.
Yeah. If they pick Lulu and this draft was a pizza, if you took it to Italy, you'd be arrested.
No, you would. So they've gone Blitzcrank.
That's a lot more exciting.
Free card, baby.
Still a lot more exciting. And obviously, it's a 2-for-1 special with the Yumi.
Yeah, it is 2-for-1 special with Yumi. Yeah, it works as Tom Kench kind of as well for a 2-for-1 special. So bot lanes and mid picked up here from both sides. There is 3 junglers by the way. They can start to target junglers even more now. As Vi, Sejuani, and Maokai are taken away, looking at things like the Viego, the Wukong. We've seen the Amumu from Razork, but I feel like playing Amumu Syndra, not my cup of tea. I think something like the Kha'Zix could work a little bit better. You really want to play an AD jungler here. I'll be surprised if BDS give Razork Viego here, because I feel like Viego Syndra is definitely what they'll easily lean towards. It's a Fnatic special. Darius taken away from Adam, of course. Welcome back, Adam. Olaf's up. We'll see if that's taken away from Fnatic, from BDS by Fnatic.
With the Cassante already being banned out by BDS, kind of implies they don't want to lean towards the Olaf, because Olaf good into Cassante historically. The Darius already banned away. Does mean that now Viego available for Fnatic.
If Fnatic ran this draft, I think it was against XL, they ran a Yumi Kindred draft, and they lost the first few dragons, and they had to fight the 3rd Drake, and if they lost that fight, the game would be really tough, but they managed to win it. But the thing is, you're playing so on the back foot, so I'm a bit worried here. If BDS take Viego and Fnatic go Kindred, they're going to fall into that draft that they had against XL, which I'm not a huge fan of. So instead, actually, they're going to go for the Poppy. So Razork not forced into something like the Kindred if they do take that Poppy away. Of course, Poppy can be a bit of a flex here, so they are going to give Razork the Viego. Bit of a mistake, I think, but they've decided to take away Xante Sion instead as their priority. And now Oscar is going to be blinding top with a lot of champions like this down, and Olaf being up. It's a bit risky, so going to go for a powerful lane phase champ. Renekton's not a bad pickup, of course, quite powerful since the buffs. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised seeing Adam Olaf slammed into that.
Yeah, nor would I. Instead, though, Gragas has a lot more sustain in the top lane. Could be jungle, but as you said, expect an AD jungle here for Fnatic.
Yeah, you really want to run AD jungle with Syndra, especially. Burst mages like LeBlanc, Syndra really benefit from AD junglers. Anything that really leans towards magic, especially like TF, for example. When they go Mercs, you really want to play something like TF Lee Sin, TF Kha'Zix. Whereas Azir is a bit more flexible. Of course, the scaling factor is so in his favor that it doesn't really matter too much. And now it's a question of what they pick up here. Is it Gragas jungle?
Could be Gragas jungle. Fnatic.
It's the Viego.
Gonna lock in the Viego.
Yeah, no surprise.
Obviously, still flexibility for BDS on the other side. Poppy can go towards the top lane into the Gragas.
So I think they've... So they are going to go Olaf anyway.
Olaf, yeah.
So I think, yeah, Oscar had a choice there. Do I go Gragas into Olaf? Do I go Renekton? Renekton's a lot more volatile. Gragas can die a little bit easier, I want to say. As much as you don't want to fight him as much. Obviously, when Olaf's unstoppable, the only thing you can really do is run or fight back. Renekton can fight back nicely, depending on the state of the game, but Gragas really can't, so he's going to have to run. But yeah, BDS have got a lot of tools for starting off fights. I mean, Blitzcrank, Olaf, Poppy, that's a lot of tools. I mean, you've got good hyper-scaling ADs and mid laner as well, with some prio too. Fnatic have the Yumi, they have the Viego. And Fnatic, a bit of a front-to-back-ish comp. BDS have a little bit of dive, but I feel like if BDS set up on objectives first, it's going to be hard for Fnatic to get in there.
There's a lot of zone control, and the thing for BDS is if they gain vision control as well, Blitzcrank can become such a menace in those situations, you know. Even if it's Gragas face-checking, him getting hooked into your team is not always a bad thing.
I think the best way to look at these drafts is Fnatic's engage is a little bit unreliable, but they have a lot of burst with Xayah, Syndra. Team BDS have a lot of DPS with Azir, Aphelios, and good engage. So it's a bit of a hairy draft if Fnatic lose control of the objectives. Retaking is going to be difficult. Forcing fights on mid-wave is going to be difficult. You know, if you're Xayah and Yuumi trying to catch that mid-wave and Blitzcrank's hiding in a bush, or the Olaf's moving towards mid, it's going to be tricky. So Fnatic might have to give up a couple pushing waves, but they have a lot of burst. If they can get one target down, that's big.
Let's see what they can do. Fnatic, 3 games in a row, they have won. Only lost to G2 this split. Noah only killed once this split as well. BDS on the other side looking to return to winning ways. Let's get in to game 4.
Beautiful.
One last Ramsey quote before we get into the action.
One last Ramsey quote.
Ready?
Yeah, go.
Why did the chicken cross the road?
Because it was alive.
Because you didn't cook it!
I knew it was something along those lines.
He added an extra word there that I've already said once. Can't say.
BDS fans here, Fnatic fans here, chanting for their teams.
And some people who are just enjoying the show, you know?
Some people want to ban Yuumi, some people want to pick Yuumi, you know? As Labrov's in the pit, is he going to go for a cheeky hook over the wall? BDS was thinking about a Dragon Pit hook, but yeah, Fnatic's not in any position to get hooked whatsoever, are they? Just playing it safe, don't want to play risky against the Blitzcrank. You can see they warded the Tribush. hovering around their red buff, and Humanoid covers the top side entrance. So no level 1 shenanigans here. Razork's going to start towards his bot side camp. Shio, similarly with the phase rush. Maybe going to go for a wolf start. No, Razork's actually going to go for a wolf start or a top side start himself. I think bot lane is definitely where, obviously, every game is normally focused. But Fnatic have a really good kill pressure towards mid. I think Viego, Syndra, good setup on the Azir, and I feel like Razork's been playing pretty well through mid. This is the problem with the Olaf. He just runs at you.
Yep.
BB did this at MSI, and it worked out. He got a kill.
I just don't know if it works out in this situation. Razork on the blue, not going to be leashed away. But as we see Adam on the screen, and as he is back from being sick last week, we do need to celebrate him slightly. It's his 100th game here in the LEC. The little French phenom in the top lane.
Yeah.
And quite a splash when he came in.
He did.
Continued to do.
Now to Fnatic, of course, with his wacky champion pool, that best of 5 against G2, where he was playing things like the Darius, pulling them out of the realm warp and such. It's come a long way now. Adam onto BDS is Shio. Interesting, he went Wolves into red. I wonder if he's going to do some kind of Raptors and then wrap around to mid or something. Skipped out on 2 bot camps there, whereas Razork's just going for a classic top to bot full clear. Now obviously if Shio can find an early play, then this will be worthwhile. Looks like I think they're setting up for a top dive actually.
Yeah. Adam running the corrupting potion as well, so he can trade early and aggressively and keep himself topped up.
This is definitely a top dive here. Adam just needs to make sure this wave crashes on the right timing. We'll see what Shio does. If he goes to Raptors, they're calling it off. If he comes towards top, there's a window to pull it off, but...
He's Raptoring.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to Raptors, so they're going to call that one off. Maybe they were looking for it, but Adam getting a bit low. Maybe the wave crash wasn't as timely as they would want, but Razork again cycling through all his camps, avoided his Raptors for now. Maybe he thought there was some vision there, or wants to get towards bot a little bit quicker, just in case they're in trouble of a dive here with that many creeps stacked up on the wave. But now Shio's going to look for this dive, perhaps. Here he comes into topside river. Adam, oh, that trade hurts.
So low.
He has a biscuit, but yeah, if he was a bit healthier, there was a window there. But Shio instead looking towards mid.
Trying to wrap around behind Humanoid here. He's pushed forward a little bit in the lane. Nuke going in, knocked back with the scatter of the week, and Humanoid will keep Sheo at bay. Meanwhile, Razork continues to farm up his camps. He's going to be 2 camps ahead after this all resolves. Oscar in an E-flash. Oh, no, but the shield from Adam. Just enough to keep him alive.
Just baited him there. Oscar didn't have access to the Q. Razork's level 4 finding Shio. Should be able to steal this crab away from him. I'm not sure what the smite situation is.
Oh, sorry. I can fix that.
But, you can fix that. Neither of them had smite. Shio's going to give that one up. Does Razork invade? Doesn't have that many pushing lanes. Mid's pushed in, yes, but it's very hard for the Xayah Yuumi to collapse here. So I think a ward is going to be enough for him. And he's going to hover down towards his bot side. Nice try there by Oscar. I was watching the Legends in action by Fnatic. Hang on a second. Oscar has a biscuit if he wants to really, really full send. But if he gets his body slam flashed away from, he's dead. And they were saying, I'll be happy if Humanoid doesn't die to a level 3 gank mid.
Well, he managed not to.
He managed not to, so I think Fnatic coaching staff are happy.
Although Sheo is still only level 3. So until he finishes this blue buff, Humanoid could still die to a level 3
The plot
gank.
thickens. But he's going to get level 4 off this blue buff, so it comes to an end, sadly.
He's so far behind in terms of tempo through the jungle, though Razork having a very good early game by just doing his camps, by farming up, by making sure that he has control over that bot side scuttle, and it's something he's been doing so well throughout the course of this split as well. See, high in kills and assists in the early game, doesn't actually spend that much time around his team. That's TM procs, that's how often he's close to his teammates. Only about 5th in the league, but he's counter-jungling a lot, he's getting gold leads as the hook goes in the bottom lane. Root out as well by Crowny. They open up with the Infernum. Noah ghosts away, the Ignite ticking. Trimpy still has a heal in case Noah falls too low.
So Ghost and Ignite traded for Ghost and Exhaust. Razork was leaning up towards his top side. You saw Adam was extremely low HP. Of course, he isn't running that TP, so Adam's actually going to lose a full wave in this matchup. That's going to be great for Oscar. He's going to be able to match the base as well. And Shio's Krugs have been stolen away, so that gank towards mid, Razork knew the exact pathing. Wolves red, Krugs Raptors, 16 CS, 4 camps done. He knew that the respawn was top side, managed to sneak those away, so you can see Shio pinging that top side's down. But like you said, just power farming Diego here. Tempo lead, tempo advantage in terms of just raw camps. He's going to cycle through his top side respawn now. So Fnatic sitting happy, and I think with the Yuumi, Viego, Gragas into Olaf, all they really want is an even game until the 2nd, 3rd dragon. Maybe a Herald fight is something they can look towards, but we'll see what they decide to do.
We will, and we'll see whether Noah is involved in it. We do need to have another moment of celebration, Mark, because Noah currently leading all-time KDA after 6 games. Now, it is a little bit of a cherry-pick stack. You know, 6 games is a bit like, why are we calling that cutoff? But it's cool. And and he's ahead of Forgiven.
It's cool and we like it.
It's cool
and
and it's a good stat.
And he gets a birthday hat.
He's only died once.
Yeah, so if he dies again, that KDA is going to get cut in half.
Plummets.
Yeah.
We'll see if he dies.
Then we'll get the graph. Look at the KDA difference
Oh,
from
yeah.
the week.
Just picking whatever stats we want to make him look good or bad, depending on the situation.
Exactly. So he needs to catch his bot wave. That's
Basically, politicians.
Oh, God. Deciding what the outcome. Oh, God, Adam.
Adam. Ragnarok's in. Oscar in. Very healthy
His
here. The
Q went
undertow goes in the
far.
wrong way. Yeah.
Yeah, his Q went way too far.
Runs back,
there.
picks up the axe, throws it forward, but Oscar in able to dash away from it.
Nice dash there by Oscar. So that's a lot of the early pressure from the Olaf gone. The flash advantage, the ult's gone. Oscar still has access to that ult as well. So BDS going to start up this first dragon. No surprise, they're playing a Blitzcrank lane, so they're easy first is objective in the first 6 minutes. There's no way the Yuumi lane can contest. And Razork's just going to keep cycling through his camp. He's going to base, get 6 off his next camp. And BDS haven't found anything just yet.
They do have scaling, though. You know, Azir with Felios late game will be very powerful. Fnatic, though, will be very happy if they get to late game even as well. As you say, Mark, their team fighting has been very strong. Do we love it?
No.
No?
Well,
I quite like
feel
late
like
game because usually there's fighting.
Yeah, if you tune into a league game at like 30 minutes and the game's close, I feel like you can get easily invested. You're like, oh.
I agree. And you wouldn't have had to listen to us talk about whatever on earth we've done to fill time until that point, so.
Dishes.
Dishes? Like ceramic
Gordon
or?
Ramsay. Can you eat ceramic? No, you can't eat ceramic dishes.
I mean, you could.
You could eat on ceramic dishes.
You could also eat the dish if you really wanted to.
I
Wouldn't be very good for your
a
stomach.
little bit of salt, a little bit of lamb sauce.
Why does ceramic partner up with lamb sauce?
I was thinking of Gordon Ramsay. Where's the lamb sauce? You know.
I mean, yeah,
we were doing the
it's
quotes
true,
earlier.
it's true.
Looking at this bot lane, lots of pings. Shio running down.
Way cleared out. No Ragnarok. No, the stun comes out, and thank goodness Fnatic have distracted us from whatever on earth we were talking about until that point.
Hole, weren't we? Oh, look at Adam's ult. It just came up 1 second, so they timed that nicely, didn't they, Fnatic? They got a kill. They're going to get a Herald as well, so you can see the cross map here. BDS forcing the bot lane of Fnatic away. They know they've gone away, so maybe they can take away this red instead, or maybe look towards Humanoid. If they can flash stun with Poppy, they can get some easy follow-up, but the hook goes wide. The play is called off. Crowny's going to take a reset. Surprised Crowny's not getting any plates there. I wonder if it's his guns. Oh, he's cancelled his base now. He stopped his base to look for some damage onto this tower.
Yeah, resets happening out of Fnatic, though. Noah and Trimby going towards the top side, so it looks like Razork actually might just immediately place the Rift Tower top.
Can BDS dive bot? Then they're gonna realize Gragas is here, and they full swap to try and get this top tower.
Ooh, oh, he's gonna steal it. He's gonna steal. He steals the red, and now Sheo. Steadfast presence for a bit of movement speed, but it's already slow. Blitzcrank coming across. Sheo low.
Oh,
Down to 150 HP.
Oscar
that makes the dive very tricky.
So much respect from Oscar.
Yeah.
And he realizes now the Poppy's chunked out, he can catch this wave for free, whereas on the other side of the map, I'm not so sure if Adam can catch that wave for free. When if they push it in here, Fnatic, can they commit to a full dive? Noah won't hit level 6. He's gonna get the cannon. Razork's gonna get those Krugs again. Those Krugs have never really been Shio since that early game.
He took the red as well. So Sheo tried to steal a red, didn't get it. Razork takes 2 of his topside camps and the Rift Toad, and now they're looking for the dive on Adam. Ragnarok available though to the Olaf.
Kill this. I really don't know if they can pull this off. No ult on the Viego. Yeah, I'm gonna call it off. BDS, here they come. The Avengers. Play the music. Does Fnatic just re-swap here when they see them?
I mean, they also have the TP for Oscar Vinin. Like, Adam has to run all the way down to the bottom lane. You can see Oscar Vinin pushing in, looking for a plate of his own. Nuke's going to try and answer that, so it's the everyone shift one lane strategy that we often see. Nuke gets towards bottom lane as quickly as possible. Adam then catches the mid wave, and Crowning and above answering the 2v2. Nuke's going to shuffle. Oscar Vinin's going to slide away with the flash.
Good flash. I think if he got knocked on a tower there, he would die because the creep waves being thinned out. So BDS going to crash his wave. They don't actually re-swap here, Fnatic. They're going to keep their bot lane up here. They need to catch this wave, so you can see Razork's hovering right behind them. Really awkward map state. Nuke's TP is coming up soon, so BDS should be able to fix it, but see if this hook goes wide. Looks like Labrov sees the mist from the Viego and calls it off. The thing is, BDS need to match this Herald, but Fnatic can decide where and when they put their bot lane on different sides of the map. So they want to keep vision here and spot out where the Xayah is. Shio wants to spot if he's basing. Crowny wants to check if they're basing, because if they stay top, they'll stay top. Nice poke coming out. Can get the root here.
There's the root. There's the hook. There's the knocker, but Feathers Storm still available for Noah. And now the turnaround begins. The root from Noah is perfection. Oscar in, able to chase him down, and Crowny will fall. Razork looking for a little bit more on Fnatic. Baited and outsmarted BDS.
Razork's 2 levels up on Shio right now, and Shio isn't even close to level 7. That is a full 2-level difference in the jungle. Shio has found nothing, and Razork's just been power farming. I think taking away those Krugs 2nd and 3rd respawn is hurting this Poppy so much. What a route by Noah, though. Managed to get the Feather Spool back onto Crowning just before the flash.
And you could tell it was a bait as well, because Noah had the Feather Storm the entire time. Could have used it to dodge the hook. Instead, got hooked in, and the turn and burn came out from Fnatic. 2,000 gold, well, 1.6k now their lead. In a very strong position. Everfrost completed for Oscarinin, and Razork with the Trinity Force already
so
complete.
Much stronger.
Just eating through Sheo's health bar. Crowny coming to add a little bit of support, but at most it will be moral, you feel, as Sheo smites away the Razor Beaks and works his way down towards the bottom side.
So we'll see this again. Nice swap on the guns here from Crowny. He's got 1 bullet kind of left in this green gun, gets the root off the purple, and then the hook comes through. But like you said, he could Featherstorm that if he really wants to avoid it. Even right now he could, but he's really fine. They don't have any damage to burst through him. They have a Yuumi with heal, with exhaust, with ult. Oscar TP's in. Great reaction time and good route from Noah to make sure they get that kill. Knockback comes through onto Razork shortly after from the Poppy, but Shio's about to ting over to level 7 from this Grom. Razork's got the Herald mid, gold into Noah. Dragon spawning now, and I think Fnatic should have an easy access to that objective. Like we talked about in draft, having setup here is so important for Fnatic.
Yeah.
Losing a bit on top though.
Yeah. Noah the only player really on Fnatic that is behind, because Crowny has been funneled quite a lot of gold in this early game and also has a 30 CS lead on this Aphelios over the Xayah.
Yeah, they were zoned away from about 2 or 3 bot waves a couple times, weren't they, there, Fnatic bot lane. The thing is, Razork, if he plays for the 3v3 bot side, you're inevitably losing. You don't have as much engage as the enemy bot lane, right? So when you're looking at the 3v3 stare down, they have so much more threat that you're going to have to give it up anyway. So you either A, defend the dives, or B, cross map and your bot lane backs away and you repay them later. And his repayment is that TP top and that Herald mid. So now it's on Noah to just get his mythic and try to match the Aphelios and get back in the game, because the top side, look at that gold lead in jungle.
It's a sizable sum. Probably I will say can work without gold, at least, and doesn't need as much investment as something like a Viego, but Razork in a prime position really to carry this game for Fnatic, something he's been doing pretty well across the course of the split. Obviously every cog in the Fnatic machine is working very well together, but I think Razork especially has been having a standout summer. Now the question is, with 4 minutes on the next Drake and a minute on the Rift Herald, where will we see these teams reset to? Well, it looks like Trimby and Razork are going for a magical journey through their jungle. Humanoid catching top wave as Adam tries to push it in. Ping's coming out.
Yeah, the setup's kind of weird for BDS because they don't have TP on top, right? So they have to have their Azir on a side lane. So you can see Nuke's going bot, and Oscar will have TP up soon as well. So you're putting the Olaf into Syndra, which, I mean, she can just clear waves in his face. As long as Razork hovers around and Humanoid doesn't overextend, Fnatic should get the mid push. And then I think this Herald's going to be a bit of a fight. 30 seconds on the spawn.
You can see how much like Sheo and Lebrov are fighting for that vision control because of the risk of something like this. Noah has the Feather Storm, pops it early, Ghost as well, the hook. Clips his heels but doesn't quite connect.
It was close, wasn't it? That's a lot of threat, and that's a lot of key spells gone from the Xayah. Razork is really, really strong, and he wants to try and chunk Adam out on the face check onto this Herald, but he's not falling victim to it, and now Noah's base and he's run towards mid, but now BDS will get the mid push, so this Herald should be theirs. See what happens with the TP situation. Noah can still fight, but he's really, really weak if they decide to full commit. It's on the rest of the members of Fnatic to pick up the weight. And Razork's been really patient down here. Wants to chunk out Adam as much as possible.
Adam steps forward. There's the knockback with the scatter of the weak. Adam, Ragnarok's away, but he's dead, you say, and Razork agrees. Fnatic find the kill in the top lane. Unleash power into Heartbreaker enough to bring down the Viking.
Good patience there from Razork. He waited around a minute to pull that play off, and now he's sneaking away the red buff. So they knew they couldn't fight the Herald because Noah was low, but they're going to manage to get a kill in response. BDS, how can they use this Herald? They're going to pop it towards mid here. They should be able to get a full tower if they drop it. Fnatic trying to cross map and try and get this top tower after Adam's fallen. So bot lane just been a bit of a stalemate. Both have TP, both ready to pull the trigger, but overall, I would say this is a decent play for BDS.
Yeah. Opens up the map for them, allows that Blitzcrank a few more ways into the fight if you can get vision control around the enemy buffs.
I just think this Olaf's going to run headfirst into a Syndra ult and a Xayah ult, and I'm not really sure how Adam's going to navigate these team fights. Maybe Shio's going to have to knock away either the Viego or the Syndra. It's going to be a bit tough. We'll see if they can set up onto Oscar here. He's building the AP build, so he's not that tanky, but he's got a lot of health.
Sheo coming in, and Sheo going away. Just, you know, wanted to check up on his mate. It's like, Nuke, you doing okay? Yeah, sure, I'm fine, you know? Oh, yeah, I'll just go back to base then.
Just waves him goodbye,
You know?
pops the W as like a sign of respect. 07, runs away.
For Fnatic, not too many stakes on this game, already locked into our group stage, but for BDS, a vital game in terms of the standings. Currently only sitting at 2 and 4, as you can see on the top of your screen. And they have already seen Astralis pick up a win today, Koi pick up a win today. They need to be in that tied pack in 5th position if they're going to make it through.
Could be a lot of stakes if it was on a ceramic dish, but Oscar's getting collapsed on. He used the EES flash. Labrov knocked away.
Knocked back. Sheo looks for the stun, can't quite get it. Razor's coming in as well. Sheo looking for more here. Labrov's going to land the hook, but immediately Razor just turns it around. Oscar in half HP. Crowny Gale forces away from the hook, and all of BDS invested into towards this bottom lane. They're not going to get too much out of it.
What has Razork had for breakfast? This guy is relentless. 2.4k gold lead, almost 2 levels up again. On to Sheo, matching every play.
Oh, Crowny, so greedy with his back, flashes away. Meanwhile, Noah gets mid tower. The Humanoid gets damage on top tier 2. And this Razork-Yumi combination, Razork and Trimby, it's just such a hassle for the enemy to play around.
This is the thing we were talking about in draft, the Razork Viego. Why would they let it open? Like, of course they need an AD jungler when we're 3 junglers down. Taking away the Viego is huge. Nice knockback there from Humanoid. Does Nuke commit the flash here? Because Humanoid doesn't have flash. He could flash Emperor's Divide. He is 10 seconds away. Doesn't get the chase. Dragon spawning in 5 seconds, but Fnatic needs to take a reset. So that objective will be their next focus. Razork will be level 11 off this next mid-wave if he decides to soak a little bit of experience off it as he goes towards that lane now. And once he levels up here, oh my god, he's going to be so strong. Maybe he wants to fight Sheo on this crab here, but Sheo should get it, I think.
He'll smite it. Razork can still chase forward here.
Oh, he wants some.
Labrov looking for something as well. Backs away. Humanoid comes in from the side. Sheo flashes the scatter the weak. Sheo currently only done around 500 damage to enemy champions this game. Hasn't really had much of an effect on the Poppy so far. TP behind Adam. No Ragnarok, no flash, only the Ghost. And he's going to be joining it in a second, you have to feel. Humanoid knocks him back and slams a minion down on his back. Fnatic will get the second dragon, and with it, a 4,000 gold lead.
It's just flawless so far, isn't it? Nuke TP's top to try and cross-map Oscar matches, but Oscar might be in trouble. That's as strong as Azir. Nuke might have a kill if he full commits, but he's not sure where the Fnatic bot lane is. He'll realize now that they're on Dragon, I think. Actually had a lot of vision towards that top side, so maybe he was just scared. Not sure what off, but Noah's going crazy.
There's the root, the hook goes wide, and Razork
oh my god, he just
helped Noah to another kill, just chasing forward. Razork needs to practice his blitzcrank, it seems. Can't quite land the hooks, but it doesn't even matter because Crowny's down. Razork knocked back into the wall, and he survives! The shields, the heals, everything to keep Razork topped up. Nuke's going to try and slide forward, but Oscar and can just belly bop away. The tower will fall.
Look at Noah. He's collapsing. He wants
Nuke.
Some. Nice flash by Nuke. Does he get out
Flashes
here, Oscar?
in. I mean, Oscar's dead. Oscar's dead.
But can Noah get him? The chase. The pings are coming in. Does he commit? Do you risk that KDA, Noah?
Seems like not. Currently. Wait, that's... Wait, 81 KDA. Razork. Exhaust coming out. Oh, the undertow misses there from Adam, and now he's going to try and kill off Humanoid. He'll take one. He gets it for longer. Adam gets another. And Trimby to boot. Adam takes 3.
Oh my god, that Olaf was completely out of the game. You can see the BDS players have all just come alive. They're all smiling, communicating, they're screaming comms. The game was completely out of their hands, and all of a sudden, is Baron? Is it a rush here?
It might be.
15 seconds. What's going on? BDS is going to get a Nash off this.
Oh, they're going to look for it. It's up in 10 seconds. Humanoid, no TP. Oscar in the same. Razork up in 8. The Baron begun. Sheo still only has the level 1 smite, but you have to feel that Razork's not going to be able to get here in time to contest.
God, what?
And what a huge swing from BDS.
Welcome back, Adam.
Oscar in. Explosive cast.
No chance. It's gone.
Explosive cast.
Cool.
He gets hooked in.
A kill, maybe.
They're going to get a kill on Oscar in too. Crowny takes it. The Baron as well. And Fnatic just inted it all away.
For lack of a better word, inted. Fantastic. So let's see it again. I mean, I thought it was over when he missed the Q. So
Yeah, same.
I thought here, yeah, Adam wins 100%. He's just going to murder through Razork. Exhaust doesn't really do much, does it? The Q goes wide to the left there, and Humanoid's here. He must be dead, but Humanoid's
Out of mana.
And so he can throw a Q, maybe an ult there, I think it was, but he doesn't really have any stacks, and then Razork's kind of sitting there. Trimby's got no mana either.
Yeah.
And Adam gets 3. How much gold did he get off that?
He was at 2.3k before the Baron. In pocket.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, so he went to base with, what, 2.7, 2.8, something like that. Don't know what waves he pushed out, but that's a level 14 Olaf. 1 level over Oscar all of a sudden. And now, Fnatic, this is a really bad game state to be in. I mean, there's so much gold for BDS now. As Adam can start to regroup, they can start sieging on his top tier, tier 2. Mid-tier 2, a bit difficult to get, but I think they're scared of TP wards here, perhaps, BDS. I think they're a bit unsure. You can see the pings behind them. They don't want to get TP flanked by the Gragas. No flash on the Aphelios, no flash on the Azir. It's got the Crown, though. I'm not sure, actually, if they can siege these towers, you know. I think 21 minutes in, the Baron's great, but I'm not sure if they can siege unless a hook hits.
Right, Adam's going to try and push in mid lane. Looks like BDS will draw Fnatic around the map. Ragnarok available for Adam as well, so he has that degree of safety and a 2-level lead over Oscarinin.
Yeah, this next wave is everything, really. If BDS can start to push forwards on this next top wave, or Adam can start to push forwards on mid, can they get some towers off of this? This will be crucial for the next Dragon spawn. Poppy ult to try and force it. The knockback doesn't connect.
Crowny low, the hook on Razork. Heartbreaker's out. The safety of the Viego there coming to the fort for Fnatic.
Now I think they can move mid. Good call here by BDS. Can they pick it up? No, they can't, it looks like. Or it's a struggle. They're so afraid. No flash on Azir. Nuke's trying to move up. They'll get it. Right, so they get a mid tier 2 off of this Baron. So not the end of the world. Adam,
Ragnarok's to make sure they get the tower. And as you say, not the end of the world
they're
for
committing
them.
mid though. Can they get something from
Emperor's
this?
Divide knocks him back, but the sun comes in, and now Nuke will ball. Fnatic surround him and take the kill, and they're going to look for a little bit more because Adam has to flash away. No ghost on him. Spectral more just wide, but the root not going to connect either. In the end, Adam will ball. Fnatic find 2 from BDS being greedy in the mid lane.
Oh, it was a knife's edge on the siege. It was kind of a stare down. Does Fnatic give ground? Does BDS step up? Do they back away? And they'd eventually decided to call the bluff and say, you know what, you're not going to defend this. Turns out Fnatic was committing full numbers to mid after the top siege. Humanoid held top in the isolated 1v1, I think it was against Shio, or 2v2, whatever it may be, against the bot lane. Managed to get the wave out, and Fnatic, Oscar actually gets through the wall here to get the belly bob onto the Azir, just out of range of the actual pushback itself. And of course, Adam with no ultimate. He flashes away, yes, but they can keep chasing here. Razork with the resets, the speed, the Xayah getting the damage down, and that's 2 huge kills for Fnatic. So they've thrown the game away. They managed to stop a lot of the siege, get 2 kills back for themselves, and now Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. They're first to the objective. Now they're going to put themselves on soul point, and the game is slowly coming under control again, but BDS are definitely back in it.
And Cloud Soul definitely, Cloud Drake definitely helping Fnatic on that chase. You can see BDS trying to invest into getting this top lane tier 2. Deep wards coming out from Lavrov as he tries to get vision. Humanoid hugging the wall.
Yeah. Does he fancy defending this?
Lavrov could flash.
Oh, he's playing
Knock
really up in their
back.
face, isn't he? He's playing like he's got a team behind him, and they're on the way slowly, but BDS calling the bluff again. Could
Tower goes
be
down.
a bit risky.
Crowny has Ghost and Gale Force and the flash. Flash forward from Razork. Good counter from Lavrov.
Yeah, fight's over. Nice knockback from Shio. Does Adam collapse here? They fancy themselves a re-engage. If Fnatic overextend into this topside jungle, they don't have any vision, and Adam's right next to them. But I think Nuke's calling a base here. Might have an item in base. Needs to get towards 3 items there on the Azir. Baron up in a 2 minutes time. So we have quite a game on our hands here. The gold's dead even.
I mean, it was very Fnatic favored, and then Adam got 3 kills. And ever since that moment, it's been basically even between these 2 teams. I think I still favor Fnatic, mostly because of the threat they have with the Yuumi and the Viego, and the disruption from Oscarinin. They're playing very well together. But if Adam is left to his own devices, he will definitely tear through the backline.
It's interesting how Crowny is 1-2-0, but he's up 1.5, 4.4k
There's
gold
all the plates they got in the early game.
Yeah, still ahead, getting towards that Bloodthirster. And Fnatic trying to get some topside vision. Nash spawning in 1 minute. Oscar has the TP, loses the side lane to Adam. So what you'll see Adam do perhaps here is push out this bot wave and then move towards mid. Might want to base soon though for what looks like be a Randuin's perhaps, but he's maybe going to push 1 more. Still 1 minute on that spawn, doesn't have to rush. They say that he is going to take that base, so Nuke's going to catch top wave. Need level 16 on that Azir, need one more item, and I think that's really the breaking point for Nuke. Can you check the gold that Nuke's sitting on? I think this next Void Staff buy would be huge. Nice, really far away. Crowny's getting close to that Bloodthirst, so though he should have it on the next wave, next couple waves.
Fnatic have done a good job, though, setting up before this Baron, getting a couple of wards in. They're now being cleared out by BDS. And keeping vision on where the Blitzcrank is throughout these fights and where the Olaf is as well. We saw in the last game how threatening an Olaf can be if he does get a flank off in a team fight. So BDS have to spend some time, clear out some of this vision. Quad sweepers on them. They know how important it is to deny this.
Yeah, 3-item Aphelios gonna have red buff. I think BDS maybe want to force Baron, you know? They have no flash on Xayah, and of course, in situations like this, you really want to capitalize on those kind of situations. And you know, not having the Lord Dominic's, not having the Void Staff, missing out on that pen means that the Olaf, level 16 with no TP, actually grouping up here. They might want to force, get this next mid-wave in. You can see they're bleeding waves on the bot side. Oscar's coming up to join.
I mean, that's the issue with single TP versus double TP as well. You can't answer both side lanes at the same time. Adam, Spectral Maw, put some damage back down onto Razork, but it's healed up by the Yuumi very quickly, or shielded at least. BDS trying to get control around this.
Yeah.
Scuttle Crab still half his cooldown left.
Crowny's
alteration.
Crowny's close to blue gun. He needs to drop this green, and then he's ready for a team fight. We'll see if he can get it out. Dashing out the Qs, trying to get a root. Obviously, if they can land an Aphelios root into a hook, that's ideal. Even on a front line, chunk them out. That that Gragas, sorry, is not that tanky. He's got the stopwatch here, but not a lot of resistances. Mid-wave contest comes through. Adam wants to step up and push them back. Crowny
Sustain a little bit as well with the Ravenous Hydra.
Crowny's going to drop the green soon. He's going to have the blue in just a sec. They've got the root ready, but not on the right target.
Wave pushing for BDS in the top lane. In the bottom lane, it's in Fnatic's favor. That wave will crash to the tower pretty soon. Hex flash forward from LeBron.
He's got the root ready, maybe Crowny.
Razork, no flash. Strelius.
No, thought he landed the green there. Didn't go for the root, but mid-wave contest again. BDS pushing in. Nuke closer and closer to level 16. Does he get it on this wave? No, he doesn't. He's so close to that level up. Fnatic gonna contest. Let's see, can we see Fnatic's vision here, observers? Because I don't think they see absolutely anything. They need to find a way in. They don't have any blue orbs either. And they're up against a Blitzcrank, so this is a bit of a nightmare to walk into. Luckily, Razork can be in stealth to scout it out, but where's the Blitzcrank is the question they're asking themselves.
Scatter the Weak's been used as well there by Humanoid Shell stepping forward.
He's getting on the mid-wave in here, BDS. Actually, I think Nuke might want to call for a base here. Level 16 now, but I think he might have Void Staff in base. It's been a long time. Fnatic's going to get that wave in.
He's sitting on 1.7k right now.
Yeah, he can get. They're going to force instead of getting that Void Staff. I really think Nuke
is
probably asking for a base, but here we go. Baron started up.
Trying to get around
Hook's
the
going to miss.
Hook. That's 11 seconds before that's back off cooldown. Baron down to 5,000. Razork can look to the seal. Heartbreaker in fact. Adam low, down to half HP. Explosive Cask was used.
Here comes the burst. He's going to have to ult over the wall now.
Hammer down, and Razork steals it and flashes out. And BDS are left wondering where the heist of the century came from.
5 seconds on the soul as well. BDS are going to base, but there's no chance they're getting into this bot side. Adam's half HP, no TP, picks up the random wins. They're going to get Void Staff on the Azir on the next base, but I feel like BDS are rushing things a little bit. They had full control, but they didn't have to commit to a play straight away. They had TP on the Azir, but the thing is they left it so low and Shio's ulting so late. They have a Gragas barrel over the wall for vision on the Nash, and Razork just has to time it perfectly. Boom. Stolen away just in the blink of an eye, and now Fnatic with Soul, with Baron, can now start to force down these tier 2s.
And with the ability to split their players over all 3 lanes, Oscarinin and Humanoid have their teleports available, so it's going to be Humanoid going down towards bottom. Looks like Oscarinin acting a little bit as a support for Noah here. Trimbeast just sitting on Razork's shoulders the entire game. Hasn't really been best friends with Noah, but Razork's just going to continue to step forward, put some damage down.
Yeah, okay, it's Rylai's. Yeah, okay. Yeah. It looked like it was 2 crowns for a second there. Actually didn't go for the Void Staff. Anyway, here comes the siege from Fnatic. Looks like, yeah, 4-1. Humanoid's bot just matching Adam, and of course Adam no TP if they see him on those waves. A lot more confidence instilled in Fnatic in terms of walking up and actually pushing the rest of BDS back. They can proc that crown. You can see Noah trying to snipe it off the Azir.
Crowny has a lot of damage as well. 3 items on him, but they just can't step up into Razork, into that looming threat. BDS will give up the tier 2. Humanoid putting the damage down onto Adam. Leandri's Cosmic Drive and Void Staff enough to work their way through. the Olaf for the time being.
So their bot waves are very far here, Fnatic. You can see the only wave for bot is coming out of base, so I think they have time to reset Guardian Angel on Razork and then start coming back out on the map and start playing the exact same setup but towards bot now. Oscar can be the one around mid or Humanoid, doesn't really matter too much. As long as they don't get caught, they need to make sure they stay together, of course. They don't have any vision on this bot side, so Razork's going to spot it out for them. Crowny's going to push out top, and the base defense begins for BDS. Only 45 seconds left on this Baron, so only a couple more waves to play on here for Fnatic, but I think they should be able to crack open another tower on this.
I'll look to do it down towards this bottom lane, sealing away all the camps as well. Almost a flame horizon for Razork over Sheo. Fnatic, 5 players strong, push in bot lane. BDS going to try and react to it. They do have okay wave clear, but against Baroned up minions, very difficult.
Yeah.
They have to stand quite far back to make sure they can't just be sniped away by Razork.
Moving mid now, 15 seconds on that Baron. That wave is all they have left to play on. Does Fnatic really want to step up and force this tower down? Get all 3 outers.
Nuke's still answering bot wave, so it will be a 5v4 if they step up.
Yeah.
Oscar in here as well. Good play from Fnatic, uses every last second of the Baron to make sure they can secure everything. Crowny, Moonlight Vigil there. Not 100% sure what he was intending to do with that. As Sheo. Smite by Razork secures the red.
So yeah, Fnatic steal away the Baron. Good Baron setups. They got 3 towers for that. BDS couldn't really defend that too much unless they force a fight, but of course against Baron up creeps it's really hard to find angles to engage. You're relying on Blitzcrank hooks a lot of the time. And now Fnatic are really building towards some huge spikes. Rabadon's close for Oscar, of course. We talked about Razork with the GA. So BDS, this might be an Elder fight game. I feel like it's always fun to watch games when Baron and Elder spawn at roughly the same time because it's such a dance of neutrals. Obviously Elder is the more favored, but if you get pushed off the Elder or you let them sneak away the Baron on a like a 1 or a 2-man rush while you're contesting mid waves, then it becomes really, really hard to play the game.
It's also pretty hard to play the game if you're Sheo in this situation. You have an Evan Shroud, and that's about it. K-Drop, compare that to Razork, who is sitting 4k ahead just by himself. Basically, the entirety of Fnatic's gold lead is the difference between these 2 junglers. It is a full flame horizon as well for Razork. 100 CS up, 4 items now. Yeah, 3 levels. This is the thing, though. I'm sure you, obviously, being a professional jungler, have experienced this. But even in my plat games, like as soon as my team starts losing, in my plat jungle games, you know, as a high-tier support player.
Oh, hang on a second, blue orb. Sheo was shopping.
It looks like he was shopping as Razork.
Just like in your plat jungle.
Just like in my plat jungle games. Sometimes you're in the shop and sometimes you die. Fnatic jump. Well, and Sheo falls.
He'll be up for the neutral objective spawns, but I think now Fnatic without Baron doesn't matter. I think they can start to walk up. Can BDS clear these waves? Purple-white for Crowny, not optimal.
You just have so little threat. Oscar in and goes in. Nuke knocked back, flashes away, dashes away.
Humanoid?
And we'll be able to survive. Humanoid a little bit deep. Ragnarok coming out, but Humanoid able to survive in the end. Taken out by Crowny. The tower falls as well.
Did Humanoid think he had ult there or something? He flashed forwards with a lot of confidence, thinking he's going to one-shot that Azir, but he just didn't do anything after he dashed forward. So, bit of a mistake there. They don't get the inhibitor. They get a tower, so it's a 1-for-1 in a mid-tier 3. Obviously favoring, I think, BDS are pretty happy with that. No flash on the Syndra for the next fight. I mean, Nuke lost his flash actually, and so did Adam, so that stings. But 1 minute on this Elder, 40 seconds on the Baron. And what happened here? So I think, okay, so we're not going to see the replay on the Poppy. I wonder if Humanoid thought he had ult, because the amount of confidence he goes with on the flash forwards, respectable. Oscar, nice E-flash, gets the knock onto Nuke. Matches the flash away from the Everfrost. And then in goes Humanoid. Yeah, he just flash Qs him. I think he had ult. He thought he had ult there. Yeah.
Dies the final shot from Crowny. Big shutdown again for the Aphelios, but BDS at the moment playing up towards the top side. TP invested as well by Nuke to push out top and get to the wave.
Crowny is really strong right now.
Yeah.
Red and white, 5 items and a stopwatch, flash up. Humanoid and Oscar don't have Rabadons yet, so the burst isn't ideal.
Oh, the hook on the Razork. Heartbreaker though will get him out. Not quite enough damage to kill him off, but that's the ultimate down now. No flash as well on the Viego.
It's awkward for BDS. They have vision topside. They would love to go towards a Baron now, but Elder spawning in 5 seconds and Fnatic are running towards the bot side river. BDS need to make sure they get vision around that. They can't try and take away a Baron here. It's not worth it whatsoever, so they're going to snoop their way in. Razork healing up on the Honey Fruit.
Crowny ultimate in 5 seconds. Nuke no flash, but does have the Emperor's Divide. Hex flash forward from Labrov into the pit. Misses the hook. The rest of Fnatic too far away. If Oscarinin had gone in there, maybe they could have chunked out Labrov.
Razork's going around the side.
Oscarinin going for the flank. Razork's doing the same. BDS are flipping.
Reset.
The reset comes out from the Elder, as you say, starts to aggro onto Noah. What have we got in terms of flashes? Noah has his and the Feathers. Storm, Lavrov.
Yeah.
X flash forward once again.
Fnatic don't see anything, do they? They've lost
Adam's going to catch the mid-wave.
lost a lot of vision around this top side of the river. There's one ward near the top side entrance and Nuke standing by. No flash on Oscar, so a lot of their engage is gone. No flash on Razorg. Dragons on 10k. Crownies.
I mean, just get it low, explosive cask, Sheo away, and then take the smite.
Yeah, Crownie's shaking hands, just trying to leash this constantly. Is BDS just going to say, you know what, let's just go for the 50-50. Can Adam zone away?
Looking for the flank. Adam's going to try and keep him away.
Oscar
Going in, and it's secured. The Elder goes over to BDS as Sheo lands the smite. Unleash power onto him, will kill him off. Featherstorm coming out from Noah. Fnatic, one member up so far in the battle, but the Elder still remains on BDS. Oscar Rinin stepping in. Explosive cask already used. Vassals looking for the flank position. A good hook will pull Oscar Rinin back.
Oh, greedy from Oscar there. I think he tried to body slam Zhonya's, but in his body slam he got hooked. Big mistake. So now BDS are getting at Baron as well. And it's such a back and forth game, isn't it? You think Fnatic have it in their hands, they throw it away. BDS coming back, Fnatic find a huge window. Double Rabadon's now picked up for Fnatic. BDS just leash out the dragon and say, you know what? Let's just go for it. Poppy ult goes through, but it completely misses. He can't see the Viego. I think he was in the miss, perhaps. That's why Shio just kind of blindly threw it. Shio ends up dying despite flashing away because of the unleashed power from the Syndra. But yeah, BDS are happy disengaging there. I think Oscar making that mistake. Maybe Fnatic could have stopped it in a 5v4 situation, but with the Gragas down, they have no chance whatsoever. So now, BDS, Soul, and Nash. This is going to be tough for Fnatic to hold up against. 1 minute, 30 seconds left on that Soul now. BDS are going to really start to force this Aphelios. Blue gun, flash ready. Gale Force coming up soon. He can do damage to Fnatic. Humanoid, no flash, no Zhonya's. Needs to be really, really careful.
And Nuke of 4 items as well on the Azir. Can't overlook the damage the Emperor of Shurima can put out. Looks like BDS for the moment though, just going to gain control of this bot side jungle to push for the tier 2, the last remaining outer tower of Fnatic.
2 and 4 BDS. This win is really, really important. 3 games left. They need to get into that top 8. Every win counts. They're up against SK, they're up against Koi, they're up against XL. They really need to fight their way into this top 8. And 2 wins is not enough.
With Vitality and Mad on the horizon as well for them. Obviously, Vitality struggling a little bit, but you don't want to rest your hopes on beating Mad on the final day of the regular season. There's the tier 2 falling. Didn't go too well for BDS last.
Did not indeed. 1 minute 40 seconds on the Baron, 30 seconds on the Elder. BDS have this next wave coming in to force with this Elder. If Fnatic can get this wave down, I don't think they're going to get anything with this Elder. BDS needs to step up now.
They're looking at least for the tier 3. That's all they want. Keeper's verdict being popped by Sheo as well.
They need to keep going. Double cannon, 20 seconds.
Flash,
Let's go.
Hook. Oh, he looked for the static field into the hook to try and get the silence off before the body slam away. The explosive cast. Ragnarok in by Adam. Doesn't want to go any further.
10 seconds of Elder. He has 10 seconds of Elder on his Aphelios if he wants to make magic happen with the blue gun.
He's looking for it. Gale Force forward. Humanoid almost dies. Heals up. Pops the stopwatch. Adam looking for the undertow as well. Noah now begins to open up. Nuke goes low. He has the flash to try and get away. He'll dash across the wall and he'll survive. But Noah's still on the chase. Emperor's Divide comes out, but Fnatic have already killed off one in the fight. And now BDS are calling the retreat. But Humanoid has TP. And Oscar Rinin has TP. And Fnatic will not play for it. Baron buff recalls out from BDS. And in the end, all Fnatic lose is a single in-hit.
Oh, Labrov tries to make the hero play with the flash. And then all of Fnatic pile in front of Humanoid to defend their mid laner. Noah stepping up, playing a game of chicken with Nuke, managing to force him back. Has the ultimate so he can make himself invulnerable, of course. So he actually has the upper hand when Nuke uses things like the Q or the dash forwards. And they manage to hold on. Humanoid doesn't end up falling. We'll take a look at that again because they had about 10 seconds of Elder here. So BDS really wants to force something. Adam actually gets knocked back from Oscar's barrel. So you'll see here Humanoid get chunked out a lot. Almost dying to the Elder take. Manages to pop the stopwatch. You'll see here in just a second as he moves towards this bot tower. And then everyone from Fnatic saying, defend the Syndra, defend the Syndra. Noah backsteps, realizes how low his mid laner is. Watch how far up he's going to start playing in a second to defend his mid laner. Ghosts at them, runs at them, baits the hook, makes sure his mid laner can live, pulls all of their attention. Confidently knowing that the Elder Dragon's about to fall off. Nuclear dashes away, but then of course the follow-up comes through. The Cloud Soul doing work for Fnatic on the chase.
As we get out of the replay, we'll see. No inhibitor fallen. Labrov. Oh!
These hooks.
Yeah, so Labrov keeps trying to get the static field silence off and then lands the hook afterwards. Every time we've seen Fnatic escape his clutches. But no inhibitor falls in the mid lane. of Nuke's death. BDS will be happy enough with the fact they were able to keep their inhib standing. Bot lane pushed out now by Noah. The super minions will meet around halfway through the lane and begin to push for BDS once again. 2 minutes on the Baron, a minute 30 on what could be our second Elder of the game, Kadril.
It could be 40 minutes in. Both 80 carries, 6 items. Noah just finished the GA, Crowny just finished the GA, both level 18. One has a Yuumi, one has a Blitzcrank by his side. The hooks are millimeters away from landing. Finding these really, really important kills. Adams almost got towards 6 items. Nuke's actually just sold the Shadow Flame. He had Shadow Flame, he sold it to buy Rabadons. I think he realizes he's not going to get a 6th item in this game. He doesn't have the gold for it, so he may as well pick the strongest one. I wonder if he bought the Shadow Flame when they got Elder and said, we have to end the game now. And now once the Elder's faded away, he's sold it to get the Rabadons instead. See how much damage he can dish out. No flash, of course. Humanoid struggling in these fights a little bit.
I mean, Crowny's struggling immensely as well. You can see only 12,000 damage throughout the entire game. LeBron! Everfrost! Rude! Pull back! The GA has been popped! Humanoid and everyone's going to try and defend here. The Keeper's Verdict is going to knock away Humanoid. And now Noah, even with a Feather Storm, Razork trying to dive in. Noah gets away, but Razork almost sacrifices his own GA to get out. Fnatic doing everything they can to defend their AD carry and his KDA.
35 seconds on the Elder. No flash on Noah. I don't think his ult will be back up either. Trimby invested the ultimate too. Razork's flash is down. That was so much burnt by Fnatic to get away with their lives. Coming out of base now. See if they can get some vision. I think BDS is just going to look to hold the vision. They can see the wards. There's one ward up there. You can see it just above Nuke. Over the wall. Does he dash to find it? He's going to go for the honey fruit. So that could be a TP angle for Oscar, but Gragas flanking at this stage in the game with Nuke having no flash could be something they could look for. 8 seconds on the spawn. No vision in the pit. They see LeBroff. They need to keep their eyes on that Blitzcrank because Noah has no ultimate still. He is so vulnerable. He has to rely on Ghost, his movement, and Trimby to keep him shielded up.
They could just try and burst it.
They have started up. Where's Oscar's TP? He needs to TP to that ward now.
Here he comes.
10
seconds. Down to 10,000 though. Razork has no flash to get into the pit. Look at the Heartbreaker and he gets hooked in. The Baron, the Dragon is already down to 2,000. Humanoid going in as well. They finish it. Shadow secures it and now Fnatic really need to get out of this fight, but they've already got 2 kills, and it's on Crowny and Nuke to do whatever damage they can. Fnatic pick up 2 kills, the hook just wide. Shadow Crowny trying to escape. Humanoid flashes forward. The scout of the weak lands on 1 against the GA out of Crowny. Now Shadow's going to fall as well. And even though Fnatic lose the fight, they absolutely clean everyone up afterwards. It's all on Nuke, but he can do nothing as he is slapped by Fnatic.
BDS get the Dragon, but Fnatic 5 for 0. Ace them. They're going to go down mid and they're going to end this game. Almost 43 minutes in. Absolute mess back and forth, but it's Fnatic that come out on top. And despite losing that Dragon, they still go forwards. Humanoid finds the stuns, the slam dunk onto Crowny. And BDS can do nothing but watch their base fall apart. The important win is just faded away.
The most important win, though, is the fact that Noah has still yet to die, Kadril. Gets up to, I believe, a 90 KDA with this win from Fnatic, and what a performance it was from him. He almost fell in the fight before the Elder, and what a performance it was from Fnatic.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
Each game is inspired by movement. The drive is to be one move ahead of everyone else, to be legendary. Are you ready to make your move? Make it legendary. Join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Danke, Marine. Okay, come up with a new banger copy pasta. Ask that later. Definitely speak to Law about some hair advice. Have a break. Yes.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Be on time. Oh.
Tu alma brisa y me hace cantar.
Little moments of joy are not so little. They are pure joy. Therefore, treat yourself. Come to Andalusia.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on Displate. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
Walk away this time. Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left.
Today on the LEC, Wander versus Adam grudge match.
No, more energy, Again.
Today on the LEC, Wander versus Adam grudge match.
No, cut. I need you to give me more, Odo Omne. More. Try it with me. Here we go.
Okay. Today on the LEC, Wander versus Adam.
No. I need you to feel the rage inside of you, right inside of. Off me. Here we go.
Today on the.
No. Okay. Stop. I need you from just grudge match. Here we go and go.
Grudge
more
match.
Grudge here. Go.
Grudge match.
More grudge.
Grudge match.
Not quite my grudge match. Okay. Again with me.
Grudge match.
This isn't working. Okay. Do you have something that fills you with rage? I need you angry. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What is it? Good.
I have nipple tape on.
What?
I have nipple tape on.
Let's try something else. What's something else that gives you rage?
Like an arbar?
No, this isn't a joke, okay? You like dog champs? Okay, I want you to be an angry mutt. Get feral, foaming at the teeth. I need grudge.
Okay, like Narmut? Oh, okay, you're no fun. I'm kidding. Rage.
Yeah?
Rage. Got it.
Okay, let's lock in again. Lights, everybody.
Today on the LEC.
Wait for action, please. Action.
Today on the LEC.
We have booming shots.
Oh, sorry.
What are we doing?
I apologize, sorry.
Today on the LEC. Wander versus.
Oh, God,
Are
sorry.
you serious?
Hold on. Forget.
I can't really talk right now.
Excuse me. What do you think you're doing?
It was my mom. She wants to know if I'm on the show this weekend.
Can we turn off the music, please?
It's just my mom. She wants to know if I'm on the show this weekend. My mom.
Asked. Get back to work. Frame up right now. We got a job to do. Can we please all lock in, pay attention, and do our goddamn jobs?
Can I just ask a question? What's my character's actual motivation here? Like, do I just like
grudge
attention?
match. Oh, okay. Sure. How about it's a family tradition. Okay, so your father held a grudge against you. You held a grudge against your father. Today's day, you let it all loose. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much just like my childhood. So do I just want revenge on my dad, or what's going on?
Ken, okay. How about imagine it's as if we invited you to our wonderful show here, right? To sing the praises of the team that just kicked your shit in last weekend. Is that grudge enough for you? Back to work. Here we go again. Camera. Lights. Sound. Action.
Oh, wait. Sorry. I need like 5 to change the battery. Sorry.
You need a 5?
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to lock in.
You didn't
Why
call
didn't you do
hard
that?
cut.
I said cut 18 times.
You don't know what you're talking about. You need to treat us with respect. Go back to it. What is it?
Do we get that?
No.
You gotta be kidding me!
Welcome everyone to the LEC 2023 season finals live from Berlin, Germany. It's Wonder. Oh my God. Next week we're going to be heading to Montpellier, Occitanie for a grand finals. Okay. BDS.
Oh, they're cooking.
Oh, yeah.
Love it. They are cooking.
They're on a ship.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't pop off too
Wait,
hard.
how did they get that?
Yeah, that must be 3D printed.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll see
That's a fake one.
if it's BDS or if it's Fnatic that make it to Montpellier, because that's what we're playing for today. I'm Shox, joined by Dagda and Odo. I know we're in the studio still, but we spiced it up. We got Dagda, we got Odo here. It's fun.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't be here, as a player, so show must go on. I will never miss it. Didn't miss MSI. Now I'm here. Probably not in Montpellier, but that's
It's
life.
like you're like something that's stuck to your shoe and you just can't get it off.
That's so harsh.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm stuck to your guys' shoes, so you guys can't get rid of me.
Top laners, am I right? Speaking of top laners, we've got big changes this week due to an injury and the inability of Fnatic Oscarinen to play today. Riot officials have granted Fnatic the option to sign and substitute Wunder in. We, of course, wish Oscarinen a speedy recovery, of course. We look forward to seeing Wunder on the Rift, though. This is kind of cool, of course. Really sucks for Oscarinen, let's put that out there, Dagda, but it's awesome to see Wunder back.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what he can bring to the table. Like, obviously, we haven't seen this guy in a little while. A massive story behind him. And now that he's starting to come back, I think a lot of fans would be happy to see him return to the Rift. But I think the big question mark is going to be, you know, what do we get to see out of him? Because we haven't seen him play for a while. But I mean, like, Odo, you've been playing against him in solo queue, I imagine. So, like, what's he been like?
Not for a long while, no. I mean, I think he's still low elo for me right now. I think he's somewhere like Master, somewhere. I mean, guys, come on. I'm old, but I'm still like high on the ladder, you know?
Yeah.
It's not that weird. But yeah, he's a bit too low in the elo. But hope his climb is going well. Although I think he has been going downhill a little bit. But
yeah,
I hope he's going to do great today.
We'll see, indeed. Now, Oscarinen, though, as said, he did great last week versus Excel. You even sent out a little tweet, Odo.
Okay. I mean, the tweet is great, you know, but he could have at least put it in English, tagged me, so, you know, he just like twists the knife just as much as possible for as much clout. So it just kind of like screens a little bit of insecurity, but, you know, he got pentakill with a broken hand. I can't really complain so much about it, even though I'd love to, but I can't. So he's been doing great.
Yeah.
Can't really blame him. He only had one hand. I mean, how's he supposed to tag you, you know?
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's true. Anyways, moving on. We did get to talk to Oscarinen because he's, of course, still here with the team and standing by with Lore.
Thank you so much, Shox. It has been one of the biggest news we had this week, of course. Oscar, thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game. How was surgery? How did everything go? Do you feel okay now?
The surgery went perfect. They told me that it was really smooth, no problems. And yeah, right now I just have to chill with the hand for a bit of time and we'll see.
Yeah. Do you know how long, roughly, like estimate of time of recovery you're going to have with this?
I mean, I'm not 100% sure. For sure, for Worlds, I'm going to be completely fine. And yeah, for season finals, I'm not really sure about.
All right. Well, yeah, safety first, of course, and we want you to recover, of course. But I think the fans will be happy to hear about this. Let's talk about how things happened, though, because Wunder coming back, he hasn't played since winter. You were just saying in the makeup room with Kajol that you've been helping him a bit backstage. Tell me about getting him ready for this week and bringing him at the last minute like this.
Yeah, I mean, Wunder has not been playing a lot of solo queue. Like, he was playing Akali and Cassio top when he came. And yeah, he wanted to try hard, obviously, and I've been helping him to see matchups, just to helping individually, like his laning phase and everything, because I think macro-wise, I think he's fine. Like, he already knows a lot about the game. I think he just needs to get in shape for the serious laning phase, and I think he's been doing pretty well, honestly. I was surprised with how fast he started to play well, because yeah, I expected him to. He was not playing solo, he was kind of for fun, so he would be a bit not in the best shape, but I think he improved it really fast. So.
All right, we can say rusty, I guess. That makes sense, and I think it's kind of poetic that the rookie is helping the veteran getting ready for stage, because I mean, especially since the last time he was playing with Fnatic, it was a different bot lane, a completely different team synergy. How much do you think it's going to be different for him this new role? How do you see Fnatic playing now that is Wunder on the top lane and not you stylistically?
I mean, I think he adapted pretty well to the team that first. Like, I think I've seen the scrims and I think it was everything pretty well. They were communicating pretty well and they understood each other. And I think the team is not going to change a lot. Obviously, we don't have the same champion pools and we have different playstyles, but I think the team should be more or less the same and the drafts and everything. So, yeah, I mean, we will just see, but I think he's going to do pretty well. I'm like really believing in him. I think he's going to play great.
And you being here, I think, of course, is going to help. You know BDS, you know how they play and everything. Are you going to be helping backstage today between games?
Yeah, I'm a coach now, right? So, yeah, everything I see in the game, I will try to help him because, yeah, I'm going to try to help Wunder the most because, yeah, I'm a top laner. So if I see something or if I think a champion can be good in a draft or something, I will just say it in in there in the backstage. And
All right. Well, positional coach Oscar Renin, thank you so much for your insights. And
No
looking
problem.
forward to seeing you back on stage. Swift recovery, of
Thank you.
course. Shocks, back to you.
Thank you. I mean, NRG had like 1 million coaches and they won the LCS. So here we go. He did say ready for sure for Worlds. I'm reading that means not Montpellier, but of course we can look at that later. Regardless though, let's talk about what they're playing for today. This is the bracket. The winner for today locks in a spot in Montpellier and also a spot at the World's Swiss stage. Now, that's important because I didn't realize this beforehand, but if you're fourth seed, you go to the qualifier game or the World's qualifying series against Golden Guardians, but then you're also in the play-ins before you're in the Swiss stage, Odo.
Yeah. I mean, usually when we would look at the bracket, we'd say, oh, play-ins is not really like a big deal because you face minor regions and everything. But then we look at the Mad Lions example where I think they they fumbled in the play-ins twice. So I'm a bit confident because maybe it's just the Mad Lions thing, and if they get to play-ins, they're not gonna make it through. But now, at least Mad Lions made it all the way through to like the Swiss stage, like, you know, Switzerland, all of that.
No, it's in Korea, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. Just what they call the type of the bracket.
That makes a little bit more sense. But yeah, hopefully our EU boys, whoever goes between BDS and Fnatic, gets to have a good showing because yeah, it's not such a walk in the park.
I don't think it's a Mad Lions thing. I think it's just it's treacherous. It's not like the plains are a walk in the park at all.
Yeah, I think we've definitely seen a lot of the minor regions get a lot stronger over the course of the last few years, and especially when you look towards the fact that I think EU, you're going to be going up against Golden Guardians, and then you've got to try and face off into that play-in stage as well. Sometimes you get the big advantage of running the play-ins to get used to the meta and that kind of stuff, but I mean, just easily stepping into the Swiss stage, into those best of 3s and 5s is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, and especially because when you think about it, when we're not sending, you know, like our first seed or our second seed through the play-ins, so it is kind of like even playing ground. These minor regions, they're getting their best team, they're like number 1 seed coming to the tournament, fighting against, you know, number 4 or number 4 seed from either EU or NA. So it would make sense that it's not so easy as we thought it would be before.
Absolutely not. But already qualified for Montpellier are EMEA Masters finalists Carmine Corps and Movistar Riders, who will be taking the stage on Friday. Let's check them out.
Hi everyone, we've just wrapped up the EMEA Masters semifinals for summer, and we have the 2 finalists that are going to battle next week in Montpellier, Occitanie, as Carmine Corp will face off against the Spanish representative Movistar Riders in an epic battle between France and Spain. And of course, I had to interview the winner and ask them what they think about the forthcoming event and what they can anticipate in Montpellier. So let's listen to what they had to say. Casey, French players playing in Montpellier, playing in France in front of a huge arena. Of course, you're going to have the fans behind you, facing another French player in the finals, in the likes of Isma in the jungle. How hyped are you about these finals?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super hyped. Like after the sprint split, that was pretty rough. Like we all committed to having like the Mercato and train as soon as we could. And now, as you said, like in new Masters, we have never lost a best of 5. We have always gone like all the way. And I think the story will just repeat itself. It's written for us.
As you, a French player, playing in front of your home crowd and defending your pride and your colors, how does that make you feel, and what do you anticipate the most for this event?
Yes, to be honest, I mean, it will be insane for sure. Like, it's not a question. It will be insane, and I feel like people kinda like me in that way because always, even if I win in LVP, I get a lot of message, especially by a Kekor fan, like a lot of message that like well played, GG. Even if I play in Superliga, so I mean, I expect just it to be like insane, you know.
And I have a last question for you. Are you gonna come barefoot on stage? For me, that's the most important one.
Obviously, that's an easy one.
Perfect. Always nice to hear from the winners, Isma and Cabo, as they will be facing off against each other next week in the grand finals. And yes, Carmine Corp is back. They will represent the LFL in Montpellier, Occitanie for the grand finals next week. This will start at 6 p.m. CEST. You want to tune in. You don't want to miss out on the greatest show of EMEA Masters history. See you then.
We won't, especially now that we've got such an amazing final, Dog, that you'll be heading there as well. So you happy with the two teams?
I mean, it's got to be a banger, right? You got Carmine Corp, who've never dropped the best of 5, 3-time champions, going up against the new hope from the Spanish region, which was, I mean, the dominant region to start EMEA Masters off. And you've got two of the biggest up-and-coming AD carries in the league in Supa and Calist. Like, these are two players you have to watch for LEC next year, so it's going to be incredible.
It's going to be incredible indeed. Et nous préparons pour Montpellier. Et Laure, elle a fait des petits leçons de français avec les joueurs. Allons-y.
What? Bonjour tout le monde. Hi everyone. Ahead of Montpellier, I'm here to share with the teams a few sentences in French that are going to be particularly helpful when they make it to Montpellier. And for this, today I have Crowny and Adam. Noah, Trimby, are you ready to speak French?
French?
Yeah.
You ready? Like bonjour like this. Yeah. Okay. Bonjour, bonsoir, yeah.
Bonjour.
Anything.
I'm going to start with asking you actually, what is your experience in speaking French?
Well,
Learn French.
I studied French for, I think, 3 years,
All
2
right.
years. Yeah.
How much do you know French?
I would say decent.
All right.
Decent, yeah.
I'm really good at French. I learned it throughout the high school a little bit,
Yeah.
but I don't remember that much anymore.
So you see the sentence here. This is the one that you will have to say. Who wants to start first?
I think I can start.
All right, let's go.
Notre gameplay va choc va de zinzin le fan de français.
Zinzin, not Zinzin.
Oh.
But yeah, no, close enough.
Notre gameplay va choc va. I don't even see it without glasses. De zinzin les fans français.
You made the
Zinzin.
same mistake.
Yeah, you had seen.
Zinzin.
You heard it.
Notre gameplay va choc va de zinzin les fans français.
That's actually so good. Okay, Trimby, can you go after this? Or
Notre I don't know. Notre gameplay va choc va de, I think it was de Tintin, de Tintin les fans français.
So it's actually Zinzin.
Notre gameplay va choc bar de Zanzan le fans français.
That's actually, you're so good.
Yeah, notre gameplay va choc bar de
Zhongzhong.
He's so good.
De Zhongzhong, les fans français.
Do you know what it means? Do you have any idea on what
Well,
it means?
choc va de Zanzan. I have no clue. I don't think I studied that, so.
No, your gameplay is so good that the French fans are going to be shocked to see it.
Yeah.
You guys did great.
Exactly.
You nailed it. We're proud of you, and I guess you're ready for Montpellier. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And yeah, hopefully you get to use this in Montpellier.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Oh, how is your welcome?
De rien.
Okay. De rien.
I love it. It's just like, okay, I'm not doing that. Perfect, though. Anyways, let's dive into Fnatic versus BDS and see who of them will make it to Montpellier. And there are so many storylines, I feel like. So
many narratives.
Instead of just, we haven't really prepped anything. So I'd love to talk about your favorite narratives about this matchup.
Oh, well, it's got to be the broken hand reversal, right? 2018, they make it all the way to a World's Finals after Soaz breaks his hand, and then Whippo comes in, so you have the old guy getting replaced by the rookie.
Old, he was like 20.
Now it's the reversal.
Okay.
And you know, old in League of Legends terms, we all get it. And then now we have the old guy, Wonder, coming to replace the rookie who breaks his hand.
I do love how the story's kind of coming full circle as well, because you had like Wonder that was replaced, then, you know, we had Advian, Reckless, we had like basically the entire staff was replaced as well. And then we just come back to the start where Wonder's now back in to replace Oscar, and it's just like we just run it all again.
When's Reckless coming back?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the question.
But you guys are missing the biggest one, no? You guys are missing the biggest meme of them all. I mean, you are coping really hard with the World Finals. I mean, hopefully it happens, you know, but come on, you can't miss the Yuumi versus versus Darius matchup in the top lane. I mean, I hope I see it today.
Was it Olaf? Or was it?
Darius or Olaf, I mean, it's the same champion, you know, they have access anyway, so it's like, it's on brand with Adam, you know? So yeah, hopefully we get to see some of that spice today in the top lane.
Yeah, like that's really where the grudge match is at, for sure. It's nice because there's so many. Okay.
It's a grudge match.
See. Grudge match?
Grudge match?
Yeah, I can get behind it.
I'm not going to scream again. So.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it either.
Anyways, I just also think it's really cool that for Adam, of course, he was in Fnatic, and then he went back to the regional leagues, and I think he like had a lot to work on, I guess, from both a gameplay and a personality perspective. Then he came back, and he is now on BDS, who are doing fantastically, and I think that's a cool story.
And on the other hand, you have Wonder, right, who also went on hiatus to practice World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
And now he is coming in with a lot of adversity because it's not just World of Warcraft, you have to keep in mind. So many games have come out recently, right? We have Baldur's Gate that's going to try and distract him. Starfield, right? That's got a mental lock on me. How does he avoid it?
I actually found out that Cadril hasn't got of Act 1 of Baldur's Gate complete because Wonder is so focused on practicing. So you know he's dedicated.
But you know what he's practicing, right? Because it's like the greatest challenge of them all came out. You know, Wonder being such a World of Warcraft fan. World of Warcraft hardcore servers are out.
Oh, God.
True.
I mean, I spoke to him backstage. So the thing is, from what he told me, is that he was playing it a lot. And then I asked him, so where did you get to? And he's like, I was level 31. And I was like, was? Yeah. And it's like, well, 1 hour after they told me that they need me to play, I died. So for me, it looks like everything's back on track. That's why he's been grinding solo queue. That's why he's been spamming so much, because it's like his character died. That's it.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, there's a lot of forces working against him, but it's solo queue that he has to put his mind to. Let's take a look at what he's been cooking, Odo. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, champion pool is kind of relevant because it's kind of this plug and play top lane thing where it's like, hey, you need to prep some blind picks. What are your blind picks? And it's like, you know, Renekton, Aatrox, Gnar, Gwen counter pick is nice, Clit counter pick is so nice. We saw BB doing it against the Renekton. So it's like, this champion pool fits into hey, you need to play top lane in this meta. These are all the champions that he needs to play.
Oscar Renan did say, yeah, he was playing like Akali and Cassio, and then Laura asked him, do you think things are going to be different? He's like, no, he has a completely different playstyle and a different champion pool, but I don't think it's going to be different. What do we think?
Some copium.
Yeah, some copium. Yeah.
I was going to say, like, I think the last, actually, can you guess which team he beat last in his last LEC game? His last LEC win.
I mean, you're setting me up, so it has to be Excel,
right? It has to be Excel. And it was a Gragas game.
What a surprise.
It was a Gragas game. That's a classic.
I mean, things have changed a little bit. Gragas is not as OP as it was before. We used to see him blind pick this champion a lot. He used to enjoy his time a lot with it. But now, ever since the sustainers hit, like, you know, 5 patches ago or whatever, it's a lot harder. So he's going to have to cook something a little bit different for today.
I don't know. It just feels like he's going to go back to Ornn, right? It's just going to be like, stick him in a tank. He'll do his thing in the top lane. It doesn't really matter if he loses to Adam. It'll be fun. We'll just, like, get him into team fights and then it'll be good.
That was also kind of Oscar's role in the series against us. They've been, you know, looking to enable Humanoid and Razor to play these stronger, more resource-dependent champions. And he was kind of outside of game 1. I think he was playing a lot of Ornn and Cassante to kind of set his team up.
Yeah, exactly. And I believe we have some replays from the game where they play towards a lot of humanoid resources. Indeed, Odo, because I'd love to pick your brain on what you think the key is to playing Fnatic and how they like to approach things.
Yeah, they really like to enable humanoid as much as possible, funnel as much gold as possible into him from like side lane towers and side lane waves to catch them aggressively. And then they kind of play the standard game around Drakes where regardless of, you know, the setup, if they're first to enter or they're already holding the position, they will walk in and contest that Drake no matter what. And in terms of, like, you know, style and macro, they really like to catch these side waves. And once Humanoid gets enough gold and gets his setup enough for success, they will start grouping around mid and kind of dead ball around, because that's kind of like how the game is right now. You just dead ball when objectives are up and try to use numbers advantage to get as much control of the game as possible.
Yeah, but I think it makes a lot of sense, especially with some of the champions they started drafting. Like in the series versus you guys, they played AP jungle and then AD mid every single game. I think it was like the Jace and the Tristana as the mid lane options. It was the Ivern and the Talia inside of the jungle. So looking at this series as well, expecting maybe more tanks on the top side, it makes a lot of sense, especially something like a Talia that recently improved, to like pick a fast clearing jungler and then those AD mids that can go and just like hard collect resources inside lanes.
Yeah, I mean, it would make a lot of sense, especially with Wonder. He hasn't played for a really long time. His last game was in Winter Split. Right now he has to kind of fit in a team where he's not really, like, you know, so accustomed to how it is playing with them and stylistically what they would like to do. So yeah, if they go the route where they will be playing these like tanky, low resources top lane, I would expect them to just funnel as much resources into Humanoid and Razork.
We heard from Trimmy last week that he said that he felt that his play with Razork was the best he would have wanted it to be from last week, but that took a long time. When it comes to Wonder now stepping in, who brings new things, is it in a way ideal that it's the top laner that is getting subbed in the current meta? Is that more manageable than obviously a jungler, but some of the other roles?
Yes and no, because it takes a lot of intuition or like a lot of feel to kind of figure out what your teammates would like from you from a top lane perspective. But at the same time, you are the most isolated role where you kind of need to just show up on objectives and, you know, make sure that the side waves are pushed in fairly well so you can get the timing to roam with your team. So I wouldn't really expect any difference for the synergy between Razork and Trimi, because I think they will just deadball or like group up with Humanoid, because it also fits into what they want to do, get a lot of gold into Humanoid, and they'll just group up on that side of the map and kind of let Wonder, because he has a lot of experience, he's been playing for a long time, so it won't be like so hard for him to, you know, kind of find his role in the team.
Yeah, and for Wonder in particular too, like he is coming back to a team that he was playing for earlier this year. So jungle mid, he's already played with. It's the bot lane that he has to develop the new synergy.
They haven't played together that long.
What?
Trimby and Razork. It's only a split.
No. I was saying Wonder has played with the
but
top
Wonder
side,
played at the beginning, right?
Yeah, but he played the top side, not the bottom side of the map.
It's because I made that mistake last week. I was like, oh, you've been playing together for ages. It's like, no, not at all.
That's what I was saying. Is like, it's in terms of like the laning phase, he has that, but maybe when it comes to like the rest of the team and like finding engaged synergy with the Trimby, that's where there needs.
There's a lot up in the air, I think, also for them. We're going to see how they're going to approach this match. But let's talk about BDS then a little bit. We talked so much about their formula the last couple of weeks. Ender, could you recap it for us, and how will they have to approach it today?
Well, it's a little bit simpler than E equals MC squared.
Okay.
Basically, it's Adam equals Roam plus Shio counter jungling times Crowny carry in the late game, because that's just a curve that skyrockets right there.
Yeah.
And then Easy Dragons, which comes largely from Adam's Roams just completely abandoning the bot lane.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because when BDS was so dominant in the spring split, when they made finals, this was kind of their bread and butter formula. You know, they would look to stack the Drakes as much as possible. I think they had one of the highest Drake percentages in the league. That was how they would win games. They would start stacking the Drakes from early in the game off of Adam moves and getting numbers advantages and creating this soul win condition at around, you know, the 24, 25-minute mark. So when their comp is like already super spiked, and that's in their prime win conditions. And we've seen them kind of like fall off a little bit, but it's kind of nice to see them go back to this formula that made them successful, because that's what they were missing in the summer split.
Yeah, and so when you like would play against BDS, right? Because I think like you're aware of like the dragon stacking, for example. Like, how would you step into that match against Adam in particular? Are you looking to like bring more resources to top lane to like pressure him under tower so he can't leave the lane, or are you just trying to look to match those roams? Because I think we've seen different teams try different styles, whether it's like the Kled as a counter matchup to the sprint down to dragon and beat him on those tempos, for example.
I think it mostly depends on blue side or red side, because on blue side I think Adam's going to be forced to play something that's a little bit more passive in lane, and then he's going to look to influence the map, while on red side he gets to have these high resource top laners that he would like to play. So I think it's just you kind of need to master both approaches there.
Yeah, I just saw the huddle out of BDS. Of course, for them, the org and a lot of the players playing in Montpellier would be a great honor. I think that is on top of all the pressure they have already. And when it comes to BDS, how reliable is that plan in terms of executing it? Because we saw it not working versus G2, but then you were up versus G2, who was playing really, really well. We saw versus SK, they're able to enable that a bit better. What happens if they don't have kind of a simple path to executing their plan? Are they very adaptable?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we saw against G2, the thing with G2 is that they kind of have the same philosophy where they really value these neutral objectives, Herald and Drake. Most teams don't really prioritize Herald so much in EU anymore. But at the same time, G2 has these very, very dominant lanes, and they have an incredible amount of synergy where they just like to help each other, and they know how to enable each other like seamlessly. While against SK, you could see the team was like struggling a little bit. So when it comes to fundamentals, it seemed a lot easier for BDS to do this against SK. And yeah, I mean, that's one way to get yourself pumped up, but
literally.
Yeah. So I would expect the same against Fnatic, because even in our series against Fnatic, they didn't really seem as the most dominant lane kind of team, and then it's just kind of a check of fundamentals. So each team has the better fundamentals and the better setup for these neutral objectives.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that can come down to like Shio, and when he is able to like walk into enemy jungle, get down vision, sort of spot out what the pathing ends up looking like, because then they can go for more informed like roam timers, for example. You know, they're not walking onto a bot side where jungle mid have the ability to like roam down and fight you very easily over the Drake, so they can get it on a timing where enemy jungle is pathing towards the top side and those types of things. So I think that was like such a critical point of the BDS plan that sometimes gets sort of swept under the rug because the Adam running down and team fighting is so impactful. But when Shio is on something that has like either tempo in the jungle to be up a level so he can walk in very freely and set those up, that's when BDS look really hard to find a window to punish.
Oh, it's crazy. It's going to be an interesting day. I think it's really hard to predict what is this Fnatic going to look like. Is it going to be plot armor because Wonder is in the top lane, or is it going to be, I think, what people expect, which is that BDS should look better. Let's look at the predictions to see what our analysts thought. Odo is going for 3-1
yeah,
for
3-1
BDS. Okay, Ender 3-0 BDS.
Yeah.
Dagda, who's not here to motivate it. Poorly.
I mean, honestly, like Adam is such a beast. Like, I don't think anyone that's like last minute coming into a team that has to play against Adam is going to have a fun time because like Shio will also put resources up there. Adam's going to play really aggressive champion, so Fnatic are going to have to do a lot to buy him some space on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, out of all the teams to sub into last minute, you're subbing into, you know, the Darius, Olaf, Axeman, Psycho in that sense, and it's not the easiest thing you can do. You know, you could be subbing as someone who plays a little bit more tanks, but
who would be the ideal person to sub it? I mean, Wonder's pretty ideal in terms of who you'd like, right?
Yeah,
I guess
has the pedigree.
if he played a live solo queue, that's for the question. Shio is excited, so are we. Let's find out which team locks the final spot in Montpellier Occitanie. It's time for Team BDS versus Fnatic.
We were in a down road, momentum-wise, and the fact that for the best of 5 that will determine our season, we managed to 3-0. It's not because of the momentum that we did that, it's because we worked for it.
Crowdy flashes and takes the kill, and now it's a 4v5. Azrael, do whatever you can to keep Exegig alive, but Crowdy takes him out as SK are locked out of the fight, and BDS will march towards victory.
This split, we started winning way more. I think that's really important for me and not to just go every single day to scrims knowing that we are probably going to be like 1-5. I think that makes me play a lot better as well.
They are looking for more. Patrick versus the world. Patrick will find one, but now Abadage will fall as Humanoid finds his mark.
I think Excel was already better than BDS, so I'm pretty confident that we will actually have an easier time against BDS than against Excel.
They will knock Excel out of the season finals and secure top 4 in the LEC.
Going up against Fnatic would be a challenge for us. They were like very psyched in the first games in the BO5s. They are not really connecting as a team. I'm curious to see if they will like fix this for the next BO5.
It's feeling a little disturbed. The Dragon helping out BDS as well as Exegig's locked up, but the killer instinct lives up to its name as BDS clean out the fight.
I know Crowley tilts a lot. I will just go bot and they can't play. So if I gank him, he will be FF, and it's free win.
Emmanuel, I still respect him a lot. In the start of this year, I was like really lacking confidence. I just had to rebuild everything. Basically, after all this year, that was terrible. Months to months, scrim after scrim, play better against them. Start to win against them, start to win lanes, start to think better. Just come to this point where I just don't care who I'm facing.
If you look at him 3 years ago and now, he's completely different and he's a million times better. So I think he for sure can challenge for the top spots in mid lane.
To be honest, there's no really other mid than Caps that needs me to focus at 100%.
Limit now going in, but he's knocked up. The fight is initially denied. No one going to get exhausted here. Now Patrick needs to pop off. They win this fight, but instantly it's Humanoid at the backside. He's going to find one. He's looking for a few more. Patrick taking out Fnatic. That's just an inevitability. What's up?
I'm always way more excited where it's are into the playoffs run or Worlds. Yeah, it's just a million times more fun. And I also never really won on a big stage, even though I won LEC twice. So I really want to change that.
We reverse sweep Excel, and from that we actually managed to qualify to Malmo. This year it's gonna be the same, but for Montpellier.
Welcome to the Gather Desk for BDS versus Fnatic. I'm Draco, joined by Cadril and Vetty. And it's a big one. Obviously playing for top 3, playing for Montpellier. The loser will get a chance to qualify for Worlds later this year at the World Qualifying Series, but big stakes for both sides.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this matchup. Our expectations are, I was kind of surprised to see so many
favor of BDS from the Alistairs coming into this series. Kind of my instincts would say that Fnatic should be coming in as the favorites, but I guess we'll have to wait and see as we're jumping into draft. BDS on the blue side, and already these bans coming thick and fast.
Yeah, Talia, Poppy taken away there. Cezeri looking at things like the Zyra Khan now as well, especially Rel taken away. Maokai still in availability, and I think Ivern for both these junglers is going to be a high prio pick.
Definitely, for sure. Curious with the amount of bans we've already seen come through, if any of the 80 mid laners are going to be targeted. Humanoid has essentially had his pick of the litter through the entire season finals thus far. Tristana will be banned. BDS, do they want to try to take the Jace away, or are they willing to give it up? Is
the
Adam, unsurprisingly, gonna hit Wunder with some cheeky hovers.
Wunder's laughing it off as well. The infamous scrim game that everyone was talking about, but there's the Ivern to no one's surprise. So is Wunder gonna give it to him back?
He has to respond.
Just locks in Yubi. Adam's cheeky little smile as well.
I mean, the mental warfare begins before draft. You know, like
whoever gets the first kill in this top flash up, like one solo kill, that's it. It's over.
All right, the Jace.
Oh, Karthus.
Razork's Karthus.
So
okay.
we saw Yike go for Evelyn into Ivern because you don't get punished. Free farm, we talked to him on Euphoria, that's the idea. Karthus is the exact same kind of jungler that just wants to be left alone to free farm. So up against an Ivern, that should be a nice matchup for him. The shields will be really annoying to deal with, but first strike, something along those lines, just power farm and have double AD solo laners.
I mean, I'd heard a lot about it in scrims, but I wasn't sure whether or not it actually come into reality. So now we get to see some scrim Razork hopefully on stage, with the LeBlanc immediately responded from Nuke and Renekton, and already two very powerful solo laners from the side of BDS, but not a lot of potential setup with the Ivern, a little bit more scaling.
There it is, Wunder comes in, just locks in his Ornn.
There it is.
Nice.
The man everyone was waiting to see. What's he gonna? He's gonna play Ornn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've played Karthus on stage a few times in like 2020, and this champ is really powerful, but it really sucks into champions with dashes. Like LeBlanc, Renekton, LeBlanc just W's forwards, chunks half your HP, and now you can't fight. As much as you want to die in fights on Karthus against poke or range champs with dashes, it's really difficult. So I think this LeBlanc pick was a huge pickup for BDS.
Can be pressure on Nuke to pilot it well. See as well what Adam can do on the blind pick. Renekton, champion in terms of win rate, hasn't been the most successful, but when it comes to blind picking top lane in general, obviously not always going to have the biggest numbers. For now, though, no 80 carries picked up yet, which makes it a perfect spot to start focusing these bans. The Sivir taken away from Crownie, the Callista from Noah and Trimby. They showed it in their final game versus Excel last week. You have to imagine that the Aphelios can be taken away from Noah from the side of BDS. Has been his comfort pretty much throughout summer. Fnatic, though, what do they want to target on the side of Crownie? With Sivir taken off the board, Zeri also removed the Nyla. We saw that a lot in the EU Masters semifinals last night. A very impactful pick, but that's not going to be in the hands of Crownie today.
I would love a Lucian lane from Fnatic or something that can be like really aggressive AD heavy. You know, Kai'Sa wouldn't strike me as the best pick in that sense. I mean, AD Kai'Sa can work. Aphelios would be a Noah classic, but I think something that can all in like Lucian would be nice. BDS can look for those poke champions into Karthus that just makes his life really annoying. Something like Varus could work, but the Ornn is a bit of a struggle. Ezreal would be nice. That does really well into Karthus as well, and the Ornn. But you have to be careful of that Kai'Sa.
Is there pressure on anything like a Braum? It appears the answer is no. Instead, the Kai'Sa going to be the priority.
Yeah, Ezreal would do so well. It just really sucks into Kai'Sa. So I think Fnatic are saying you're probably going to pick Ezreal here or Varus. So if we pre-pick Kai'Sa here, it's going to be a bit of a rough matchup because we have counter-pick support as well. But the champion itself does well against Karthus.
Kog'Maw Braum.
Yeah, they can do the Kog'Maw Braum. Rakan is banned, so the Braum blind pick will come through here, I think.
Yeah, there it is. Some inspiration from G2. It was often their answer into the Kai'Sa, and we'll see it in the hands of Crownie. Obviously, a lot of criticism has been thrown towards him because he has been dubbed as a Zeri One Trick as his primary champion of choice so far this split, and outside of that, he hasn't had the strongest of performances, or a little bit more inconsistent, I should say.
Yeah.
But how will Fnatic now round out this draft?
Oh, you had Karthus and Soraka on the same team. Can you imagine the team fights would be so funny, yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine the absolute lack of engage as well, which is, I feel like Trimby's hand is kind of forced here to go for another champion. This pairs well with the Kai'Sa, but laning against a Kog'Maw Braum as these two champions is gonna suck.
BDS G2, I think it was Mickey who had to play Nautilus into Braum Ivern, and he just couldn't play. There was nothing he could do, and in team fights, it's gonna really suck for him. 3v3 is gonna be a bit of a struggle too. But you need lanes that can follow up. If the Karthus gets invaded, you need to collapse on them. You need to have early skirmishing power, and Fnatic definitely have that. But I think that BDS have built a pretty strong draft against Fnatic in terms of good scaling, good managing of the Karthus jungle in the early stages, and lanes that can actually start to contest.
I would say the thing that has surprised me from BDS is this priority on the LeBlanc from Nuke, something we don't typically see. We usually see a lot of things like Azia, Cassio, more of those scaling mid laners, but going for a little bit more early power, perhaps more roaming, perhaps more agency to look towards these side lanes. We'll see what BDS can make happen in the early game if they choose to play that way. Meanwhile, Fnatic, as you rightly said, while they do have a little bit more lockdown with the Nautilus onto these mobile carries, I am a little worried about their access onto this backline. How much free-flowing damage is this Kog'Maw going to be able to dish out? I'm excited for this one. We've seen some different things from both BDS and Fnatic. A lot of questions going to be answered in this game. I think the other big one for me is Ivern. You know, we've seen AP champions come out. Cadril, you already highlighted the Evelynn. This is another AP option into the Ivern that can, in theory, get through the early game uncontested and scale, but will it work, or will we see yet another counter pick, you know, fall at the hands of Ivern, who has just been so incredibly consistent? And in a similar vein, can we see Wunder deal with Adam on the top side of the map? In past years, you might have put this matchup very much in the favor of Wunder. The times have changed. Adam absolutely lethal on that top side. We'll see what he can do as we get into game one. BDS versus Fnatic. This is a massive opportunity for Wunder, showcasing what he can do. As a reminder that both these teams, right now, guaranteed top 4 in the LEC. So they will either be going as, at a minimum, Europe's 3rd seed to the World Championship, or they will qualify as the 4th seed and go up against Golden Guardians at the World Championship qualifying series. So the loser today will go up against Golden Guardians, and the winner will be able to take a shot at either MAD or G2.
Yeah, I think we have a nice graphic. Just remind people. We don't. That's fine. Nope, there it was. All right, well, look. While I'm getting the rust off over here on the graphics machine, we'll have to hope that the same is true for Wunder. You're going to hear us talk about this story a lot today. There are more important points on the map because that is an Ornn versus Renekton lane. But in terms of hype, in terms of personality, nothing is more interesting than top lane. These two guys have obviously played against each other a ton. The difference in experience, pretty staggering. But again, Adam, a player you can't help but look away from, has gotten better and better. I think this has been his best year in his career thus far. And see, it all comes up to taking down an old rival, which I think that might be a bit outdated, but it's
say
still
grudge match. Go on, say it for me.
Yeah. Grudge match.
There we go.
Where's Oda? We get him up here to say it.
It's an interesting path for redemption for Adam, right? You think about the player that he was when he first joined the league versus the player that he's at now. He's humbled himself pretty significantly, and as you rightly said, his growth has been very dramatic. But a lot on the line here in today's series, having to go against up against one of his former rivals. We'll see how he performs. Meanwhile, we're looking across the map. Cadril, often we look to you when we think about jungle pathing. Razork, what do you think of what he's doing so far?
I'm surprised. He's gone Raptors into blue, and I was looking at the map to see if there's a reason that he's gone for something like this, but there's no wards. I mean, I looked at that Crux ward there, but they didn't actually see it, Fnatic, that ward plays. So I thought maybe he's going bot side to make it so that he can go Raptors into blue, scale up, and then the Crux ward will expire by the time he gets there. If he does red Crux, then he'll get spotted. But this is a very fast level 3, you know, Raptors blue into Gromp, and they can clear back up, get red buff. It's interesting because he's against Ivern, so he's not actually doing buff to buff. Sometimes against Ivern, he likes to do something like red Raptors into Gromp and then do blue and then Wolves and then go for Crux later. But yeah, Raptors respawning is really important on the early stages. It looks like he should be able to get his red uncontested, and that Crux ward will expire by the time he gets there, I think, so that'll be lucky for him. But yeah, I think for Karthus, it's just a case of full clearing, and whichever side has the push, get a crab from it. So pathing away from bot is important. Brown lane will always get pushed into Nautilus with Kog'Maw. Does that ward expire in time? Oh, it's a couple seconds. Nah, it's season.
You kind of get the information that they need to know exactly where Karthus is. We'll see if Shio wants to respond by putting some pressure on the bottom side, but it seems like both sides pretty content just power farming through. We heard in the video right before the start of this match, Razork cracking jokes, kind of taking shots at Crownie. I'll just go bot. We'll tilt him. It'll make the series easy. But against the Braum Kog'Maw, and as Karthus, I don't think this is the game where we're going to get to see that.
I think the problem for Razork right now, he's based, right? You know why he's done that? Both his side lanes are just getting pushed into tower and playthings are like being threatened already. There's no way he can walk into either side of the river. Maybe hooks onto Lebrov there, but you can see the power of the Unbreakable just sitting there. And if he walks into the Ivern, he's just going to get chased down.
He's going to play it calm, collected. He's going to take his time. Right now, he's going to run bot. He's going to run face first into this Ivern. His pushing lanes, as he already highlighted, Cadril, are a problem for him.
He's queuing bushes on the face check. Now he'll see the crab and he can like, well, I'll go to top crab. Puts a ward down, but he needs to be careful of bot dives as well. So managing both lanes getting pushed in, while also being wary of like covering lanes for Karthus is really not a good spot to be in.
This is the second time we've seen someone against BDS pull out an Ivern counter pick, but then not have any lane prio, and we watch that counter pick get invaded and not be able to do anything early game. And Karthus, we wait for 6, we wait for Sork shoes, we wait for an item. You know, a lot of that early penetration is good, but
quiet from the early games against these Iverns.
One of the biggest differences was we saw that Evelyn basically just die. We saw Yike make some mistakes
twice,
that he shouldn't be making, really. And I think the BDS were able to successfully punish him for some of the decisions that he's made. But as Cadril is highlighting for us, Razork is being very aware of what he can and cannot do right now. He's managed to get the second clear of his Raptors. He's also gotten the top crab. And he's farming very well. He's on good pace right now. And the problem he's now going to run into is the bot side of his map is completely lit up with vision. The mid is being pushed in, the bot is being pushed in. Of course, Ivan is moving away from this side of the map. Yeah. Braum could go in and potentially be a nuisance.
Yeah, it's big pace. Really good clear so far. And the thing is, as much as the lane will get pushed, like I think Jason DeBlanc, maybe Humanoid if he wants to, can start contesting the wave. His jungler can never help him. They're going to lose probably a lot of 2v2s, and if he pushes up without phase rush and gets chained, he's going to die, and his Karthus wants to farm. So sometimes you have lanes that can get prio, but they have to give it up because their jungler's just weaker. And I think that's what you're seeing here. I think Razork's kind of lucky that he got that top grab. Shio was maybe looking for a bot dive, but there wasn't an option. But they've got complete vision of his Karthus for the entire game, so Adam can just do things like this.
And Adam just taking his time there. You can see he doesn't really use cooldowns for anything. The gank now coming through on the bottom side. The Trippy's already dead. You cannot walk into a cog Braum like that. Can they get one back? They turn the flash out from LeBron. The W body blocked by Crowny. Clean play from the BDS bottom lane. Fnatic trying way too hard to force that play on the bottom side.
Yeah, BDS knew exactly what was going on. Razork was on a pink the whole time doing that Gromp. They saw him lean into bot side. Trying to stop the wave crashing there was Razork. Maybe look for a flash out of the Kog'Maw or something, but it's Kog'Maw Braum level 4. They're just going to murder straight through this Nautilus. I think Trimmy can do. He also used his W earlier on, so he doesn't even have a shield. No heal either. Stunned up, dead. LeBron saw the damage.
Crowny was low on mana. Maybe they were optimistic in that regard, but easy punish from the BDS bot lane. They haven't had an opportunity to base yet. The wave's in an okay state. They're going to look to recall now. Trimby out on the roam. He's not going to be able to find anything here. You can see Humanoid was also moving from mid. The Hex Flash over the wall.
But again, not really a lot to grab here. Of course, it doesn't cost him a lot to just show presence on the top side of the map, as the wave isn't really in a position where he and Noah could contest anyway. Karma Braum will get back to the lane, so tries to use that opportunity, or that window of opportunity, to get some pressure down on the map. Does not amount to a whole lot, as Humanoid do. Continue to trade blows here. But overall, you know, Fnatic out the gate, very difficult early game. We'll have to see if that starts to shift as Humanoid's ticked over to 6, Wonder at 6, Razork getting closer and closer to 6. Those levels going to be very important. But right now, BDS kind of just doing whatever they want on the map.
Yeah, I think the other problem is, as much as the draft around Karthus is okay by Fnatic, Wonder's just going to eat through there. There's no lanes that can kill. You know, the Kog'Maw Braum is never going to fall to a kill against the Nautilus lane in a 2v2. You really want a lane like a Renekton into a Jace lane, you know, where you can have the Renekton just all in level 6, try and get his flash, and then just ult to finish off or something. His ult's really not going to be that useful this game, I feel like, until teamfights come. There's no real lanes that he can threaten his ultimate with a volatile kill.
And here we go. Another Conqueror, or another proc on the tower. Demolished proc as Razork now forced to flash out to safety. Not having that is going to make him incredibly vulnerable in any upcoming fights. An easy target, of course, dying early in a fight, not the worst thing for Karthus, as he has the luxury of the passive, but this stage, easy drag contest now for BDS with full lane priority.
And this should come as no surprise to anyone. BDS have been one of our better objective-focused teams, particularly Dragons. BDS have a high priority of securing them. You just look at when in their wins, they're able to secure a lot of Dragons. And obviously the Barons kind of are associated with that as well. But those Dragon percentages in particular, BDS is a very Dragon-focused team. So I'm excited, especially to see these Dragon fights, because later on, Fnatic is building a composition that's kind of designed to fight around these Dragons once they get their first, second items through. But yeah. BDS is just a team that loves to contest you at Dragons regardless.
I've been watching the pings on the minimap, and BDS have been pinging Razork's exact pathing perfectly this whole game. They just ping that you'll be going Gromp Wolves into Raptors Red, and they know where he is the entire game. I mean, Shio's had bot side wards the entirety of the game. You see him there. You don't see him there, you know he's top side, and they can just track every single move that he's looking towards. And a Herald fight would be great, but Karthus isn't that strong yet, and if he gets hit by a Braum Q or an Ivern Q, he's dead. And they don't have that much peel. Fnatic's comp only really pokes and goes forwards.
It's definitely an incredibly tricky game. As you highlighted already, not a ton of kill pressure in the lanes individually either, so hopes of getting an early Requiem to maybe snowball that Karthus further are limited. Very often when we used to see Karthus in pro play, it was about double magic pen items and level 11 where you really started to take over the game, and we're going to have to wait a long time for that at this point because there's nothing to really snowball the Karthus going on right now.
Look at top lane. This is almost 4 plates in a 1v1 because Adam knows the enemy jungler. There is no jungler. The amount of vision tracking they've got, he knows his windows well. I think Razork saying, I'm going to give up Herald. Braum has no flash. Let's just try to gank bot. That looks like the Fnatic play right now. Maybe they can get the kill onto the Braum. but the wave's already crashed, and as much as they want to hold it here, BDS know they're getting a free Herald, so they're not giving anything on the cross map.
They're respecting it. Incredibly well played from BDS in the early game. Fantastic demonstration of how powerful information can be.
Be careful not to get too greedy.
If nothing else, they're just wasting a lot of Razor's time right now. Crownie is pretty low on mana, but with no level 6 yet for Trimby, he's going to take over it soon.
It's such a tricky situation, though, for Fnatic, because they've already lost so much on the map. It feels
no
like
way.
they might have to force something to get something back. Instead, it's just going to be Krugs, essentially traded for a Herald. So overall, terrible deal for Fnatic here in the early game.
I think Fnatic's early games were really driven by Razork on early playmakers. Think back to like the last time they played against the Viego, he was just a menace across the whole map. He's so like, he can't really do much with the Karthus. He's so muted in terms of how much pressure he can have on the map.
I wonder if coming into this series, Fnatic was like, well, BDS have a tendency to always draft for scaling, so why don't we just match them in scaling and then we'll beat them in the late game, right? But that's not to say that BDS don't use early game information to build advantages. Their laners are still reliable and consistent, and they're playing around this pressure well. And again, I think this LeBlanc pick may have caught Fnatic off guard, because Nuke is doing a great job on a pick we don't often see him on. The Static Shiv now completed means that he's going to have a lot more agency to start roaming around the map, moving into Fog of War, and working with Sheo to start putting more pressure onto Razork in the jungle.
I think they knew they were giving over the Ivern in game 1 with those bans, and they probably pre-planned, let's play cards into it, see how it goes. Maybe it worked in a scrim game. Right now it's not looking great, especially if Noah goes for an AP Kai'Sa build. When you're Karthus, you want full AD on your team, so you can just go Magic Pen and just full damage. Right now he's going to have to go something like Leander's, it looks like, and just... I mean, Ornn is also kind of mixed, mostly more towards Magic as well, so Nautilus too. This isn't the ideal draft for Karthus to function in. No Tristana lanes to all in. And again, Karthus really struggles at fighting early Drake, so they're going to have to give up the next one soon, I think, in the next 1 minute 30. If he gets his Mythic here, Razork, they can try to force, but yeah, dangerous, because these lanes are just constantly pushing in.
Difficult, as you can see, Adam just continues to bully Wunder on the top side. Wunder has just been catching waves this entire game. Maybe the first few levels he got to fight back a bit, but otherwise he's been on the back foot. Gore Drinker, that sustain, making it essentially impossible for him to get Adam out of lane.
Ward behind didn't get seen by the BDS bot lane. They swept the one in the alcove, but they didn't sweep that one. I think Fnatic was pinging it. Maybe they're just going to commit to a double TP play soon. Otherwise, this is going to become a problem.
Noah taking a huge chunk of damage to kick things off, though.
Can they TP behind this though? I feel
they're
like
going to lose so many.
They have to though. They're going to bleed. They're going to put a Herald down. They're just going to bleed Playthings. That ward is their only playtimer. Humanoid's basing to look for it, I think. But Wunder's going to have to stop Adam or join sooner.
The second that cannon's down, maybe they just try to force it. But it's still going to cost them a lot just to even try to make the play. It's a TP mid.
The play is gone.
BDS are just choking Fnatic out of this game, and Fnatic certainly put themselves in a bit of a difficult situation with the draft, but BDS playing this phenomenally. Betty, you already highlighted it. Discipline around vision control, not giving any avenues of attack to Razork here, and slow and steady has definitely been winning the race.
Could we see the Fnatic vision right now? Because I can promise you it's an absolute disaster. Like, if Kog'Maw Braum just pushes waves and goes into fog, you can never make that TP play. They're just hiding in this bot side river, threatening moves towards mid, threatening invades on Razork. Trimby has to cover it, then they go back to the wave when Trimby's covering his jungler, push it in again, and soon they'll start Drake. So this rinse and repeat, you have to make a play to break through it so you can get vision in their jungle and clear out your own vision, their vision in yours. So it's just on Fnatic, when are they going to make this TP play happen? They're bleeding a top tower, it's gone. They may as well just go for it.
Wow, I mean, huge credit to BDS. The way they're playing this early game is immaculate so far. They've given no window for Fnatic. The only one available to them is the one that Pedro's been talking about for the last, what, 2-3 minutes now?
It's just LeBlanc has TP advantage as well now, so it's just if you make that play, it's going to backfire. But yeah, top tower's gone. When's the next play, really? Because it's not going to be this dragon, I think.
Sheer just going to go solo, start this one up. Fnatic, no priority on the bottom side of the map means that, again, to even walk into this pit means giving up a couple hundred gold. They will clear the wave and take their time here. Can now finally peek their head in and see what's going on. But it's 5 members of BDS. With TPs up and available, they can return to their lanes or just turn and fight. Rather than coming in off the side, Humanoid coming in off the side as well. BDS are so much stronger. That's the Unbreakable down now, though. As the second TP comes in, maybe the Ornn can be the difference maker. The horn is blown. The fight is called. Multiple members knocked up, and now Noah trying to finish the job. Requiem coming down, but who's going to drop LeBron? Still standing. Adam still standing. BDS managing to come out even in the fight, getting the Drake in the meantime. Fnatic burn everything, and they managed to get a couple kills.
Not too bad. Fnatic really needed to start a fight sooner rather than later because they can't allow BDS to just keep running all over the map with this Kog'Maw Braum and taking every tower. So ends up in a 2-for-2. They didn't get the dragon itself, but a couple kills makes it so they can start pushing out these lanes a little bit more. Flashes it down, which opens up options. The Karthus got his first ult in to get the first strike gold. We'll take a look at this one, because Fnatic definitely needed to fight this, and they committed very hard. Wunder arrived a little bit late, though.
Yeah, I mean, the TP obviously doesn't make the engaging easier. Trippy takes a huge amount of damage beforehand. LeBron used the Unbreakable before, which meant that Wunder could get a good ultimate off, but the damage just wasn't quite enough. You can see the Karthus damage isn't quite as terrifying this early into the game, and it's only really when BDS are retreating that Fnatic are able to find themselves 2 kills. So credit to Fnatic, they're able to find something, but still, they lost a Dragon off the back of that. Mid tower is still incredibly low. Crowny's now been moved over to this area of the map. They can keep LeBlanc top. She still has the TP available with the Static Shiv. She's going to be a relentless side lane threat. Fnatic, they still find themselves on the back foot at about a 2.5k gold deficit.
A much needed play, though. It's good that they fought this one, waiting for the third, and then losing that fight, the game's basically done, because, you know, they'll have control of the soul, so you had to try and do something here. Going towards the Nashers, yeah, on the AP Kai'Sa. Both the side lanes are going to be a bit of a struggle. The mid push is also going to be a struggle. Herald's up to 20. I can choose to fight that. The Jace TP might be up in time to try and contest it.
Reassigning their side lanes, though. Having the Jace up to their Nectin. Humanoid having a little bit more agency in that lane. Wunder certainly a bit of an easier time, at least just clearing waves against the LeBlanc for now, because Duke's got the pressure on the top side.
And I have to give so much credit once again to the way in which BDS set everything up. Again, look at this vision. They were able to secure the top crab, they get this early vision in, and they also keep these wards in the bottom entrances of Fnatic's jungle. Even though Fnatic are strong side on the bot, they're pushing their vision in deeper to have some control over the river. And what happened the moment they back off BDS, immediately in here clearing this vision out. Now, the LeBlanc, knowing that she's on the weak side, playing a little bit more defensively, but because she has that vision, she knows that she can still look for trades and continue to push that way. BDS have just a fantastic map setup right now to give them the freedom to continue to play these sides and just punish every window that Fnatic is leaving
open.
LeBron, though. LeBron potentially caught out. Fnatic finding a window of their own. The Unbreakable now going down. LeBron, no way out of that one. Quick kill over to Razork. Fnatic firing back. So, as good as the discipline has been, one slip up from LeBron is immediately punished.
See, gentlemen, this is how we keep games spicy. We just throw in a couple cast curses here and there, you know.
It's so funny because my next point was about to be like, they're playing against a different caliber opponent. Excel last week, very scrappy. Got sloppy in a lot of those games. And of course, yeah. I was ready. I was there to support the curse. You didn't even need it.
I mean, it was
solo cursed.
But now look at this small window. This has given Fnatic so much reprieve. They're able to immediately move into the enemy jungle and look at the vision difference now. The bot side of the map has been lit up for Fnatic, and they can actually start looking to play for this bot tower.
The important thing is they're making plays to slow the game down, and if you push out waves, that means it's one less wave for them to play on, so it slows the game down. So they just need time. They need time to get more mana, they need time to get Nashers and Rageblade or Liandry's, whatever Noah's going to build towards, and they need time for the Karthus to get more AP, and then Fnatic can start to choose their windows.
Well, now the Herald is up. This should be an easy objective for BDS to take. They have the mid push, they have the top push with the LeBlanc offering some support there as well. So this should largely be an uncontested objective, and this then sets them up nicely for the Dragon spawning in a minute's time. They can use this to guarantee mid-prio if they want to.
Okay, well, largely uncontested. Apparently Fnatic are not a fan of that potential option here. It does mean sacrificing their bottom tower, but here comes the Ornhorn. LeBron again knocked up. Easy kill pickup for Fnatic. They're going to turn their attention right back to the Herald. Nuke hovering in the area. Maybe going to go for the cheeky steal here, but Razork will take it away. Fnatic firing back again.
Yeah, it's a tough game state for Fnatic, but these mistakes make it so they can actually start to walk up. Nuke, does he get the grab? Oh, he's dashed quite far away. Razork's going to be chunked.
Trippy in the area. Huge damage, though, from that LeBlanc already.
They can't afford to make these mistakes, BDS. Needs to be more decisive. LeBron needs to make sure he's on the objective ready, instead of trying to push them away from it, stopping them from being able to face check. But these kills are going to come back to bite them, because I think the Kai'Sa might have her second item in base, gives them more wave clear. So again here, LeBron should be around the pink area. You know, just cue them as they walk through into the river. He has to call his team for the jump, but then the Ornald's already coming out because the shield's down. And if they commit too deep here, Fnatic, to contest the Herald, the TP behind would come through. But now LeBron's already dead, so they have to back away.
Credit to Fnatic. I'm surprised that they would choose to contest that, but they saw a window, they found that pick, and they converted it into something massive. And Kedra was talking a lot about earlier how Fnatic just want to slow the game down. This is a great way to do it. Question is, are they going to look to contest the Dragon? And I think that they will.
I would love an early Karthus ult, you know, just ult them as the Dragon started. You know, you don't have to save it for later on. There's no Dark Harvest, get the first strike instantly on there. Just ulting now or something for Razork would be nice, but they're going to force their way in. Here's Adam.
Adam, not afraid to just face check in. Nuke over the wall. First team going to miss. Manages to connect though. Big damage on to keep it on the backside. The Brav taking out Trippy. Easy fights are over the wall. The Kog'Maw can just rain down hell. The blast cone keeping 3 members of Fnatic standing. BDS turning their attentions right back to the Dragon.
Props to BDS. Nuke especially came over the wall, chunked out Humanoid right at the start of the fight. He's able to land a good shock blast onto Crowny, but that's pretty much all he could do. Meanwhile, Fnatic was somewhat scattered and funneled into this choke point, which made it so easy for BDS to herd them out and find 2 kills. This should be their 3rd uncontested Drake, and that's going to put them in prime position for the Soul.
And that's exactly how the Herald fight should have gone as well. They should have to be funneling through a choke, and then that's when BDS can find their window. If they try to push them back or try to zone them away, Fnatic has a lot of tools to actually get picks with the hooks and the Ornals. So this is much different, much better fight state for BDS. Nothing Fnatic can really do with those flanks coming in.
Adam popping ultimate very early on, immediately goes into the front line, and Nuke on the back line. This is kind of how Fnatic ended up fighting a fight on 2 fronts, and then the second that Fnatic are forced to retreat, BDS immediately capitalize and look for more. Huge credit, they played that very well, and now they've kind of reasserted rather their control over the map.
And credit will rob their 4-man Braum ultimate in the midst of that fight after 2 untimely deaths in the previous exchanges, really making good on that one. Blast Cone really the only reason that Fnatic did not suffer more casualties in that exchange. Crowny going to do his best to take mid priority here and shift their attention up to the Baron. Cog obviously can shred through it pretty quickly, but a bit too early and not quite enough mana in the tank. BDS want to go for that one.
Baron is available. Of course, not going to be an objective that either of these teams start anytime soon. One of the things you have to consider, though, is Karthus, a very fast Baron-taking champion. With the Herald, they're going to drop this in mid. They see a window, and they're going to try and break open the map a little bit more. Fnatic continue to struggle.
Yeah, Wonder Spacing, I think Fnatic are saying, we can't walk into this river, let's just brute force down mid and try to get this tower. They won't get it, I think, but they'll get a big chunk out of it. Maybe they can use that to get vision, but this is the thing, look at the side lane just coming in to collapse onto them. Don't really want to take that kind of fight. They already saw how vulnerable they are against flanks.
They're very limited. Ideally, you want Humanoid either matching the LeBlanc or matching the Renekton to kind of hold them at bay, and all Wonder can really do is weather the storm. You can see he's a full level down on Adam. And the map is just continuing to go in BDS's way. Every time they push in the waves, they move in, get that vision, make it easier for the side lanes to play. Adam grouping with the team to help them gain that control. Now they're setting it for the Baron. I'd be surprised if they started this one off now, but if nothing else, it'll give them an opportunity to find a pick.
Kai'Sa W is the only vision they can really get.
Adam body blocking. Blue Trinket now forced out, none left remaining on the side of Fnatic. They'll just continue to throw skill search in, trying to get information. Credit to BDS thus far, they have remained mostly in control of the game. They have to keep that diligence and that discipline up. These Fnatic are going to keep trying to force these plays. It's their only way back in.
Observers, if we get an opportunity, can we see what Fnatic sees on the map right now? Because you'll notice that it is not a lot. And Nuke is doing a great job of continuing to push in that top side of the map, and then BDS every time move back into the fog of war. They make Fnatic uncomfortable, make them feel like that they have to face check, and then Wonder is the one that has to walk in, and now you're very uncomfortable. You're not sure if the Baron is being started. It's not. But that risk, that potential overstep, gives windows for Crowny to then look quickly, move back into mid, push that wave out, but it also constantly puts Fnatic at risk of getting caught. Noah's constantly forced to overgroup. He's losing experience, he's losing farm. And BDS are just continuing to build their lead. Now, nearly, it's pretty much 4K is the advance.
And Humanoid bases, and you think maybe he's going to go, you know, to the bottom side of the map. So many creeps now have just died as this wave is just going to start to come in here and collapse. Now, finally, hopefully, for the sake of Fnatic, someone's going to be able to catch it, but they just have not been able to go to their bot lane once. They've been forced to stay on this top side just in case a Baron does get started.
I mean, the good news for Fnatic is Humanoid has largely done a good job of keeping up with Duke. If you look at the bottom of your screen, you can see a lot of the goal difference between the two teams is sitting on Adam, which as you get later into the game is going to mean less relative to Renekton versus Ornn, but that doesn't mean that Fnatic still find themselves in an easier spot. Gaining any sort of control is their greatest challenge right now.
Yeah, the thing with Fnatic right now is one mistake, it's over. Like, they're going to get a Baron, you can't face it, contest it, and that's just going to break the camel's back. They're like holding it right now.
Yeah.
Like, the whole foundation is like sticks. They just need to keep it up. And they need to keep it up, because the longer they keep it up, the stronger it'll get. You can see they're getting towards Rage Blade. There's the Shadow Flame for Razork. As long as they can just slow it down, a couple more minutes is all they need.
But it gets tricky. A minute away from Ocean Soul for BDS. And Fnatic are going to have to choose. BDS are going to have the luxury. They can take either objective, force Fnatic into a position where they have to decide no matter where BDS go, Fnatic are going to be forced to contest them.
It's just so funny. I was looking down at all the sweepers, 4 sweepers on BDS's side, 3 blue trinkets on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, kind of the story of the game thus far.
Really is.
And 3 stopwatches on BDS. Now you buy stopwatch against Karthus after the fight. You know, you use stopwatch when you're about to die. That's why I think Razorg really needs to ult first, because stopwatch then becomes really hard to use in a sense. You know, you really aim it at things like the Nautilus ult or the Karthus ult. But if Karthus ult's instantly used as the fight's about to begin, then it becomes a lot trickier for the Kog'Maw. The damage is going to land. You're not going to stopwatch on 100% HP on a Karthus ult, right?
And it's hard because there's so many of these crucial cooldowns that you want to force out from the side of BDS. The Unbreakable, as LeBron now steps in, a bit over-eager, forcing out the Unbreakable early. Maybe gives an avenue for Fnatic to use the Ornn ultimate. They're not going to take it, however.
There comes the fight.
Root over the wall. Trimby should be an easy pickup, but Adam off to the side. Nice interrupt on the dash out there for Wonder, but he's just getting shredded by the Cog. So much damage coming in from Crowny. Labrov ready to follow up. Nice footwork there from Crowny to get away from the hook as BDS can just set their sights now on the Ocean Soul. Don't have to risk anything to take this as Nuke just leaps in once again, lays down a bit of poke and goes right back out.
Look at the poke that continues to come out from BDS. Caedrel talked about it in the draft, and it's one of the struggles that champions like Karthus can have. This range, the BDS keep throwing out the hook.
Hook onto Adam. What else is it going to mean? Trimby just giving his life away to try to get that spike kicked off, but it does not matter. Razorg in the midst of everybody, the undead Karthus. How much can he get done? Humanoid going forward. Down comes the Space Laser, but all of BDS still standing. Finally, Noah will get one back. Wonder doing his best to hold on, but it is the only the 80 carry left. And this B's going hunting a triple for Crowny as BDS turn their attention to the Soul.
Crowny basically took no damage in that fight, and the Ivern with the shields and the redemption and the utility is more than enough to weather the damage from Razorg. The Karthus pick is not working out right now for Fnatic, and this was a desperation play. They were taking so much poke damage. The hook connects onto Adam, but it's Trimby that gets melted at the start, and then the flash in from Razorg.
Yeah, Razorg trying to get as much damage down as humanly possible, but the redemption comes in. That redemption, that's on 4 people. Crowny does stopwatch. It does 1.4k, I think, over the entirety of the fight when I checked the item. And then Adam's one that lives. Crowny's untouched. He's just walking around, walking past with this ghost on Kog'Maw, and there's really nothing stopping him once the Nautilus ult and hook is down. And the Braum's just there to stop the Ornn. So I feel like Labrov and Crowny, just as this dynamic duo, this Kog'Maw Braum throughout the series is going to be a problem for Fnatic.
Certainly is. Redemption and Locket simultaneously in the previous fight to deny any impact from the Karthus ultimate. Now an Ocean Soul as well. So much of the poke from the Karthus, the Jace, the Kai'Sa is now just about completely nullified because of this Soul, and if it was not already difficult for Fnatic, it certainly is now.
Need a Serpent's Fang on this Chase or something, because these shields are going to get so annoying, but Humanoid needs this Cyrildas, which I think he's building towards. You can see healing reduction coming in for the redemption from the last fight. But I think BDS are going to start this up. Fnatic don't have
he's
flashes.
just TP'd to bot.
Yeah,
he was in danger. He was in danger top lane, so he TP'd to bot lane to get away to safety, and then BDS was like, should we do Baron?
Can they get this?
Long walk back.
Razorg, no flash.
Nuke waiting off to the side, just looking for an angle. They're really just taking this one slow, letting Daisy tank. Crowny now starting to auto, 4K getting lower. Razorg stolen before. Can he steal again? A bit harder this time around. The Unbreakable now coming out a little bit early in the fight. Out comes the Ornn Horn, but Crowny's just starting to shred through the entire team. Nuke on the backside, generating just a little bit of chaos, but the Fnatic backline still standing for now. All eyes on the LeBlanc. Can they find the angle back in? Fnatic, have they held the line? The Baron down now in the favor of BDS. What else can they get back? The answer is just about nothing.
3 kills in a Baron. Razorg doesn't have the ult up yet either, so they're just so tanky, aren't they? BDS, Adam just walks up with shields next to the Broth, and they can't even get through that Fnatic. No flashes on anyone other than Trimby. So they can't close that gap, and Nuke's just being such a nuisance, isn't he? Just constantly poking around onto Fnatic with this positioning here, just threatening them if they walk up.
I mean, it's a pretty straightforward fight from BDS. The front line is acting as the front line. Crowny's finishing off the Baron. It's like, okay, I'll hold now. And look, he's just completely untouched. A good ultimate from Wonder, but it's so difficult to follow up on. Noah is just awkwardly walking in the middle of the fight. He's like, Nuke is at my back, Adam is at my front. Should I ult in? If I do, aren't I just isolating myself for Crowny to then just melt me? How does Noah even play this fight?
There's not really a lot of options, because no one else is going into that backline with you except for the Suicide Karthus. And what are you going to do? You're going to ult into a Braum? That's your plan? It's hard. And Fnatic, I think, knew it was going to be hard coming in that draft. I don't know if they were ready for this Kog'Maw Braum. They, I mean, in draft, conceded so much of their early bot lane priority, and then, sadly, top side as well, every single lane just kind of falling apart early on. Humanoid maybe debatably opting to stay back, knowing that they didn't have any pressure, but this has been a tough game for Fnatic.
The thing that stings me the most, if I'm Karthus in this game, is I have an AP Kai'Sa, a Nautilus, and an Ornn. My whole team is AP, and I'm building these items, but I'm seeing Maws, and I'm seeing items coming through with magic resist, and I'm thinking, guys, even though I'm power farming here and I'm getting up
in XP or creep farm, and I can't kill them.
I'm just saying, what champion has a 17 stack Magi's right now? It is not the Karthus, it is the Ivern.
I mean,
I'm just saying, these AP counter picks.
Facts, man.
These are the facts. One of these champions has a lot more AP from their Magi's. That's all I'll say.
I mean, Sheo has been involved in 11 of the team's 12 kills. Same for Adam.
TP's coming in.
Fnatic, potentially last desperate gambit. Nuke now coming in as well. They managed to lock Razork up over the wall. Daisy now going over as well. The 3. Ooh, 2-man knockup coming in now. Nuke instantly follows up. Razork's gone. That's the fight over. BDS can just shift their attentions right back to the base. Requiem coming in, but it's just not going to matter. Braum ult. Braum now blocking the ultimate.
They can't do anything.
They're just walking away.
The Redemption's going to come in. The Ocean Souls for healing. The Karthus is dead. They're going to take over this base.
Unbreakable used. Razork dead. BDS dominant in the early game. Fnatic found a few small windows of opportunity to keep it close for a brief extra minutes, but the second that Ocean Soul came through, we knew the game was done and dusted. Fnatic, one last fight, but the stopwatch is still there, still up, still available. Crownie still untouched. There is no angle left for Fnatic to come back into this one. They slowly but surely close out our game one. Confidence from the analysts predicting BDS. Seeing that confidence now rewarded after a flawless early game. Fnatic, though, trying to find a moment in the base, but Adam, eyes on the prize. Not going to let himself get distracted by the juicy extra kills. Will just close out game one.
Really well played from BDS. Answered everything that Fnatic threw at them, but I have to say, if I'm Fnatic, throw that whole plan out the window. Full AP with Karthus, Nautilus last pick or something into this Braum, Kog'Maw. No early game pressuring lanes because your jungler has to power farm. They really dug themselves a hole in terms of how many tools they can actually use to contest and win this game. And when BDS is such a strong Dragon team as well, this is something I feel like you might have to match.
For sure. I mean, I really think, I'd love to know from Fnatic afterwards how much of these draft priorities they were expecting, you know?
Yeah.
Like the Kog'Maw Braum is not something we've typically seen from BDS. Not to say that they've like never showcased, I'm sure if we dig back far enough, you can find a crown shot game of a Kog'Maw, right? But not something they've been playing recently. Nuke on LeBlanc was not something that they prioritized. And Adam Renekton, sure, he plays that a lot, but I think that the amount of pressure that they were able to put on the map in the early game was way more than what Fnatic were expecting, and the execution was just flawless from BDS. Huge props to them, because they came in with a very clear game plan. They shut down what Fnatic wanted to do, and they executed flawlessly.
And they're in a tricky position where they so heavily prioritized their top side, and from Fnatic's perspective, maybe that was the right choice, but we've seen their bot lane just doesn't feel quite as flexible as what Crownie and Labrov have been able to bring to the table. We talked about so many of the comfort picks Noah wanted to bring out. It was easy for BDS to ban a lot of those away, and if your backup plan is Kai'Sa Nautilus, again, into this Braum Kog'Maw, that's just not going to cut it in a series like this. That's enough from us here at the Caster Desk. However, let's send it back over to the analyst desk to get their thoughts on game one.
I mean, we can pick it up right there, I think, as we get the draft on screen in just a second. Odo, we were kind of looking at the draft and talking through it, and you tried to explain to me how a team usually drafts in terms of like, oh, if we don't have enough engage, we want 2.5 engage, at the very least 1.5, which could explain why they went for the not on R5. But overall, what did you think of the comp Fnatic fielded?
Yeah, the thing is, I feel like when you get to not R5 there, no matter what Trimby picks, it's not going to work, because I just think fundamentally the Karthus draft kind of fell through, because if you have a champion like Karthus that he wants to AFK farm, at least when he gets to level 6, you know you want the enemy team to feel some sort of pressure on their own lane. So for example, if you had the top laner swapped and you had the Renekton on the side of Fnatic, then it would make a lot more sense, because you know Renekton has a lot of pressure with the Karthus tool. Lethal range is a lot higher than usual, and he could do a lot. But right now it's like, I don't blame it at all on the Nautilus pick, because I just think that you have 3 losing lanes with the Karthus that is not going to influence, and he's not really like this strong ganking jungler at all.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest problem that we saw for Fnatic, especially when we saw Trimby trying to like flip it essentially in the bottom side of the map, but going like, hey, we don't really have great setup. We got to try and make something happen. So he flashes in and ends up giving over kills in the early stages. When you're playing into this Braum, it kind of just sucks. You could see them hovering the Alistar. They were like, maybe we go Alistar, maybe we go Nautilus. They've realized they needed engage, but it's never a good matchup in that bot side.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because contrary to what you just said, Shocks, BDS has no engage whatsoever.
Yeah.
But they're the sort of comp where they're expected to be ahead when it comes to the time when the team fights are gonna start happening around Drake. So it's really, really easy for them to just sit and hold their control. The enemy team has to come and face check into a Brom Kog'Maw and a LeBlanc over the wall, sitting in fog of war, a Renekton that is there accelerated from early game because he's having a really good matchup. So it's really, really hard for Fnatic to find this way to pull the trigger because they have this poke comp and they're walking into a wall, which is, unironically, they have the Brom wall for the own ult. So Fnatic just doesn't have any tools whatsoever.
Yeah, and you can see how effective it was when we got to those later Dragon fights. Like, as soon as Fnatic try to come through any of the choke points into River, it's immediately Brom's in the way. You've got that ultimate coming up. Like, 4 or 5 people are being blasted by the Brom ult every time they step in. There was just no hope for them. And then Kog'Maw is just free hitting. Like, when you've got the Ivern shields as well, I think they maybe took like a smidge of health off Kog'Maw, and he's like, I'm right back up to full.
We see why Ivern has been so popular indeed. And on top of that, Sheo was in the jungle as well, doing what he was supposed to do. And Ender's going to show you exactly what he pulled off.
Yeah, I mean, the dude just walks into the enemy jungle always and puts down a pink ward that gets way too much value. Last week, it was the pink ward that lasted longer than Mad Lions at MSI. And here we had a pink ward that lasted for so long in the blue side jungle. So we can go ahead and play here as the powers that be can press play for me. Coming off the first reset, both junglers are running down towards bot side because they want prio on that scuttle crab. A, so that, you know, Fnatic can maybe put some pressure down on this bot side versus the bot lane from BDS. This is just giving the shove out. But Sheo gets here first, can smite it away, so it's an easy take for him, and he places that pink ward, puts another ward here as well. They just want to buy as much space as they can for the bot side. So when both junglers end up going to clear their second phase of camps, you know, the top side crab can get taken down. Sheo just sort of walks that wave in on the bot side. Now he's seen going up towards top side, so that makes Razork think he can do something, but this pink ward lasts forever. The only time that pink ward is going to get spotted is the next blue buff spawn when Razork walks down there. And BDS and Lebrov, they're pushing here even knowing Razork is on the bot side because they don't think a gank will work, and it literally doesn't, so they can keep putting down pressure, and this goes to show what the desk was sort of talking about. We can press pause a second so I can catch my breath and speak. Thank you. The desk was talking about how there's no real lanes for Razork to play through, so that he thought was his best bet, knowing the enemy jungler couldn't be down there on that side of the map, but it's really hard to do anything as this melee support into Braum Kog'Maw matchup, and that goes horribly awry. This also leads into the idea that BDS are wanting to stack Drakes. So the plan is, off of this pink ward, is they want to go for an invade. Let's go ahead and roll the clip out, because that's exactly what Sheo is going to do. With the bot side prio coming off of this reset, right? Bot lane 2 versus 2 runs in here. Because the Nautilus isn't with the team, he's playing here for wards and maybe a look in towards mid lane. But BDS can use that bot lane prio to try and catch out Razork when he goes into the blue buff. So Trimby gets out of here, they walk on in, and even though it doesn't end up resulting in a kill, and Razork does get the blue buff, this is the idea that Sheo is just constantly going to be applying pressure inside of the enemy jungle. Razork didn't really have an angle after that he wasn't spotted inside of vision, and that is the BDS formula. That's the Sheo that wouldn't let any enemy junglers get a gank off back in spring. So, Desk, to say the rest of the things about the game, I'm done.
Thank you. Great. Catch your breath.
Yeah, I think it's a great point that Ender makes, because BDS loves doing this thing where the junglers are matched on the same side of the map, and even though we saw that all they did was like get the fight, they didn't even get the blue buff, but when they get this confirmation of where the enemy jungler is, they are like, okay, it's really easy for us to go find them on the next play and match him again. And especially with this BDS style of drafting that they have, where they just draft winning lanes. This game they had top lane winning, I mean, they had 3 winning lanes, so that's, you know, this doesn't really usually happen all the time. But the fact that they still have the style of finding enemy jungler, just matching him, just being annoying and being in his face to kind of feel like, you know, they're never mismatched. You can't really find windows of opportunity to punish BDS. All the lanes, they're all smiling in their chair because you just get to play for free.
Yeah, and it's nice that they, as you say it, they have the winning lanes, but that doesn't mean they don't do anything else. We talk so much about the dragon focus of BDS, and we wanted to look at it, specifically the setup for both, because I feel like the second dragon is where things could have gone awry, actually, for BDS. We'll start at pause, you two.
Yeah, I mean, as we're coming into this, you're kind of seeing, okay, we've already got BDS ranked up all as 5 people, and Wonder's trying to make his way down into this position, but look how split up Fnatic are. Like, you've already got Trimby and Noah that are coming in on this bot side. You've already got the Jace and the Karthus that are trying to come in on the top end as well. Like, in theory, it should be very easy for BDS to keep Fnatic separated, but because they all end up grouped up in the pit, it all goes a bit astray for them.
Yeah, like, this is the great approach for Fnatic. Everyone split up because BDS doesn't really have a lot of tools to pull the trigger. So if you manage to play with space like they do here, I would have liked to see the own TP a little bit earlier so they can buy a little bit more space. But as you can see, everyone from BDS is spread out. They don't really have a lot of targets to focus because they don't have the lockdown. It's just like, you know, opportunistic to find the people who you can hit in front of you. And right now it's like fight happened on every front. They got AoE'd because Braum messed up and I think used the shield on something else, and On gets a great engage. And this is best case scenario for Fnatic, where everyone just stuck in the pit and they have all of the space to use, while right now they're all just funneling through the choke. They didn't realize that the reason the fight before went so good is because BDS was already on the objective. They were forced to sit in a small area. And right now, Fnatic is walking in, but they don't have the tools. They're not stronger individually. Like right now, we see Trimby Hook, he's just gonna get burned because this is what the BDS comp wants to do. Just focus whoever's in front of you because you don't have a lot of setup.
And also, I guess, good adaptation, Dagda, out of BDS. They recognize this time we'll keep Adam off to the side. We'll make sure that we don't overcommit before we take the fight.
Yeah, and I think as well, being able to funnel Fnatic into that choke point made things significantly easier as well. Like you're playing with a Braum, you're playing with people that want to try and control space, even having the Renekton coming in on a flank. It meant that there was no real space for the backline to try and kite away. So when you're able to get into a position where Kog'Maw is able to free hit in that little choke point as you're trying to run back to your tower, it just makes things so easy to get that DPS.
Yeah, it was very well played by BDS. Wonder check, quick wonder check.
Yeah, I mean, the matchup went as expected, you know. You go even, the Renekton, he's just hitting the tower in front of you. And at the same time, the Renekton was set up for success because, I mean, he was kind of set up for success from Fnatic because when you pick Karthus, there's no threat on you. If there was like, I don't know, a Kindred or something that has some sort of gank threat, you have to be respectful a little bit, maybe at level 6. But right now, it's like, he doesn't care for the whole game.
Yeah, I think there was other things that were the issue for Fnatic. We'll see if they can come back in game 2 after this.
Go on. I'm looking on Kog'Maw. IQ. Nice. Round 1 HP.
Nice, sir.
I've lost him.
Fight.
Then engage,
Yeah,
okay.
we can fight.
Look, Dodge hooked me. He's done, Dodge is done.
Jess is 1 HP, Jess is 1 HP. No flash, no flash. Can I take the plant? We win this.
Seeing that confidence now rewarded after a flawless early game. Fnatic, though, trying to find a moment in the base, but Adam, eyes on the prize.
Little moments of joy are not so little. They are pure joy. Therefore, treat yourself. Come to Andalusia.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on Displate. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
Welcome back to the LEC. If you saw on the Brave stream, me and Vetty just hugging it out, working out our differences.
I was just complimenting him non-stop.
Just letting him know how much I love and appreciate him. Just like I know that Fnatic would love and appreciate not having 3 losing lanes. So we'll see where this draft takes them. I'm hoping that game 1 was a bit of a misfire. Otherwise, the series could be a bit anticlimactic. But now Fnatic have the luxury of being on the blue side.
First picking Ivern.
Or first picking Tristana. We'll see what their prio is, man.
Wait and see. Zeri, Maokai, and Fnatic. What will it be? Sejuani.
It's time for the first pick Ivern.
It's the Ivern first pick.
Because Ivern's normally like picked into Sejuani sometimes. But yeah.
Ooh, there you go. Baited
Karthus
the ban.
Fnatic?
Zaya maybe. Nah.
They look
could be.
They look
surprised to see
Tristana, Zaya. They have loads of options.
I mean, you take Tristana, they take what? Zaya, Jace, or Zaya and a counter.
LeBlanc maybe.
I mean, Rakan is also picking maybe.
Bam.
Could do Zaya, LeBlanc, Zaya, anything really. And I don't know, jungle pool gets a bit weird with these 5 jungler spend. So we'll
Poppy is the other big one that I think we should call attention to as a champion that doesn't, or that frequently makes it through the pick ban phase, but obviously is just very powerful in the meta.
Yeah, Poppy, Viego, it's kind of things we're looking at now. If they want to early pick jungle, can leave it till later. Wukong's another one that can work.
Yeah.
Wukong is someone I've seen in the LEC for a while. Desire makes a lot of sense. BDS did ban it last game. They continue to value it now. You also talked about the Poppy. Good call out. It looks to be the current hub for Share. It's going to be locked in. So
Trundle time.
Could very well be the good old matchup of Poppy versus Trundle.
Could be Poppy flex top and then Trundle counterpicked, but are we running it back? I mean, they have Tristana mid, so I guess I can see more here. That's a pushing lane in most matchups. That's a lot of kill pressure.
Just about every matchup.
Yeah.
But do they?
Okay, hit bold.
Double down, baby.
Double down.
Oh, there we go. That's more like it. Now we got some firepower. Now the Karthus is smiling. He's got firepower.
Got some backup and no magic damage.
Yes,
crucially, outside of
if they big zigs on 4, I'm leaving the caster desk.
Maybe that's their plan.
It means that Renekton doesn't fall off late game. See, that's the strat. Overstack AP for OP Renekton.
Good news, they don't have to worry about the Corp Brown. Bad news, this could be a Poppy flex. They could still pick a jungler that has, I mean, Poppy has a lot of playmaking, but has a lot of teamfight potential. And they're going to get banned out on AD. Their CS real. I wouldn't be surprised.
But what would you pick into a Karthus if it was like, if you flex the Poppy top, what would you do? Would you have like a pick that you'd sit there and tell your team, insta-lock me X? Insta-lock me Evelyn.
He plays 2 champions, so he might. Yeah,
the thing with Karthus is all he's going to do is power clear, and you can never, I mean, you can try and interrupt his clear, but you're never going to out-farm him in the end. So you have to play playmaking. So unless you're thinking of like Poppy top and Jarvan or something, it doesn't really make sense to take this Poppy away from jungle. I think just slamming in the jungle is
the only other thing is you could match something to try and match the scaling or something, I guess, but
yeah, I think
just many other options.
Depends, because I mean, Olaf's up, so you could just play Olaf into this.
And I feel like Fnatic, just can't even worry about the potential that Poppy could go top. They just have to double ban top.
Yeah, as much as you're going to have a volatile top matchup, if Adam wants to pick a carry, you can't impact it as Karthus because you lose 2v2. You can impact it with ult. It's just Wonder's life's going to be living hell against Olaf Poppy in the early stages where Karthus is like, yeah, you're on your own, buddy. Like, there's not much you can do there. So there's the Rakan ban.
Yeah.
So maybe it's Fnatic who wants a Braum.
I'm wondering if this Olaf is actually going to come through.
Or what if this is Karthus AD? Just going to throw that out there.
That's a decent point, and one that concerns me greatly.
Yeah, there's the Jack. So it's carry versus carry, but I think they're just going to pick full bot lane here. I mean, Tristana is necessary in mid lane right now.
Okay, Aphelios, this would line up with our expectations of Noah thus far this year. I will say on the side of BDS, you know, the Poppy and the Xayah, both champions who have looked pretty solid across the board. Poppy especially has disrupted so many teams. As long as she's been popular.
I'm a little concerned about the amount of engage that Fnatic have.
Oh, you mean the 0 engage that Fnatic have?
That one.
Maybe Aphelios will have purple gun when we need it.
I'm thinking to myself, would they consider Leona?
What if they go, and what if they go Melio on 5 against that?
No.
That sounds like a pain if BDS go that route. Alistar?
Oh, Alistar's also. Well, I don't...
It has to be engaged.
They might just go for Braum then here at BDS again.
The team's just not like Leona.
You pick your poison.
I remember in the LPL it was still played a decent amount. I mean, Alistar's still fine as an engage, but Miasma's going to make Alistar really miserable. Xayah ultimate, Braum.
Braum's on Braum duty today. Into Nautilus, into Alistar, just always pick it up.
I just feel like when the enemy team has 2 AD carries, Braum is really broken.
It is, but yeah, you're not wrong 100%, okay. But I do agree. I like what Fnatic's done. They've got a lot more AD. Karthus is not going to be up against a more AD carry, a third item. He's going to have lanes that actually are volatile in top and pushing in mid. He's got an engaged support that can really start to force things. And it does make Karthus' life a lot easier. Now it's on Sheo. 2 options. One is find the Karthus and push the Karthus out of his jungle and interrupt his clear to make him not scale as well in that sense. 2, spam gank the hell out of every lane, blow all their flashes, kill the Tristana Prio, but with like a level 3 gank mid, and then Karthus is back to his my lanes are getting pushed in, I need help kind of scenario. Both are quite hard to pull off. One requires a lot of vision, one requires a lot of setup, but I think that BDS have the setup if Sheo wants to just play for that aggression. Or I think a level 1 invade would be insane. Poppy, Braum, Xayah, just go into his red or Raptors level 1 or something and just try to just disrupt him from level 1 could be good.
And those kind of aggressive early invades are something Sheo and BDS are notorious for. We'll see if it's something Fnatic can prep for, or if it's even something that they have to worry about it. For Fnatic fans, hopefully feeling a little bit better about some of the lanes that they've been able to draft themselves this time around. BDS up 1 game. Fnatic the luxury of side selection after their loss. Really need to get their feet under them if they want to come back in this series.
BDS currently leading 1-0. The winner will join Man and G2 in Montpellier. The loser will have an opportunity to fight the Golden Guardians to qualify for the World Championship. Exciting stuff. We'll see this time around how the Karthus works. Kedro's already laid out for us the significant differences this time around with the pushing lanes that they have. Or one thing to remember though is not only is Nuke very comfortable on the Casio, we've seen both Nuke and Caps play this matchup and be able to gain pretty massive advantages, but I think it can be a pretty big skill matchup. A lot of it depends on how many skill shots you land, how well you trade, when you're trading in the lane, all these sorts of things. So whether or not Humanoid can consistently get that push, we will see as the lane continues. But so far, a very safe line of scrimmage as we see Lebrov actually moving in.
Trimby. It's going to be one stack on the concussive blows, not quite going to be able to get in range there. Trimby opting for the phase rush. Alistair, much stronger post level 6, much weaker pre 6.
How much? 9. That's 14, baby, in the bank.
Big money.
That's a golden
Dinner's on Razork.
There you go. Fnatic are ahead.
Look at the Zaya Brown. Look at where they're going. They're trying to find information. Going to ward out his Krugs in case he's going to do something like a red Krugs into top side.
I mean, this is the exact same play we saw from Adam on the top side of the map. It seems that BDS are pretty committed to getting early information on those starting Krugs.
And Noah pinged the ward, so +5. That's 19 gold lead already for Fnatic for being aware of the level 1.
Yeah.
Damn, you are a glass half full kind of guy.
Oh, the game's already won, I'm telling you.
See if Shio can do anything to disrupt this crushing lead of Fnatic. Disrupt. Just assume I said the correct word there. But overall, I mean, have to see. Obviously, in isolation, we can't expect, or we expect the lanes of Fnatic to do a bit better this time around. Would be hard to do much worse. These are the forward percentage statistics for BDS in game 1. This is the time they spend past the halfway mark. Keep in mind, 50 is a disgusting number because this includes when you base, the time you spend outside a lane. 50 is gross. 80 is near impossible, and Adam did it. That's a 5-plate lane.
Yeah, because it's percentage, right? So during 14 minutes of play,
from I believe 3 to 14 minutes. Yeah,
towards 80% of 14
is your almost your entire
10, 11
time.
minutes.
He
something
literally
like that.
didn't go back to his own tower once, outside of when he walked
bear in mind,
past
like
it to return
the
to
first
lane.
2 minutes of the game, he's literally.
Is that a record?
I mean, you know.
Unless the enemy laner's DC'd, I'm convinced that's a record. Look at Shio. Here comes the spam gank early action force plays rather than invading. Because look, he's finished 3 camps. Karthus is on his 6th camp, right? There's no way you can get there in time. So it's a dive top angle. Razork, I mean, they have bot push, so he can't invade his bot side, but they need to pull this off here, BDS.
Wonder what can you actually do to get out of this one? Absolutely nothing!
So Karthus helps the volatile lanes with ult, but before that, Karthus can't help the volatile lanes without ult. So Poppy goes up and ganks. Brown then goes into his bot side jungle here. Razork wants to invade and take away camps and try and use this as a window to get a lead. Because the gold, you can see, despite getting 400 on this first blood, he's only 100 down right now. And if he gets his blue, they're pretty much in a fine state. It's only Wunder that's going to suffer.
Oh, nice side step there from Humanoid. We talked about how volatile this matchup can be. You're seeing the trades go back and forth. Nuke, not going to be the first to base, but Razork and Trimby
getting so many camps.
Yeah, that he is.
This is a Karthus dream.
I mean, this is one of the big difference makers that you were talking about in the draft, right? How the fact that Sheo looking for these early opportunities does also open windows for Razork, getting close to level 5 already. He's going to get the wolves too. Sheo only 3 camps secured.
Like, this is a horror for the Poppy. He's going to have 4 camps in 4 minutes. Wunder's waves pushing out, but Razork saying, brother, tank the L. I'm going to carry, I promise.
He's just like, top lane's not a real lane anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, and honestly, all things considered, not looking too bad yet. We'll have to see how oppressive Adam can get with the little bit of a lead he's been able to build on the back of that gank coming in from Shio. But a bit of a nice change of pace from game 1, just as we have junglers with different goals. So instead of just the endless power farm fest, you got one power farmer versus someone who absolutely needs to gank, doubled by the fact that the person who needs to gank is 20 CS behind now.
It's 10-5 in camps, right? He lost 5 camps for a gank, and he got the first blood and they're even. It's just Adam needs to be the one. It's going to be an Adam versus Razork if he just keeps spam ganking top, right? Adam doesn't have TP. Wunder based on a bad wave, so this kind of sucks for him, but Adam's now kind of locked in his lane. Now it's a case of, can Razork help Wunder crash this wave and or push Adam back? Or will Shio just gank him on this wave quickly? Shio's like, well, that's my Krugs. Here I come. Round 2.
This is going to be a very fast level 6 for Karthus as well.
Yeah.
On the bottom side. Headbutt pull combo. Labrov coming in, but even Unbreakable at this point is going to be just a little bit late,
good.
trying to fire back. Four stacks on the concussive blow, forcing out the cleanse in the trade. Well played by BDS. Feather pullback doesn't connect, however.
So now bot lane's in a very precarious state. I'll hold my breath because I can jump in here and get a flash.
Humanoid getting aggressive. Wall of Pain now laid down. Nuke immediately forced to flash out, but he's already been slowed, and Humanoid wants a bit more. The reset, leaping in and leaping right back out.
He's level 6 at 5 minutes. What? There's a card assault on the map. Wunder's level 4. What?
So this is what was supposed to happen.
So this is what happens in scrims.
Right. Okay, I get it. I mean, Sheo didn't do the wrong thing, right? His early gank top, the idea was so that he could get one of those lanes ahead because he knew he could match Razork in the early farm, but the window that he opened for Razork, he's now just ballooning this jungle matchup out of control.
I mean, he thought that his bot push would merit enough to stop Razork from getting into his bot side, but then he needs to retake, I think. When the blue buff's gone and you know that they're down there, you need to get the Braum and the Poppy team up and push him out, not give him the Gromp and the Wolves as well, and then you need to chase him into his own jungle and slow him down. It's this Raptors Krugs into regank top to stop the collapse on the wave, but Adam was too low to fight the 2v1, and Wunder was healthy enough with flash that he could just back away. And so it's 64 to 24, 700 gold lead.
And that is a full 2-level difference.
Yeah, look at Sheo. He's going to finish Gromp down Wolves and get level 5, but Razork's just going to brute force his way into bot side.
And both the AD carries have Cole, so Fnatic sitting pretty in this early game, most certainly. Very comfortable. Gonna have the extra gold income because of the Cole, gonna have the extra gold income because Razork takes half a second to delete a camp.
I know, obviously, like, jungle farm, not, you know, because it's in 4s, right? But I just looked at the jungle CS difference, and it was like, oh, there's only a 40 CS difference between the two junglers.
Yeah, sure.
Should be secure for Sheo, though.
Well, that helps a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that helps a lot.
Closer to level 6, still a full level behind, but this will be Fnatic denying BDS first dragon. This will, I mean, BDS loves their first dragon.
Yeah. I can tell you if this was solo queue Karthus, he doesn't walk into River. He just takes Poppy's top side. I don't care about Dragon. I take Raptors, I take Krugs, I ward, I go to my top side again. Just keep the power farming machine alive. And, oh, Humanoid insect.
Back, instant combo! What?
It's Big
Oh my god! What?
Oh, they're playing tennis with Nuke!
Oh my god! That was one of the coolest things I have seen in a really long time.
Dude,
wow.
Screw Nadal. Let's see.
We need a name for that. What is that?
That's Wimbledon, baby, right there. That right there is Wimbledon. Oh my god.
Oh man. Get us that replay.
That was so clean.
What a goal. Yeah,
that's like the tiki-taka.
Oh, I need a replay ASAP. Sheo looking to steal away.
He's gonna smite it. He doesn't even have his upgraded smite. He needs 20 to get the upgraded smite right
True,
now.
actually.
Only at 600.
All right, so it's Humanoid to set up the serve, right?
Yeah,
and then look, he sets up the serve, and then Trippy with the receive. Passes it over to Razork for the finisher.
The spiker.
The spiker.
We were wrong. It's not tennis, it's volleyball, baby.
It's volleyball, yeah, exactly. You're right. They passed the ball 2 times, slammed it down.
Biggity bam.
Well played. Wow. Where was the defense with BDS?
It's really tough, man. To be fair, they were locked bot lane, really trying to sort out whatever the heck is going on.
That was a proper VAR.
There it is.
Well, the HiQ fans going wild right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I couldn't remember if it was HiQ or not. I got too distracted by Blue Lock. So, but yes, HiQ coming in. Noah, good gun combo for the fight. Unbreakable going to fade away there, but they're able to kill the turret to stop any potential follow-up damage. And you can see this time around, Fnatic bot lane feeling a lot more comfortable here in the early stages.
Look, Karthus has a pushing lane. Bot lane has push. He can invade and take away the Poppy's camps, or he can dive. This is so perfect for the Karthus.
See it happening though. Poppy not in the vicinity. And Razork's like, wait, dive? No, I can still jungle camp.
I can get level 8.
And obviously for Fnatic, much stronger early game. Complete night and day here as BDS bot lane completely unable to farm. This was the game plan Razork talked about in the interview. Just go bottom lane. Just shut their bottom lane out of the game. This time around he has the tools and resources to do it.
And it's so funny because in game 1, Kadro has said, normally when we see Fnatic get ahead early, it's Razork, you know, having agency in the early game. It's like, yeah, now the map belongs to Razork and the team give him a few more resources and look at how quickly Fnatic are controlling. And the problem is if you're BDS, I mean, anyone that's ever played solo queue against the Karthus, you know how out of control this gets too, because he just doesn't stop.
Yeah, he doesn't. And if you get 3 quadrants in the first 4 minutes of the game, it's like you're planting your crops. You come back at 9 minutes, you're just harvesting everything. Like, he's level 8 right now. Shio's barely scratching towards level 7. It's gonna be a 2-level lead. He's not even gonna get level 7 off the Wolves. And now he can base here Razork after Krugs, run to Herald. Shio finally is gonna... Oops. Yeah, he did with the jungle pet get his upgraded smite. And, yeah, does he have the end reset? 9 minutes, 40 seconds. Does he have his printing already?
Yeah. There it is. 9:46. Thank you, Santander. Yeah.
Razork living his life like a man who had no prospects but invested in Bitcoin in 2015 and has just been living like a king ever since.
And he knows everything about business.
Yeah, he's just... Whatever ambitions you had, you're just not going to beat the wealth of a man who got nickel Bitcoin. There it is.
He's going to make a video and he's going to be explaining it. So all you need to do is start off
passive
three
income.
quadrant,
Passive income.
3-quadrant jungle start.
Clear.
That's all you need.
Small loan of $1 million from your laners. Really bring home those advantages.
He's going to start off the Herald now.
Suffering from success.
Yeah. I don't think he's suffering at all. That's what I will say. That's going to be the two-man root trimming. Now immediately going to go for the follow-up. Nice bit of disengage there as Nuke flashes out to safety. Ticking time bomb. Leandri's burning. Oh, you can't do him like that. The rich just getting richer.
Level 9 ticked over for Razork. He gets
We're going
the
to the
Herald
moon.
as well. Oh my word. Fnatic are running away with this early game. Now we kind of have to think things for BDS. Adam kind of continuing to perform in the way that he did in game 1. Of course, that early gank doing him wonders. But now the rest of the map really snowballing. A full tower secured for Humanoid. 2 plates in the bot lane. They're going to get another hit off as well in mid.
And compositionally, if you just look at the comps, Fnatic having a small gold lead wouldn't be nearly as difficult as it was in the previous game to come back. BDS have more tools to come back, more tools to fight, but this is not a small gold lead. This is crushing. So while they have a Poppy, while they have a lot of creative tools to disrupt fights, Razork is very scary.
That was... Did he even hit the second Q there?
No.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Wait, he hit one. He hit
I thought that was just a single Q.
Yeah, I think he hit 2 Qs on Poppy there as she was recalling. So,
Cables are VAR.
Yeah, it was 2, yeah, it was.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
We gotta have VAR in this game. We're seeing so many different games. What's going on?
Wonder going to try to hold on here again. The last strong point of the map is Adam on the top side. He's going to make good on that early investment, or is he? Wonder still living! This man's career is just surviving. He's healing. Adam taken down.
Wonder's doing his job perfectly. Razork farming the map. Wonder tank all the ganks.
It's
and he's one of our best top laners tanking ganks.
It's always Wonder. Always trying to tank the gank, because once again we go for the setup here.
And look, is that bot camps that are available?
Ooh, is that the level 4 camps ready for me on Wolves? But there's the Grump. Looks like Crowny's like,
Is that a level 10 for Razork?
Instead of, yeah, Radiant Virtue coming out for Shio. He's gonna take the 2-level L in a second in 12 minutes, which is the worst position as a jungler. You're just so mentally out of it. You're like, well, I give up. I'm not farming. I'll give all my camps to my carries and just be a tank bot. But this is a comp with Karthus. It's gonna be sitting on 2 Drakes.
Yes, it is. I mean, props to Wonder. He played that dive about as well as he could have.
Yeah,
Adam
getting a 1-for-1.
Adam tanking the tower for 1 too many shots meant that Wonder had a window to flash. Then he could build the rage, get the heal off from his Q. And then, as you rightly said, Draco's trade 1-for-1. Means that Razork just gains more advantages on the bot side of the map. And this is kind of just going from bad to worse for BDS, because it feels like that they just don't have any options. Where can they even play for right now? They want to try and unlock this top tower, get a little bit more gold for themselves, but Fnatic are very quickly snowballing this game out of control.
I have to say props to Humanoid too. He's just been really, really consistent. He had a lot of pressure in just keeping mid-push, not faltering to Shio's ganks, and being ready to move to cover Humanoid whenever, Razork, sorry, whenever. But not only did he do that and have constant mid-push, he also set up plays for Razork as well, which I think really unlocked the map and got those kills onto the Karthus.
Definitely Humanoid has had a ton of success on the Tristana thus far in the season finals. You know, 2 very different games. BDS, when they were winning, it felt like choking out Fnatic, whereas Fnatic much more explosive with the composition they put together. As Humanoid trying to backstep, but doesn't get the timing quite right. Now firing back, but again, the 2-level discrepancy here, making it so hard for him to punish. And LeBron, that's not your jungle anymore. That belongs to the skeleton with $1 million. He purchased that land at a discount rate from your very broke Poppy.
Adam trying to trade back here. He should be able to... Never mind, he's not getting that kill.
Nope.
Is that a solo kill?
Technically, yes.
Is he
now here comes the rain down. Crowny gonna try to fire back. Humanoid leaping out. No! Knocks him out of the sky. Questionable serve there from Humanoid, but does still get a kill.
Yeah, if Crowny wasn't there, that would have looked really cool, because he would have got the reset on the card still, and then he would have jumped out, but not in time. And you can see Razork rushing a Rabadons. 135 CS, 2k gold lead now, and for Fnatic, it's not only do you have the luxury of having side lane push and winning side lanes now that Wunder got that kill with the Karth Assault in the pressure, but also you're stacking dragons. You can just constantly just look for a Dragon Soul.
What isn't he stacking right now? Like, only a Mejai's, as far as I can tell.
He could have gone Cole, you know?
Cull Major.
Yeah, call, take the lane minions, everything is his. Funnel, just bring back funnel.
Humanoid now going top. He's like, hello boys, you've been ganking my top laner. Here's some...
Knock up, no stun on a Humanoid. Humanoid's going to delete Adam. They're going to go for the knockback into the wall. Humanoid is still alive. He's going to wait for that to expire because there's no kill pressure on him and Nuke wants to fully commit and he managed to find it. So finally BDS find a sliver of hope on the top side of the map. Knockback now. Labrov will be sacrificed here. Has to walk back to the wall of pain.
That was
a tough one.
Definitely a bit of a blunder there from Labrov. After they get that kill onto Humanoid, he then face checks the brush, gets knocked back into Razork, and then even commits the flash, thinking that he can get away to safety. Does mean that Fnatic get a kill back. Sorry, BDS get it. Well, yeah, no, it's Fnatic get a kill back after what was a pretty good play from BDS overall in the top lane. They interrupt the TP from Wonder by focusing the tower down. It ends up being, I forget, 2 for 1 because Adam died at the beginning of that play.
Yep. The thing is, BDS are in a very kind of similar situation to what Fnatic was in last game. Just have to force, because this card is just going to keep power farming. The solo lanes will get stronger. The dragons are stacking. You need to find plays and overload lane. This is exactly what they did here. Adam really wants to get that tower, but he dies before Justice it falls. So Shio gets the stun. TP from Nuke makes it so they get the kill.
Yeah, I think Wonder could have TP'd to a minion there.
Oh, the tower died.
Yeah, exactly. Tower dies, which means that he can't join the fight. Then means Humanoid ends up dying. And at this point, BDS need to disengage. Instead, Labrov, when his teammates are disengaging, chooses to face check the brush. And then flashes afterwards as it just hands over another kill.
Yeah.
And if he gets caught out again later on, it's going to be easy pickings for Fnatic.
That brief moment of miscommunication where he thinks that this is a play where they have to keep going to get more value out of it, but ultimately just cost him his life, and unfortunately his flash as well. Ult will be up shortly, but we'll take stock of the map as a whole. 6 seconds till the next Herald is going to spawn up. A minute until that third Drake for Fnatic if they do want to go for it. Of course, the threat onto Baron from either side is pretty significant as we get later in the game. For now, Razork just going to be uncontested on the second Herald spawn.
Here comes the next attempt on the Wunder, but I think they're just looking for the tower objective bounty. Trying to zone Wunder away from getting the creep so they can actually force this down. And they'll look to back away.
Moving out, we'll grab a tower back. Get a nice bit of gold in their pocket. Still a 5k deficit here.
Dragon in 32 seconds now. Fnatic need to quickly reset, get back out on the map. Low is going to be a little late here, along with Trimby. The vision control is okay, but they really don't have much control over the river. Unfortunately for them, Duke doesn't have TP, and it looks like that he's not going to reset to contest.
The good news for BDS is they have a locket. Bad news is Karthus is past level 11 and has a death cap at 17 minutes. So the locket will help a little bit, mitigate that initial impact. But you talked about ulting early in a fight, Mark, Cadril, in the previous game. This is a pretty easy decision if BDS do try to contest.
Also level 13 inbound, that's 3 level. It's painful, you know, you're in a competitive game with stronger, you just have to suck it up. You're 3 levels down. You have to accept it and just know that you're a tank bot. And yeah, here comes a push for bots here too. Looks like they have a wave stacked up. They've dropped complete mid push, but they have
all 5 members of bot side of that right now. Razork did not put that Herald where he wanted to.
Delaying the charge.
Maybe it was genius. Maybe they got the tower without the charge because BDS thought it was gone. Now the Herald will probably just die for no reason, unless they want to try and threaten.
They're going to escort it in.
A bit risky here, but Fnatic happy to take that risk. Razork just lays down the wall of pain. They're shredding through the wave. Double 80 carries into Karthus.
Yeah, should crash, but that'll be about it.
Good damage.
Charge coming through, and Razork just returning to his home, the jungle, where he farms.
No, Sheo's jungle.
Sheo's jungle. No, it's Razork's jungle. I don't know. Again, he purchased the land. We've been over this. Knock up into Crownie. Crownie now immediately going to be forced to ult, but Fnatic just walk away. Excellent discipline there on the play. Not overcommitting, not risking anything, just happy to have the ult.
I mean, I will say they did commit Trimby's flash there. I might hurt him later. Razork was found Sheo.
Sheo now the knockback to the wall. Crownie, does he have the room to follow up? Knock up there from Sheo. That's the full combo, but Humanoid going over the wall, knowing that that's an easy target. That's a stopwatch. Crownie picked it up just a moment ago, but it will not be enough. Noah coming over the wall, cleansing, laying down so much damage, but it's Humanoid on the backside. Nuke now running. Knockback there, and down comes the Requiem for BDS. Labrov will burn to death. Nuke just barely holding on.
Yeah, you can use the lifesteal onto the creeps, get a little bit of healing through as Leandris ticks away at his health bar. But I think the most important thing here is Summoner's Blow. Nuke, no flash. Crownie had to use the heal and the ult. Labrov falls, and I think when the Baron comes up now, I think Fnatic can just really look to force it.
I mean, Razork ends up getting pinned against the wall by Sheo. The damage is pretty good from Crownie as well. Then Humanoid says, you know what, I can just kill Crownie here. Insane burst, but a stopwatch keeps him alive for a little bit longer. Then the flash and promote, you think at this point it's going to do insane damage, but the Unbreakable combined with the Locket actually means Labrov soaks it all up, and Nuke isn't really at any threat of anything. So Noah ends up losing his life. Trimby's end up forced out of the fight, and if it wasn't for the Karthus ultimate, this fight could have gone very differently. And I think Fnatic need to just bear in mind that while they're in a very good position, they don't want to over-force their hand, because BDS are looking for scraps like this. Every time they can maybe get a shutdown, maybe get a bit of extra gold, it buys them a little bit more time to find ways back into the game.
And it is the exact inverse of what we saw in the previous game. Yes, the compositions are different, but once again, we have a team, in this case Fnatic, in a commanding position, expected to win the game, but need to close it out cleanly, especially as you look ahead to more games in this series.
BDS looking to sneak a Baron or something. I mean, if they're looking for the flank of the Sentry, the Pink's gonna expose that play, but they've given up all hope on mid-push, looking for some deep vision, maybe looking to see if they can
But Fnatic's just gonna take this tower.
They see them, so they're just gonna run it down mid.
All right, time for Tristana to delete a tower, as God intended. She can take that down. All this champion does is shred objectives.
She is a battering ram.
And that's going to be inhibitor down. Of course, BDS went for, oh, yeah, there it is. Went for a little jaunt, just fishing for anything at this stage of the game.
I'm surprised Fnatic aren't forcing the Nash, but I think they're just conscious of the dragon spawn. Maybe they just want to play it safe. Get the dragon.
You know, it's just reminded me of that meme where it's like, do you like my jungle? Your jungle. My jungle.
You made this?
I love the
I made
stats.
this.
Yeah, I love the stat of like how many wolves Sheo actually got to kill, or how many.
I think
Gromps
Gromps would
yeah,
be
because I don't know if he must have gotten one, right? But it wasn't a lot.
Between the Iron game and this Poppy game, he has not spent a lot of time auto-attacking his own.
That would be a stat. Number of times auto-attack to Grom. Razor getting closer to level 15. If the level disparity wasn't enough before, he said, well, I'm just going to make it bigger.
And at this point, Sheo probably just objectively shouldn't be taking farm from his carries. So, sympathetic to that struggle.
Yeah, that's the pain. You know, you're behind, and what your team will say is, look, buddy, this is going to sting.
What are
you're
you
already
going to
behind.
do with your randoms completion?
What is a Ruby? It's a Ruby Crystal going to win us the game.
Yeah. Because me having enough money for a stopwatch might, but I don't think no more money for you, Mr. Poppy.
So Dragon spawning at 45, but Fnatic are pinging the Baron. He's put a ping down. Noah's going to place it, and he's going to
aggro
do
the
it for a
Baron.
gun. Yeah, get his green one up, it looks like, but yeah, no Baron force coming in. They're waiting for the Dragon. Wonder Space ready with TP. Trimmy's going in.
Knock back LeBron, unbreakable the wrong way. That's going to cost him his life, just about. Oh, that's embarrassing.
What's everyone's HP? How much gold did he just get from that first strike hit? I think he got like 300 or something.
That was a worthwhile investment. Oh, Noah committing the Gale Force.
Now flashing out to safety again. Fnatic in such a dominant position. Inhibitor down as well. Do they just want to push in and try to end here?
You got 206 gold from pressing R there, plus the kill.
So he's basically like Draven.
Yeah, at this point.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're going to secure any Dragon Soul. They don't even want to force the Baron or flip it or allow any sort of steal. Comes in the 4-level lead for the Karthus.
Just like game one, if you're the losing team, you're mainly just thinking about what can we change for next game. Obviously, Fnatic realized why their Karthus pick didn't work in game one, and they made adjustments. Being on blue side probably helped a lot, being able to secure that Tristana very early. BDS will likely be able to go back to the blue side in game 3, and they can already start thinking about, okay, how do we find ways to do with this Karthus? How do we shut it down? Do we actually consider banning it away?
Yeah.
And solutions to the predicament that they now find themselves.
But this is the thing with BDS. When you're against a Karthus and you give up 3 quadrants of the jungle, the only thing you can do is double down. Poppy will never catch up. You will never be able to find a way to catch up and recuperate the lost camps and level lead unless the game slows down enough. But then you're allowing them to scale up, and they're going to have constant mid-push, and they're going to get objectives. So you just have to keep fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting. So these plays will always start to backfire and become even more difficult. So Fnatic will just pick up an easy Baron, shield, tingle.
Yeah, Trippy going to keep him out of the area. This is, again, clean Baron take for Fnatic, as expected, with the nigh insurmountable gold lead that they have managed to build up. Adam will fire back with an objective bounty on the bottom side. Nice to have that bit of extra gold.
Yeah, it's just, it's kind of a matter of time at this point. Very similar to what we saw in game 1. BDS had such a great draft in game 1. They completely mitigated what the Karthus wanted to do. And Crowny, with his Cogmore, was completely untouched. But now we just see good adaptation from Fnatic moving into the second game. They're now beginning their siege onto the base of BDS.
And we'll see if blue side continues to remain the favorite of both teams, as BDS will have the luxury of side selection if they do lose this game. Trimby on stage, trying to keep calms clean, asking his teams to remember when it was time to play aggro. Nice thing about being in the studio, you can just hear everything Trimby says to his team.
He's also just loud. Reminds me of Yank.
Walk up here, Fnatic. They have the TP on the Renekton ready. Mid inhibs down. If they can get this top inhib down, they can move into bot. But eventually BDS are going to have to match this bot wave or engage. And Fnatic are waiting for them to make that decision. Are you going to cover this bot side and we're going to get this inhibitor, or are you going to fight us and we're going to have to TP in and fight you back? If they do nothing, they're just going to lose triple inhib.
Right now, BDS have opted
to
do nothing. Yeah, seeing that this is, or deciding this is not their window of opportunity to fight, but hard to imagine many other windows left remaining as Fnatic pushing in, ready to end. 3 inhibitors down, don't even need to wait for double super creeps. Down goes the Requiem, Poppy ult comes out. They're going to deny the Requiem, they're going to kick the fight off immediately. They managed to isolate Trimby off to the side. Humanoid, excuse me, as he's burned through. Adam finding a single kill, but no, again, untouched. Razor returning to the fight. BDS are simply too far behind. 10 minutes earlier, a little bit less of a gold deficit. Maybe they could have found advantage in the fight with the Poppy ult. The stun coming in from the Jax will not be enough. Kill on the Humanoid will not stop this push from coming through as Duke is knocked back into the waiting arms of Noah. Razor just continuing to lay the Skittles down. Wonder on a killing spree as Lebrov just going to retreat right back to the Fountain. Fnatic striking back in game 2 to tie up the series.
2 very one-sided blue side wins. Right now, Fnatic living and dying by the Karthus. We'll see what the adaptations are in game 3, but we've got a very interesting series on our hands, and I guess this goes to show like what a scrim game can look like, right? Because this is exactly the idea that Fnatic had, how quickly you can snowball this champion out of control and how suffocating it can be, but you need that good environment around it to really enable the champion.
And I'm curious to see what BDS's decision is on how to approach this. Do they take the Karthus away? Do they identify that the pushing lanes are actually the problem and the Karthus isn't the concern? They have some options.
I think the Tristana and Renekton are the concern. Like, the Karthus ban can come through, but as long as you deny Tristana and Renekton, you're really denying a lot of volatility that they want in the double AD solo laners. This draft was so much better than the game 1 draft for the Karthus.
Yeah. Overall, I mean, the struggle with these 2 games is they're so dominant that a lot of the nuance gets lost outside of the draft discussion, because it's like, you're going to criticize someone when they're playing 6K down and they go for a crazy play. It's like, it's what they have to do. But that's enough from us here at the Caster Desk. Let's send it back over to the analysts.
Thank you for all the nuance, even though a lot of it's going to be about draft as well, I guess. But hey, Karthus isn't crap.
Yeah, I mean, I like Karthus. I just don't think we liked the situation it was put in the last game. This was a great example of how it can work.
It was. What do you think?
I mean, Karthus was great, but I'm not really sure if it was even like the Karthus so much. I just feel like they drafted so much more agency in the game with like the Renekton and the Tristana. Sure, Renekton got sacrificed to the gods a little bit, and you know, Karthus got a huge lead off of that, and I'm really, really happy that he managed to do that invade while his top laner was getting sacrificed, because sometimes it happens that, you know, they're not really ready for this to happen, and then if your jungler is a little bit late on his tempo to invade there, then this snowball doesn't happen, or this trade-off doesn't happen, because I think, Wonder blundered the matchup, you know, by playing it like that and not, you know, playing the first level correctly. But it was really, really nice to see the Karthus capitalize off of that and, you know, take matters into his own hands.
Yeah, and I think that the main thing with like the Karthus in the jungle is Karthus can be mega useless if put behind, but if it gets even a slight edge, you just stop being able to fight it, right? Like Poppy, after coming off the top dive, if you're down 2 levels, like in that situation, even just a level, right? Like it becomes really hard to like walk into the enemy jungle, especially when you've also lost control over mid. So I think it's actually really important that instead of like stabilizing side lanes, it's much more important when you're playing versus the Karthus to like play through mid lane first and then into the enemy jungle. Otherwise, wherever you show up, Karthus is going to be level 6 and you can't gank anymore.
Yeah, I really like the fact that they kept sacrificing Wonder in that sense, because he started falling really, really far behind. And the thing is, in League, you should keep always playing to your winning lanes at all times, because the thing is, the moment you go and stabilize your weaker lane, that's when the enemy team gets to, you know, start making cross-map plays and all of this. Yeah, as you can see, he started Q, so this is bound to happen, especially now after this. It's like, in this matchup right now, people, what they usually do, they just start E and they just let the wave bounce and try to bait the E from Jax, so the wave pushes past him. But the thing is, like, yeah, he also got level 2. It's just like, you know, a lot of errors. But back to my point, I think it's great that they just didn't go top at all. I think the first time we saw jungler going top was around like 10 minutes. And until then, he just did everything in his power to get as ahead as possible.
Yeah, look at the jungle pathing through all this, right? It's 3 camps into top lane for Shio going for the dive, which goes great, right? Nothing Wonder can really do in this situation. In the meantime, by the time that gank happens, The Karthus has full cleared both quadrants of his jungle and is walking into the enemy blue buff with potential control with his bot side having pushed there too. So he's able to take virtually everything on that side, then recycle into another top side clear for him.
Yeah.
Now, at the same time, it does look doomed for top.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, let's look at top. Top is just... yeah, I mean...
There's like 6 range minions that's permafrozen.
Like, mechanically, I feel like he's misjudging the wave or like executing the whole sequence on the wave a little bit poorly, but this is gonna happen at one point because Jax has item advantage. He's already super strong from this, and now that the fact that Jax has this free series, just the lane is completely over for Necton.
And look where Shio is. Shio ran back to top side, so his bot side is getting invaded. All 3 camps.
There's nothing more he can do.
And he's like, I gotta run top to make a play. Maybe there's a scuttle crab to take, but it's like Karthus is so much faster than a Poppy that even after like looking top lane, going for scuttle crab, he can't easily walk in and take away Gromp or Wolves because Karthus is gonna be running straight back to that side.
Yeah, and it's also, you get to see, that's also the nature of champions like Poppy versus Karthus. You don't have champions that clear jungle fast or that can like skirmish the Karthus at all. Like, what's Poppy gonna do? She's gonna find Karthus and then what?
Yeah.
That's just it.
Run away.
Have some tea.
Yeah.
Die.
Maybe.
Yeah, her only play is to, you know, try to mismatch the jungle, which I think Shio did a good job at just mismatching the jungle for the whole time. Sure, he kept losing camps over and over again, but that's kind of the only thing he can do once he falls behind like this. Just mismatch the jungler, try to get someone else ahead. But the problem is that I think, and now it's the reverse of the first game, all of Fnatic's wins are winning and you don't have playmaking at all.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to take a look at the mid lane as well, Ender, because it went from bad to worse, and they just had control all over the map. And with that Karthus on top of it, then yeah.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, Karthus W is just really annoying when you're playing a mid laner without mobility, and Nuke wants to trade forward because he got this good trade. Of course, Humanoid can just jump on in immediately, and there's just way too much damage, even looking for the turret dive with the W reset. Dude just W'd like 3 times in half a second. Insane. But then the second play is where it gets real clever. Because Trimby gets in here. Humanoid flashes to get the ult over to Trimby, who Q flashes for the guaranteed knockup, pumps him back into the Karthus. Like, oh my god.
It's not like, it's even not all necessary, but it's like adding insult to injury. It looks so cool.
You guys saw how dizzy Cassio was. She was like, who can I ult? And she ulted nothing because it's like her mind was blown. There's just too many things happening in that place. Like, well, there's just nothing for me to do.
I think Nuke got like hit out of the server. With
he did. He's going to come back though. At 6 minutes in terms of XP and gold, Ender, it was.
Yeah, it's just showing like where the resources went, right? So we can pull up these magical graphics. Yeah, Razork obviously dominating the game. Adam the strongest in terms of what BDS was doing, but yeah, Razork took that level lead, right, where he's at that point 2 levels over Shio. Like Shio has less EXP than his support. LeBron, what? So he's 2.5 levels up there. That continues with gold as well. And I think we can actually show maybe Razork at 14 as well, because at the end of the game, he was up 5,000, but he maintained that 2-level, almost minimum lead over Shio throughout the entire time.
But that, okay, let's be real. That's just catch-up XP being a thing, because at one point, I was backstage and I was like, oh man, Karthus is up 15 camps. Oh, but he's only a level and a half ahead because Poppy, like that's just how jungle works. And I'm like, man, that shouldn't work like that because Karthus was exceptional this game.
It's fine. He still ruffles stuff.
He had a 4K.
Yeah. Anyways.
Let us chill.
Yeah. 1-on-1, we'll see if we see big changes from either direction as we get into game 3, and we'll see who takes the lead. We'll be right back.
I couldn't think of better partners.
Thanks, bro. Going out with a bang.
Except, of course, Medic and Dag.
Shut the up. They can't hear you, they just see the hug. I hate this guy. I hate him. Despise him. Camp right, there's no way you can get there in time. So it's a dive top angle. Wonder what can you actually do to get out of this one? Absolutely nothing. And, oh, Humanoid inside. Back, instant combo. What? It's big pop. Oh my god. What? Oh, they're playing tennis with Nuke.
Oh my god. That was one of the coolest things I have seen. Holy.
Each game is inspired by movement. The drive is to be one move ahead of everyone else, to be legendary. Are you ready to make your move? Make it legendary. Join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LEC. We're tied now 1-1 in this match between BDS and Fnatic. Loser goes to the World Qualifying Series to play versus Golden Guardians. Winner moves on to Montpellier, a shot at the finals, and third seed guaranteed at Worlds. This is Vedi. I love him. Don't let any propaganda or pre-break roll convince you otherwise.
Yeah, we're
that is fake
here
news.
On the Cast Desk, yeah. And we're in a great mood because we just ate pizza.
Oh my God, it's such
Hope
a great
you're all
mood.
at home having a great time, enjoying your Saturday evening. Interesting series. We were talking backstage a little bit about like Okay, so let's say you get rid of the Karthus, then what about Tristana? And if you did want to let the Karthus go through, like, how are you going to answer the Tristana problem? And it feels like, is this series going to be about Tristana Karthus? Is that ultimately what this best of 5 is going to boil down to around? How do you navigate around these two champions when it comes to the draft?
I felt like a lot of Fnatic's strengths in the XL series specifically were about Humanoid on this Tristana, how many resources he could get in a side lane, how much of a threat he was as we got to later stages of the game. So wouldn't mind seeing it taken off the boards, taken out of his hands, but the Karthus was oppressive, and if you're in a situation where you're not confident that you can stop him from getting any kind of early game lead, I understand why you'd want to take it off the board, but picks and bans have been tricky thus far. My big question is, do we get closer games, or are we going to continue to see the team that is on blue side build some sort of edge in draft that they can leverage in game, and we just get stomp after stomp after stomp?
It's a very good question. Let's see if they can change things up. I think for Fnatic, they'll still be cautious of the Ivern, but I think BDS's way of dealing with the Karthus has to be targeting Tristana with their blue side now if they want to first pick it. There's some other champions that work. You know, the Renekton worked. I think that can be a power pick. The Jace can work as well with the Karthus. Despite that game that we saw in game 1, I feel like with better side lanes and more AD in the draft, it wouldn't be the worst. Jace poke lands, Karthus ult before the objective, you found your way in. So 2 conundrums in the jungle for both teams.
Very excited. As you can see, the players are on stage getting ready. Headset checks, mice checks, keyboard checks, everything being checked as we get ready to jump into draft. I just think the word sounds nice. Check. Mic check.
Should play more chess.
Why? Oh, because how did I not see that one? You know, silly.
Walked into that.
I did.
Miss Lethal.
There it is. So you can find Lethal here this time around. BDS again returning to the blue side. They had the luxury of side selection as the losers in the previous game. Rel, Talia, bans remaining relatively consistent.
Probably going to see a Seri ban as well.
You see what I did with the Rel relative?
I did. Okay. I just chose to ignore it. Karthus banned.
Wow. So what's the Tristana situation?
All the fun is now gone from this series.
Okay.
Here comes Evelyn with the steel chair.
I'll be impressed if she can get a wicker chair based on what we've seen.
All right. Well, what does the priority now become? Is Zeri still going to be banned away? Zaya's going to be taken off.
Do Fnatic ban Tristana?
It's Maokai Sejuani again, friends.
No.
It's Maokai Sejuani, it's Tristana Jace, it's LeBlanc perhaps, it's Renekton, it's...
Is Nuke going to take it away from Humanoid? That's the big question that I have.
They have to, right?
I feel like you have to.
They're going to go Tristana Maokai. It's Tristana Sedge, Renekton on 3. Feels a bit tough to play if you give over that champion. But they're going to go for the Maokai. Maybe they are confident with some kind of Maokai LeBlanc, perhaps?
Maybe because they're arguing that, like, Trist Sedge or...
Oh, they don't want it either.
Oh.
Well, we're just passing back and forth.
They will always pick Darius into Renekton Sejuani. I feel like that was telegraphed in the last couple series BDS played. Especially up against, I think it was SK, was it, where they went for the Renekton Sejuani or something Sejuani?
Yeah.
They'll always go Darius, but I feel like the Darius is actually, maybe Jace even for BDS could be good, playing with that Maokai.
Well, they're playing with the hovers here. We'll see what they actually want to lock in into this matchup.
It's gonna be
yeah, there it is. As expected, Tristana would make a lot of sense here.
So what is Fnatic cooking here then? If they are they gonna pick Jace here now? Are they gonna pick LeBlanc here now? They should have known that blinding Sejuani and Renekton will lead to Darius. Not taking away Tristana, BDS will easily pick it up with Maokai.
As long as it's not Annie. You could do a Zia. They might lock in they won't lock in their AD carry. Yeah, it's a Zia. Okay, so that means that we're looking at a Fnatic either Ezreal bot lane, or we're looking at maybe even the Aphelios once more.
My question for Fnatic when they look back on this draft is, what counter pick to Tristana was so scary that you felt like you had to pick Sejuani there? Because you could have picked anything. Like, no, Sejuani wasn't going to be contested.
Well, again, so I think that the logic is that Fnatic couldn't do Trist because they don't want to do Trist Sedge, or they didn't want to do Jace Sedge. So they said, well, if we can't do that, then we may as well guarantee our Renekton, because Renekton Sejuani is the lane that you can actually play through.
You just do Renekton Tristana though.
Yeah. It's interesting. I think that there might have been something else there.
But then they would have said, what jungler could they have put it with?
Because they pick Sejuani and stuff on 3, they could pick...
But I think that's the point. They don't want Sejuani with the Trist, is what I think that Fnatic didn't want.
Maybe. But now they play up against it. We'll see how they deal with it. I think the Azir is a good... not match into Tristana in terms of lane phase or whatever it may be, but he can start to contest the push and he'll be stronger later in the game. Now it's just a case
surprises me.
Kalista bans come out. I mean, maybe they think that's the pressure point lane they didn't want to play against, because they'll have the blind support, right? Braum ban, stopping the Kog'Maw Braum. Rakan is up, but still you can't pick that on 4 here for Fnatic. I mean, you can, but it's going to be a bit tricky into Nautilus.
I mean, the thing is, Rav
you know, it's a champion that's been banned against LeBron pretty consistently. So I wonder if Fnatic are willing to just blind it on forward to get it out of his hands.
I also think, you know, if you do a Philios here, that's gone as well now. So what are you looking at here? Samira, Varus, Jinx, maybe Lucian?
Yeah, it could be Jinx, actually. Do they just lock Nautilus here, maybe? No, it was the... Well, I mean, Ezreal was the one that I was thinking of earlier, yeah.
Sivir obviously banned, I believe, in our first game's champion select, so something that could be prioritized here, but the luxury of counterpick for AD. Tristana technically remains a flex, although I think it's 90%.
I'm not surprised that they want Nautilus here. They want a little bit more engaged because they think that Sejuani's probably not enough by itself. That gives them more of a front line, and now they just need range, so they can wait to see what the final lane to carry lock-in is.
Yeah, I can see Nautilus on 4 because of the brown band. Makes sense to just take that away because they were scared of AD carry plus Nautilus. But now BDS can play, what can they play? Sivir Lulu if they want, they can go an Alistar. Emilio would be a bit tough.
I mean, Sivir,
they can just tank the L into the Nautilus.
Sivir into Nautilus not going to feel too bad here, at least in the early stages of the game. Obviously,
I don't love Rakan, though.
I don't either, but for Lebrov, as a player, I think it's an incredible pick, even if it has some difficult matchups or difficult interactions into the opposing composition. And Sivir on the hunt, paired alongside Adams. Darius, pretty good. Solid interaction.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred the Lulu. Regardless, doesn't matter. That's what they've decided to go for, and it looks like the Fnatic are also going to go back to comfort for Noah with the Jinx hover. Picking Ezreal. Oh, I was going to say picking Ezreal into this. Well, I think it makes more sense for the comp. I'm not sure they necessarily want to pick it into Sivir. I seem to recall Sivir being an old school answer into Ez, especially early game, because he doesn't have the strongest wave clear, and Sivir can really just keep him perma-pushed underneath his tower, and now his Qs can just be tanked for the spell shield to help her provide sustain in lane. And then eventually she should outscale, obviously not necessarily in terms of range, but in terms of her team fighting potential. So I'm a little surprised to see the Ez answer, but I guess that from a comp perspective it makes sense. Double long range with the Ezreal and Azir does give you fantastic scaling, really good poke as well, really good objective control around those Drakes and Baron.
Yeah, it's good overall. I feel like in hindsight maybe Fnatic just going Ezreal on 4 is the best. You know, if they pick Rakan, you can go something like Alistar into Sivir Rakan, right? Makes a bit more sense. If they go Rakan, you can even go Leona. If they take the Nautilus, you can play Leona as well. I feel like the Ezreal Nautilus lane is a bit... I mean, I don't think there's much you can action on it. Nautilus wants to all in, Ezreal wants to play a little bit safer, and it's like a sacrifice kind of AD carry. So as much as the Nautilus is into Rakan, I don't think they get a lot of value with the Ezreal, but we'll see how it goes. I think the range they have is good, and we'll see if they can deal with BDS's. I think the BDS Maokai ult plus Tristana plus Sivir ult and Rakan is just so much threat in the river that I'm not sure if Fnatic are going to be able to deal with it without losing flashes or members.
Yeah, I agree.
It's certainly going to be tricky to navigate. See if Fnatic can find some strength from the bottom side, as the duo overall maybe not the strongest. Ezreal pre-first base though. Obviously a champion that can be difficult to deal with if you can find angles on those skill shots. Razork as well. Known for going bot lane, known for ganking bot. We'll see if he looks to do that in this one or if he uses the powers of Sejuani and Renekton to pay a bit more attention towards the top side. BDS looks like they might have something cooking for level 1 here.
1-1 tied up. Fnatic and BDS. Winner will move forward in the season finals, secure a spot in Montpellier. Loser will go up against Golden Guardians for the 4th seed between North America and Europe for qualifying for the World Championship. Going to be an exciting outcome regardless. We talked about BDS setting something up in this early level 1. Looks like they're not going to push much further on the top side of the map. Lebrov makes his way back towards bot. They've kind of left this bot jungle completely exposed. An opportunity. Now they have to kind of respect it. Lebrov is cautious of that brush, as he rightly should be.
I think that Brov's been getting caught out a little bit these last 2 games. Game 2, you can't blame him too much because they were so far behind. But yeah, game 1, just death after death after death for no reason.
I think redemptions in the fights as he was able to land that 4-man Braum ultimate, but right before that in the game, he did die 2 times consecutively, kind of overstaying, trying to contest vision, or maybe positioning just a bit too aggressively, so see if he can clean that up. Of course, the luxury of Rakan is he's got a lot more mobility options, but unlike the Braum, a lot squishier if he does get caught out.
That timing stings, doesn't it? Humanoid was covering off this walk-in. Now what'll happen is Adam will walk up to Razork, stop him from doing red, Shield will get level 2, and then they'll threaten to steal the red buff away. So this is disaster for Sejuani.
And a BDS classic, using the power in this early game of the Darius to disrupt enemy jungle pathing. Shio now coming in with level 2. And they can maybe set their sights just continuing to contest this buff.
Razork should know that the jungle is around here. His Raptors are down, he has to go to the bot side camps and hope his bot lane gets pushed. Shio can take red Krugs and then threaten something top, or he can finish his red, run through mid, and try to cover off his own bot side.
And obviously, this play is good for a number of reasons, but key among them, I believe, is isolating this top lane matchup. You know, Sejuani Renekton notoriously strong here. Now there's really no angle for Razor to return to the top side of the map unless he just wants to give up so much gold from the bottom lane.
I will say, BDS's game plan today has been make Wonder sad.
Which is funny because it feels poetic to me, because when Oscar Rinnan came in, that was everyone's plan against Oscar.
Yes, it
and
was.
now it's everyone's plan against Wonder. So it feels consistent for top laners that are coming in and are new to the stage, and certainly, or returning to the stage, and certainly for Fnatic top laners.
It's quite funny, you know, Wonder hasn't played for a while. Comes back to the LEC and he's like, I see that nothing has changed.
Yep.
Everyone likes making my lane miserable, and he's going to be isolated from his jungle. It's going to be a difficult matchup.
I really like what Pathing Shio took out of the jungle. So he ran like this and then went towards his bot camps instead of running through mid, which is shorter to Raptors to start clearing faster. And that means that Wunder is still unaware. Like I said, he's not really sure where Shio is. He could have finished Krugs. He could be looking for a top dive. Wunder has to permanently be scared until they find Maokai, because quote-unquote he's on the weak side right now. His jungler's giving up top lane. He's sacrificed everything, and Shio's been on his bot camps. But Razork has to make sure. Razork has to make sure that Shio's down here, because he could be clearing his top. There could be a free red buff here, but there isn't. Now Wunder knows jungle's bot side, but for that period of a minute and a half, Wunder had to give up all top push.
Oh, and he's been able to dodge it as well. And the thing is, the damage is already done topside, right? You look at the CS discrepancy already starting to be built up. Wonder doing what he can. Will take over to level 4, of course. But BDS off to a strong start, setting up their top lane for success. And credit to Adam, he so far has had a great series.
Can we get a camera on Razork here? Because he has no job right now. He has nothing to farm. He was looking bot. Now he's going to look towards mid. His Raptors are respawning soon, so he's going to go cover those off by the looks of it. But Shio might contest him there. Humanoid's ready to match, trying to find where this Maokai is. He should be on top craft. I think Fnatic will know that information, and now he's spotted. Oh, that's big for Razork.
Huge.
And now it's just a case of Shio having smite and wanting to force his Raptors down. So this will come back to bite him a bit, because he can't get these Raptors. So more XP, but he's calling Wunder.
Wunder willingly going to sacrifice a little bit here on the top side, meanwhile on the bottom lane. Server's highlighting a bit of something. That's the E-Flash coming in. Trimby taking his time there. Spell Shield now comes out. The hook immediately going to fall off. Noah, the Ignite now ticking, trying to burn through Crown. He flashed in, trying to finish the job. Noah takes a tower shot. So close to perfection, but the tower will finish the job as LeBron makes it a 1-for-1. Adam, though, has the passive fully stacked. So much additional AD. Wonder starting to burn down as Shio and Adam fish for a play here.
Look at the bot wave, though. It's so good for Fnatic. They just need to stop this from crashing. Noah should be out of base. They denied a lot of creeps there. I don't think Trimby can hold this. Going to take way too much damage. He's going to have to base anyway. So he's going to let it crash. I think he'll lose a million, maybe a cannon. Noah, but great play from him. Ease forwards, forces LeBron to W him, then flashes over it to get the Q on the Crownie.
So a lot of things just happen in a very quick succession. We look back at this play in the bot lane, so Crownie pretty low on mana. The flash E in from Trimby that we saw in game 1. The passive will connect. The Q gets spell shields to get a bit of health back for Crownie. We don't have time though, as we're back to live.
Shio, little point click engage, double dash to the wave, hoping to just clear the wave out, knowing that his death is inevitable. Healing up and buying a bit more time as Adam just going to pick up the creeps here.
That is a classic. Go into brush, pretend to have based. Wonder uses all of his skills on the wave, and then the jungler shows up. This will, of course, give Razork a window. Still only level 3. If he's able to secure this, it will take them over to level 4. Knowing that Shio is on the top side of the map, this should go uncontested, and the first dragon for Fnatic.
It's a bit of a tough situation for Wunder because the wave is just so bad, and his jungler can't come topside because he has to recover himself in this game, right?
It's been a tough series for Wunder.
Yeah, he's been left on an island. Wunder's option is to lose 20 CS on a freeze or crash the wave and die and be able to get experience and get level 6 and actually have some form of top pressure. Those are your options because your jungler is just, he has to bail himself out. He has to go bot side. He can't sit top level 3 at 6 minutes.
The only good news for Wunder is you can see he did just recently use his TP. Adam not having it meant that at the very least Wunder could still get this wave close enough underneath the tower that this should bounce back towards him. He is still level 6. And while the difference is still 500 gold, it's not the end of the world. Wunder isn't completely down and out yet. Another gank top could very well spell disaster for him. We'll have to wait and see.
Rob walking up here. Not really the burst damage present here on the bottom side of the map to take LeBron out. At least with only 2 members. Is Humanoid doing pretty well in these trades, but Nuke clearly much more focused on just getting this wave in.
Once again, you see Adam, the moment that he has push in that top lane, what does he do? Move into the bottom river, move into Fog of War. This forces Humanoid to play defensively, but you can see that ward that he's dropped on the Raptors. This will give information. as to when Razork finally decides to show up. He does this all the time. When he played against G2, that's where they killed Yak on the Evelyn. He sat in that bush and he waited for him to show up.
They killed him bot, and then he walked up and contested right there, and they killed him a second time. And, you know, credit to Adam, so good at consistently transitioning his lane pressure into bigger advantages for his team. Just tracking Razork in the early game, going to make it so much easier for his bottom lane and for Shio to know exactly what the right move is.
So tough level 1 for Razork, but after these Raptors, he's level 6. You know, Shio's going to maybe get 6 off these Krugs. Can't tell how many he's got to clear out still, but he's recovered. He's back in it. Wunder suffered a little bit on that weak side, having no vision on enemy jungler, and then, of course, dying on the push out. But he's level 6 now. Adam trying to get information on the red buff, see where the Sejuani is. He's playing like his jungler's right behind him.
That's a great little set of mind games there. Razork is suspicious that Adam could be sitting in that brush. Look at this bot lane right now.
Crowny is going to get hooked. Now the Underall comes out. Massive damage on the Crowny. Crowny getting taken out instantly, and LeBron should just be next. Trimby now on the hunt. Nuke's coming down. Shio in the area. Nothing else going to be picked up there, but an excellent 2v2 kill from the side of Fnatic.
What a Crowny, he used the spell shield on there. The Ezreal ult was being channeled as he used it. I think maybe Trimby got it off with his E or something. Exhaust even still up for Noah. They had no chance whatsoever in that fight, so really big plays coming out of the Fnatic bot lane here to trade kills in the 2v2, most notably onto Crowny though, and the kills going to Noah.
And 2 times in a row that they've played very well around Sivir spell shield, and both times it's been able to connect critical abilities.
I think Labrov was supposed to block this, but he E behind his AD carry. So then the spell shield gets blocked by the E of the Nautilus.
Yeah.
And it's a comedy of errors there.
I've seen that before. I don't know if it was Labrov, but the Rakan went to shield someone, and then he ended up being behind. And then, of course, the false sense of security, the hook still connects onto the AD carry.
Or Trimby. Oh, he just hit the Mickey.
Oh, that was
so you're saying it's an MVP play?
It's an MVP play. I'm sorry to throw Mickey on the bus, but I remember Mickey doing that so well.
It's okay. Trimby, you walked that one off. You had a great bot lane 2v2.
We're learning. You can't Q flash on Nautilus.
I mean,
behind on Rakan.
The supports are now even. Yeah, there you go. The scales have been balanced. All is right in the world.
Good guy, Trimby.
Yeah, thanks for educating the viewers at home, Trimby. Yeah. Really valuable there. Razork going to use this opportunity to steal away the bot side camps. It's been in Sheo jungle a lot today. Finds a good window as BDS do secure themselves that Herald. Now, where will they put it is the question. They could definitely do with a bit of an influx of gold back into the bot lane. Of course, Crowny losing in these 2v2s is frustrating for BDS, but it's not the end of the world. The scaling on Sivir is still very real.
And obviously went Cole first, so the plan kind of always was scaling from the side of Crowny as expected into this matchup. Sitting comfortably thus far, 400 gold lead for Ezreal, not going to amount to too much quite yet, just shores up the gold deficit you put yourself in when you buy a tier early on. Meanwhile, across the rest of the map, small gold leads for both Adam and Shio. But Wunder still farming, still sitting pretty comfortably. So overall, a quiet game, only a 300 overall gold difference alongside the Drake for Fnatic.
Rob putting down a heap of wards on his bot side jungle. Maybe doesn't have the sweeper up just yet. Razork needs to take a base, but basing in this kind of scenario, Drake's in 40 seconds. Your support's just come out of base with 3-4 wards already. You can't really afford to base in a scenario like this. He's probably sitting on almost 1,000 gold, so it's tough for him. He's gonna have to stick around. Not the strongest, but doesn't matter. That's the bot push. He needs vision.
Service, could you do me a quick favor and click on Wunder for me? I'd love to see.
Clicked.
Yeah, so 60 seconds on that TP, and I'm looking at that bot ward. One of the big advantages you have when playing into Adam's Darius specifically is that he doesn't run the TP.
Yeah.
And so the second that that TP becomes available, this ward, we saw it in game 1. Fnatic didn't pull the trigger, but we've seen them make these plays before, and it could be a window for Fnatic to really blow the game open.
Geo Humanoid immediately going to hand deliver him again. It's the Wimbledon. They just keep making it work. Hand delivering these picks. The stun now going to come in. LeBron got nowhere else to run. Just barely going to make it out. Ignite ticking, but will not get the job done. Meanwhile, in the picture-in-picture, Adam is getting things kicked off. Nuke will not go down.
Adam and Wunder trading flashes there. Dragon should be Fnatic's. Really nice play from Trimby on the face check. How did he get in that bush? Did he just walk through? Did he hex flash over the Dragon pit? I'm sure we'll see, but yeah, that hook, huge. Humanoid was instantly ready to follow up. Everyone was there. Ults were layered, and we're talking about that TP, but the 4v4, their force was just on point.
Well executed there from Fnatic. Of course, it doesn't balloon the gold lead or anything. We're pretty much dead even, but oh, he just walked into it. They didn't have vision. He saw the opportunity. And he's able to slide and glide on it with Humanoid right there to follow up. Labrov using his mobility to create enough space between him and Fnatic that he's able to get away to safety. But now BDS make their way towards top.
Firing back, that's the Maokai ultimate coming out, gonna pull him right into the root. Wonder now locked up, a bit more damage onto Trimby, but Trimby in the area is crucial as LeBron a bit over-aggressive to go in, but the Ignite now ticking. Nothing to heal up, 25 health, what? What did shield him? The tiniest bit of health coming in for the refillable potion to keep him standing, 135. Wonder's health total.
Yeah, it could be a lot of things that healed in there. Could be something like the second wind if he's running it, but still lives through the damage. Doesn't run the second wind, so yeah. Gets the healing. I think either way, he was just short of lethal anyway without that healing. LeBron investing the Ignite to get that. Doesn't have the ultimate up to get the finisher. The Herald's up in 230. BDS have just put their bot lane here to try and shake up the map state.
A lot of resources used to try and make that play happen for it to ultimately fall short. Humanoid getting so much time alone on the bottom side of the map to grab a plate for himself. So costing a decent amount of gold as well as the cooldowns of the Sivir ultimate and Maokai ultimate just to even try that.
Look at Wonder and Humanoid in the river here. They're both just kind of moving towards bot. I guess, oh, okay, so they're reassigning Wonder back into the Adam matchup as they send Humanoid back over towards mid. I would have thought that they would keep Humanoid bot just because he does have the TP available. But I guess they don't really want him playing into Nuke's Tristan.
It was the Doran shield.
Good old Dorans, thank you.
Catching that one.
I think it was the Dorans, but yeah. Top push coming in for Wunder. And I think the tier pick's been doing pretty well so far into this Tristana. It's what we were keeping our eye on, the Carter's Tristana, and the Tristana now down almost 20 CS of Humanoid starts pushing this in. Doesn't have TP to come back to this lane, so Sivir will take over. And we know what Azir can do if he's left to free farm, and Humanoid's pushing in, sitting on a lot of gold, I expect, with just a lost chapter right now, so he probably has his mythic in base.
I can't fully make out what Trimby is saying, but whenever he's closer to the caster desk, we always just hear him saying things.
Very vocal.
Yeah, coming up with a lot of plans right now. The resets will come in from Trimby. He's making his way towards bottom. Sheo is hovering, but that ward will spot him out. You see the Labrov also on the top side, getting a bit of information, potentially threatening a dive, but with the ward there, he'll likely choose to back away.
See as we crest over and plates fall away, 6 plates to 3. Fnatic overall a bit more control in this early game, even if the gold is overall still relatively close. The double carries, though, from Fnatic, the ones with the lead, pretty crucial as we get later into the game.
He really needs to get the space off. He must be sitting on so much gold. Just got cancelled again. BDS know that he's trying to base, so they're trying to force a fight. Pushing Noah back. There's no objective, luckily for them, but Humanoid's greeting. Yeah, he's on 2k gold. He's staying for another wave. Doesn't want to give any kind of damage on this mid tower, and he can TP back. He's got 30 seconds till the Herald spawns, so we get an extra opponent. He pushes this one wave in to take that reset, I imagine.
Trying to go for it.
Might need to go top.
Yeah, Nuke providing this point of pressure. No real response yet from the side of Fnatic. Do they want to just let this wave fall away? It is a demolished Tristana, no place left. She will shred through that objective if just left alone.
Oh, he is going to TP, alright.
Being in anyway.
He doesn't want to overcommit. He recognizes that there's a Nautilus sitting in that tri-bush right now. Says that, you know what, I'm going to disengage from this. 130 on the Dragon. Herald is up. BDS are going to start this one off. Now, money has been spent. Wonder has no TP, and Adam is already making his way up towards the Herald. This will give a numbers advantage to BDS. They just have to buy time.
Yeah.
Fnatic find the fight.
Fnatic want to contest. They have to contest it now. Adam about 5 seconds ahead of the Renekton. Fnatic, I think, going to be forced to retreat back over this wall. Smite now coming in. But Shia will secure the objective.
It's not a bad idea for Fnatic to try and poke and prod their way in. They could try and force a summoner out of Crown here, just going to spell shield W, but that's Maokai down for the Dragon fight, right? So now Fnatic, they don't get the Herald, but they can push out top and mid. Wunder can take a reset, come back towards bot. They're first to bot side because BDS has to take resets, and now there's no Maokai for this Dragon, which will be their sole point. So we'll see what BDS does to try and figure that problem out, because it's going to be a bit tough to face check and force Fnatic back without that ultimate.
Rob laying down some vision on the top side. Is Adam just going to do his best to take away these Raptors from Razor, forcing out the Smite?
It's kind of awkward though, because now Fnatic's sitting top lane with Azir with no TP and Dragon spawning. If Humanoid commits to this bot side and tries to get this Dragon soul point, this Tristana is going to take a top tier 2, and even then can still threaten to TP in for a fight, so it's a bit awkward. Nuke's going to take the base now, and where he TPs will decide a lot. I think staying here could be good. Yeah, he's going to stay. I think this is much more pressure than taking a reset and matching the 5v5 bot.
I agree with you. He's making the smart choice here. Human is kind of forced to group with his team. Yep. Right now, it is Fnatic that have control over the river. Their vision is being slowly cleared out. Control what is available for Trimby. He should be able to deny that ward. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Nuke didn't base though, so I think BDS is called here with his Tristana sitting on the gold. Nuke's probably saying, guys, just stall them. Don't take the fight. They have no TPs. And Unless he's going to base here and TP in.
Yeah, I
looks like it. He's not going to continue pushing top tier 2. I'm surprised, but it looks like they're going to open the fight. Yeah, Maokai ults up in 8 seconds.
Keeping the pressure up.
Oh,
He
dead
already
now.
used the Herald in the mid lane, so now just want to pressure top side as well. Maybe hoping to get an extra tower in exchange for putting Fnatic at soul point.
Yeah. Nuke still going. They're giving it.
Charge influx. BDS now might try to start the fight as well. 4 members in the area. TP top means they know it's at least a 4 before Adam going to leap in, but the instant response from Razork. LeBron with the follow-up. There's just too much CC. BDS shredding Fnatic alive. Noah can't do a damn thing, and Razork just has to get the hell out of there, but Wonder looking for a bit of redemption on the top side, trying to get away from Nuke. The rocket coming out, knocking him back.
Humanoid did not get to move. The chain CC from BDS was immaculate. They find themselves 2 quick kills at the loss of the Drake. Maybe they can convert this into another town. No, they're not going to overstay. Well fought by BDS, but the objective's still going down in favor of Fnatic.
That was a really interesting Dragon Dance. Nuke stays top, actually cancelled his base, was pushing in. Wonder thinks Dragon's secured, so he TP's top to try and make it so, well, we'll hold this tier 2. Then Nuke TP's in to try and counter it to make it so it's a 5v4, but Wonder flash stops his teleport anyway. But it's Fnatic that lose out on the 4v4. BDS get the ults up, they just run at Fnatic and they land such crucial spells onto the Azir. He's going to flash here to stop the TP. So it was a bit of a weird state happening in the top side. Both teams trying to juggle that top lane push plus the Dragon. But yeah, Fnatic thought it was secure. That's why Wunder went top. Otherwise, he would have stayed around to make sure they're safe.
I mean, small oversight there from Wunder. But a good response from BDS overall. They were in a power position. You were kind of setting it up earlier, Cadril, talking about the options that Nuke had on the Tristana. But at the end of the day, Adam now finds himself with 3 kills, working towards his second item. A 2.5k goal lead is what BDS are sitting on because they have 2 towers to Fnatic's none. And even though it felt like Fnatic had these advantages in the early game, BDS are slowly starting to run away with it. This goal difference between the top laners is something we've consistently seen so far this series. Not to really Wunder's fault, as he has been isolated from his jungler pretty consistently.
Similar to game 2 as well, Adam remains the focal point. It was the early gank that went to his Jax that ultimately could not turn into a win because of the Karthus. Now it's him on the top side, trying to shred through Wunder. Full stacks from the passive there. He does a ton of damage. Walking in, stride breaking, will just run right back out. Shio there to cover the dive.
He has no flash, he's underneath the tier 2. Razork was around. Let's throw the ultimate out. Fnatic looking for this bot tier 1. I think BDS will try and group and get the mid tower.
Razork. Maybe an angle here to get things kicked off. Next launch over the wall, trying to lock up Crownie. Ulti coming out, and again, the layering is perfect for the spell too, but Crownie this time around is ready. He will manage to survive, and Adam coming in as well. Fnatic, do they want to commit anything else? They've already lost Razork, they will just walk away.
I mean, skill shots missed left, right, and center from Fnatic. BDS, I mean, Crownie should have died, and he's able to walk away with his life. The collapse was very quick from BDS as well. And they end up finding a kill onto Razork. They'll lose this mid tier 1, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, bit of a mess when it came to that little skirmish around Raptor.
Yeah, they missed the hook, then missed the Sejuani ult, then Razork will miss the Q as well. It's really good positioning by Trimby, sweeping the ward. So Crownie sees the Nautilus clearing the ward, but maybe didn't expect the Hex Flash. He was looking mid. Hook misses. Ult gets cancelled. No, it doesn't actually. It gets an ult attacker on E from Ezreal. Now the Sejuani ult goes wide, and now the Sejuani Q after the root. No, he got dragged down there. Maybe it was some kind of spectator issue, but
I think knockback by Nuke ultimate there.
Yeah, it definitely was. Yeah, you're right. Nice spot. So 2 skill shots missed that should have landed onto, well, the hook onto Saber especially.
It was also just a weird fight because Fnatic started that with a numbers deficit. Wunder kind of had to go the long way around, which meant that Adam could get there first, and it was already like a 4 versus 3 to start. The TP from Humanoid was also kind of delayed, so it felt like not the ideal fight for Fnatic to take. BDS, of course, going to be pretty happy with it overall.
First strike, Red Smite, Maokai.
I was going to say, Noah eating forward there with a lot of confidence, not ready for that cat to just tear up his face.
Wunder has TP up in a sec. There's the Ezreal ult for Vision. They're going to see it. They can use the Maokai ult to finish if they want.
Stepping in. Razork comes down. Razork into the midst of the pit. Who will secure it in the air? He gets it! Razork finds the steal, and now Fnatic need to get the hell out. They sacrifice their jungler to secure the Baron, but Crownie and the rest of the BDS on the hunt will not get anything else.
Oh, BDS. I want to say that the idea was good, but they just kind of flipped it, right? They thought that they had caught Fnatic with their pants down. They thought that they could rush it without Fnatic being able to react, but Razork was there. He was able to get into the pit. I don't even think he had flash at the time.
No
he just Qs over the wall, procs the aftershock, has the passive too, drops below 1200 and smites it away. Like, just A questionable Baron play now puts Fnatic in a very confident position to set up for this 4th Drake.
Yeah, maybe they thought they could rush it down before Razak was in the area.
I mean, that's the idea, right? Try and catch him off guard, but
yeah.
The Ezreal ult spots it out. He literally just queues over the wall, steals it, like, all right, cool, thanks.
And the Maokai ult's it's traveling over the wall of the Baron pit, but he queues over before he gets rooted, so he can actually get in the pit. Trimby, nice hook buffer on the pullback. Dragon's up, that's Soul for Fnatic. Wunder spacing, he's got TP, he can TP in mid if he wants to. And then they can look to take this fight. No flash on Crownie just yet. That's Soul waiting for Fnatic.
Gold just about dead even. Fnatic almost 2 minutes left on their Baron, but if they win this fight, they're going to be able to take so much off the map. But the flank from Rob could be clutch. He has been spotted on the ward. They know that this is coming. Ulti coming in from the Maokai. Crownie trying to take this one away. That's the Dragon coming in for BDS. Soul denied. Wunder immediately into the backline. It's massive damage. Noah leaps forward, finds the Mystic shot. Shio on the backline can do absolutely nothing as Humanoid tears through the Fnatic and the Baron. They might not have got the Dragon, but they are sure as hell taking the fight.
What an engage onto the Sivir. Nuke's gonna fall as well. Sejuani ult was still up. Noah landing damage on the backline as well to help his top and support secure the kill onto Crownie. And BDS thought they had the position to try and deny that Soul, and as much as they got the Dragon itself, Fnatic's engage was on point.
Yeah, I missed it in the actual fight, but it looked like Trimby got like a 2 or 3 man knockup, which was immediately followed up with Wunder. I mean, we're gonna look back at the fight now. So remember that Lebrov is looking for this flank from the back, but they have to play this front-to-back fight initially. And keep your eyes on Crownie.
Just flashes in here.
Yeah, the ultimate there. Oh, it's so well played. Gets the 2-man. Oh, he had. Oh, because it goes onto Tristana. Tristana jumps over them. Yeah. The knockup from the ultimate from the Nautilus means that both get knocked up into the 3rd knockup, and then the flash in from Wunder into the cleanup.
No flash on Sivir. No flash on Sivir, and Wunder and Trimby making sure they gap close. Well played by Noah as well.
And Noah, yeah, I think the kind of the unsung hero there, just uncontested as he does so much damage, but Wunder as well, despite his deficit, 3.3k in that fight. Fnatic really making up for some of the mechanical mistakes in the previous play we saw around their Raptors. Good execution, and now a pretty decent advantage at this stage of the game. 4.2k Baron power play.
I mean, this game, Noah and Trimby really have just gapped the bot lane off BDS. We saw 2 2v2 kills, the first one being a 1-for-1, the second just being a straight-up kill onto Crownie. It wasn't a massive advantage in the early laning phase, but now Noah is just having a much better game overall, using his range to his advantage. A 1.1k gold lead now. Very strong on this Ezreal.
Looking over the wall. Pink forward is lying in wait. Maybe they can land a bit of poke, but they won't pull the trigger. This tower might fall here for BDS. They're 5-manning mid. You know, Fnatic need to push out these side lanes. They're looking at a top tier 1. They're looking at an Azir push bolt into moving mid, or your team moving into the Azir. So now it's BDS that will have to back away, and Fnatic will start to step forwards. Baron buffs off.
And it's an interesting position in the game because they do get objective bounties, but they're not at that large of a gold deficit. So just picking up that 1 bounty gets them back within touching distance of Fnatic, 1.7k. Again, not the biggest deal in the world. Downside for BDS is a lot of that money is in Shio's back pocket, which makes it not too impactful at this stage of the game. Humanoid, though, with a sizable individual lead with Razork there to back him up, and it looks like Nuke might just be done for, but Humanoid not even going to go in on that play. Sees Shio and knows that there's nothing to be had.
Flash, so happy with that. Noah looks at the snipe. Won't be able to find it. Nuke not shopping while he's basing. Will choose to just walk back to base now as Fnatic begin their siege. Now, we've seen many teams lose games in this lane specifically, but it seems that Fnatic are not going to overstay their welcome. They'll just secure the tower and then back away to safety.
Yeah, a lot of spikes coming through. You can see the Cyril that's ready for Ezreal soon, and then the Void Stab for Humanoid. That's penetration on both mid and AD when it comes to this front line of BDS, and they should start to melt through them more and more, especially with the range and the summoners being up and the gap close that BDS are kind of lacking. Other than maybe a Rakan flash knockup, the follow-up becomes difficult.
Yeah, and for Adam, you know, who's focused almost entirely on movement speed between the Dead Man's Blade and Stridebreaker, the Ghost as well, it's infuriating to play against that Zerelda's.
I mean, I think back to the start of this game, when we talked about draft. Well, I mean, when we kind of look about how this early game went out, the expectation was Adam would be able to gain advantages in the top side of the map. He was also isolated because of the early level 1 play, but this game was largely very even, with BDS getting a kill or 2 here or there onto Wunder to try and put him behind. it was largely thanks to Noah and Trimby that Fnatic was really competing in the early game because of their early skirmishes. But this game has largely been played around these neutral objectives, just the fights back and forth. And it seems that Fnatic has just been outplaying BDS in the fights, where Noah has been stepping up over Crown.
Yeah, and I also want to give a little bit of credit to Wunder here as well, as a player who has been focused, a player who has been behind across this entire series. He was 1.9k behind individually at a lot of points in this game, but plays well in the team fights, makes up for some of those lane discrepancies that were so difficult for Fnatic in the early game. And while Adam still certainly has the lead and can be a massive threat in these fights, Wunder's done a good job of staying relevant in this game.
Also, you know, the Maokai is the only real source of AP. He's building Radiant Virtue, so when you're playing Darius, Tristana, Sivir, Frozen Heart, Rezuel already being built up. Labrov, this blast cone engage could be big.
Blast now immediately going to lock the back line. Where's the ball going to be, though? The Azir Tower now laid down. BDS, this is the fight they were looking for. Wunder frontlining, body blocking so much immediate damage. Trimby will get cut down. Noah continuing to step forward. BDS will disengage.
What an insane engage from Labrov, using the empowered blast cone to just land on top of both the carries underneath the Azir Tower. That might net them a Baron.
Flash in from Adam. He wants to take the jungler out of the equation. No more 50-50s. Bringing Maokai all the way back. Nuke untouched for now. Noah trying to connect on the Mystic shots. TP coming in for Fnatic. BDS retreating back into the choke point. But Noah does so much damage. He does not give a damn. He just continues to step up, knowing that the team is behind and that BDS do not have the tools to get on top of him. Humanoid looking for an angle, looking for a flank. But what will it cost him? Wunder's here as well. Leandry's finally cutting him down. Crowny body blocking. Noah laying down the ultimate, but has to flash back out to safety. Both teams playing on the absolute edge.
Oh, Fnatic and Noah, so much poke onto BDS. That was a clutch play by Labrov to try and get them back into the game. Takes him a little longer than they expected to get down the Sejuani, but maybe they're going to sneak it. Let's see Fnatic's vision if possible here, because Noah's gone towards the Dragon, and I don't think they're expecting a Baron start. There's no smite on BDS. Humanoid.
Wunder.
Gonna push them away.
Okay, wow, okay.
And that's gonna be Chemtech Soul for the side of Fnatic. And again, it's not anyone's favorite Soul, but still pretty impactful in a game like this that's so tight.
I mean, we're gonna get a replay of that engage. And again, huge credit to Labrov. Even though he doesn't kill the backline, he just forces them to retreat immediately, making it so much easier for BDS to focus down the front line. So you'll see here, over the wall with the blast code, gets the two-man knocker. Ezreal is going to E away, Humanoid's going to flash away, and now look at how isolated Trimby and Wunder are. The pullback from Adam is clutch, the damage is good, and then they have to disengage. Wunder now doesn't have anything available, he needs to go and reset. And then it's this damage coming out from Noah. He's just elegantly dancing around the fight. Difficult to lock down. Adam
looks for the pick onto Trimby, trying to lock the guy out of the fight. Wunder now leaping in. He knows he has the backline access already. Razor coming in as well, and Noah continuing to be untouched. Wunder fearless as he steps up. Crowny now versus Humanoid. Crowny flashing out to safety. How much damage can he get down? Manages to get one more, but he needs to get the hell away from that Crocodile. Stun coming in. Point and click, baby. And Wunder cleans house as Fnatic turn to the Baron.
Only Trimby falls while 4 die on the side of BDS. A well-played fight from Fnatic. Once again, Noah and Humanoid become such difficult targets to lock down. But Trimby, props to him, he was able to do a lot in the final moments. Getting the ultimate off, getting what CC he could. They're going to wait for Trimby to come back to life before finishing off this Baron, but you'll see here, Trimby gets hooked over the wall as quickly as he can. He's going to land whatever CC he can. Gets a two-man ultimate off, lands the hook onto Adam, then Adam gets chunked out to allow for Wunder to tear them apart.
Razork landed his ult onto Nuke, and then he instantly got slam dunked, and Tristana's gone. Humanoid dashes in, gets Crowny's flash, gets a kill, stopwatches the boomerang. Wunder flash W auto after the Q. I think Razork, what a nice ultimate onto Tristana there, instantly gets one of the carries down. And Wunder dealing with a lot of the front line.
And now, Fnatic in total control. They've got the Soul, they've got the Baron, they've got a 6k gold lead. Set to take over here. 5.5k damage in the previous fight from Humanoid. You can see that Crowny is becoming a bigger and bigger threat in terms of damage numbers, but just was not able to find the access to a lot of the backliners on the side of Fnatic.
Well, they have double AD carry, so that's a lot of wave clear. Static Shift and the Sivir, but can they step up to hit the wave? Look how far Crowny is backed off. You know, you have wave clear, but Fnatic have threat, and threatening you, if you want to step up and clear this wave when he has no flash, it's too much. So now they'll just push in mid, move to top. Maybe Adam can get this bot tier 2 for an objective bounty, but by the time he gets that down, they're going to lose this double inhibitor. No.
Difficult position. BDS seemingly ready to concede the inhibitor based on the fact that Adam is at the bottom side of the map, but were they ready to concede too? There's really no avenue for them to contest that. Huge advantage now at this stage of the game. So much pressure going to come through on the top side of the map.
Adam has an opportunity to stay bot, try and get some gold back. Seeing the rest of Fnatic choose to reset.
They could chase him.
try. Slow is applied there onto Adam. Do they have a TP? No, doesn't look like it. He's sweeping out what he can. He's currently in the fog.
Oh, the double blast code. Look how far Razork's going to travel. Now he can maybe ult him.
Ben, Adam locked up, wants to keep it going. Stun is already connected. He's not going to get a chance.
They're going.
Oh, they are determined. It's starting to feel a little bit personal. Vengeance for Wonder here on the bottom side, but Shio now coming in. The rest of BDS nowhere to be found, and that's going to be one dead Darius. Humanoid sweeping in to find that kill, and this might just be the end in favor of Fnatic.
How many units did that Sejuani just travel with the double blast cone tech, with the Q as well? And they have a wave here, Fnatic, so that's going to be easily another inhibitor falling. 50 seconds on the buff. Humanoid's dancing. He knows it's basically done. That's the nail in the coffin here. BDS are going to have to clear through triple inhib.
Duke tried to catch the mid wave so that Fnatic have less to play with, but Fnatic have numbers. They have the poke as well. Level 18's coming out across the board. Now they're going to continue their siege. They only have this one wave to play with for now.
Last
the ultimate
stand.
from Maokai.
Maokai will just to generate a little bit of space. I don't even think they want the fight. They just want the wave. They'll get it. One more wave now coming in behind them. And the cannon minion still empowered, still there as Fnatic slowly but surely walk their way in. LeBron now marked him to be stunned if he tries to get anything done. Noah now dominating Fnatic. It should just be a clean finish as long as they do not get over eager. This game is theirs. Crownie continuing to walk up. This time around, Crownie's ready with the spell shield. Wonder on the back line. Still surviving. LeBron looking for his hero moment. Adam stepping in, but he's not going to connect. Trimby now walking up. Adam is going to try to find the reset, but he doesn't quite get it done. Wonder now is going to be in trouble. Humanoid just needs to end the game. They just need to hit the Nexus, but they can't help themselves. They're having a damn good time. Tearing through BDS as Fnatic move up to match point.
Yeah, one game away from going to Montpellier. And great performance from the Fnatic bot lane. Wunder again just being this weak side, tanking a lot of the pressure from BDS, but it's Noah and Trimby that step up on this Ezreal Nautilus. Noah's positioning in fights in the lane phase alongside Trimby's engages were just phenomenal.
It's crazy to think how even this game was for such a long time. Wunder struggling on the top side, whereas Adam and Cheo did a great job of kind of isolating him from the rest of his team. But in the bot lane 2 versus 2, it was just the Noah Trimby show. That duo was just overperforming in this game, finding 2v2 kills, building advantages, playing the fights incredibly well. That duo really came to their own here in Game 3.
I think that they did as well, absolutely. And BDS maybe kicking themselves after that Baron, maybe over-eager to force.
Right. I forgot about that.
I mean, it's such a wild, like, so many things happened in that game. You know, credit to Fnatic for, despite topside being so strong, weathering that storm, coming back, building that massive advantage, and taking over. For BDS, it's tough now because this is the game where you had side selection, right? You're going to get it again, but you've now already lost on both sides. It's a tricky thing to navigate the rest of this series.
Breaking someone on blue side in the best of 5 is tough to come back from.
Certainly is. For now, though, we're going to send it over to a quick break. When we return, the analyst desk sets us up for Game 4 in this series.
Marine. Okay, come up with a new banger copy pasta. Ask that later. Definitely speak to Law about some hair advice. Have a break. Yes.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Be on time. Oh.
Red Bull gives you wings.
To really blow the game open.
Oh,
Connecting on Shio, Humanoid immediately gonna hand deliver him again. It's the Wimbledon. They just keep making it work.
Now, fight now.
I can TP. I will look to TP.
I'll put you gold.
I'm tipping behind.
Zero. Nice.
I'll get cancelled. The guy got cancelled.
No flash. Okay, nice. Good job, Adam.
I'll engage
from the... Look.
Okay.
Guys, civil one. Civil dead. Can't fall down. Look at Maokai. There is a stack on me. Yeah. I come here too. Darius. Nice.
Ult in two, one.
Yeah, the focus on Darius, and it is Fnatic that moves on to match point here today, even though they're not playing with their regular top laner Oscar Renin. They're playing with Wonder, who I think has been doing an admirable job. Well, you have to say it because there are match points. They are one game away from playing in Montpellier. That's crazy. Not a lot of people, I think, in terms of the analysts, had put it there. What was your prediction? 3-1?
Mine was 3-1 BDS.
Okay.
But, yeah.
I mean, that's still viable. Ender one had 3-0 BDS.
I was 3-1 Fnatic,
You
so
were,
I'm
yeah.
happy out.
Yeah, he's on track. He's on track.
So as we go into this possible match point for Fnatic, I want to talk about kind of a couple of trends that we've seen throughout the series. Now, we were discussing it, Odo, and you said, well, in fact, this game 3 broke away from the trends we saw in 1 and 2.
Yeah, because it seemed like in the first 2 games, Fnatic was kind of breaking away from the trend where they get to have this AP jungle with Karthus, and Taliyah was banned as well this game. So I feel like now if the series continues like it did so far with Ivan, Karthus, Taliyah bans, you're kind of forced into this standard Sejuani Maokai trade. Both teams are gonna kind of opt into front to back setups. And usually when this happens, you get comps that outrange are kind of like the ones that are dominating the game. In this game, we saw that Tristana didn't really get to take off. Humanoid did a great job to contain it. Even though Dazir, I wouldn't say it's such a dominant lane pick versus Tristana, he held his own. And then you get to see this Ezreal pop off because BDS doesn't really have this traditional front-to-back comp. Everyone kind of wants to go from like all the different angles, and then you have a champ like Ezreal who's pretty much untouched for the whole fight. And that's why we've been able to see him dish out such incredible amounts of damage and be so safe, because there's just no one to lock him down, unless Maokai or Akan find this incredible flank.
Yeah, and I think a huge amount of that helped out as well was the fact that you got those early kills in the bot lane, because it just unlocked Trimby to roam so effectively. Like, he was able to get in towards that first dragon, he snuck into the back of Red Pit, he then sets up with that first pick, so your Tristana can't really set up for the fight as effectively, and it just works out super well from Fnatic from then on.
I think overall, right, we've seen the Nautilus now a few times, and in game 1, the draft didn't really help, and he had a couple of oopsies, Dagda, but he's riding that ship right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely impressive, massively impressive to see just how much control they had over this bot side. Like, you can see here, Labrov unfortunately ended up dashing behind. His AD carry was a bit of an upsie, but I definitely think when you look at the effectiveness that we have with Noah on that Ezreal, being able to get those early kills, he's set up for success. But also then what I like from Fnatic is, obviously, you're playing with Ezreal. He's going to be fine if you leave him on his own, especially with those early kills.
Yeah.
And I think the big thing for me was how much it opened up Trimby then to support Wonder on the opposite side of the map. A lot of what BDS was trying to do was like, right, bot lane's in the dumpster, let's actually try and play around Adam and see if we can use some of that pressure. But so often it was Trimby who was already supporting Wonder on the top side as the rest of the team started to catch up. And I think that's what made a bit of a difference. But yeah, as you said, Noah, he ended up with this massive lead thanks to those early plays on the bot side. And then he was just, I mean, the Mystic shots were firing all the time in every single one of these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of really nice that Noah got to get so unleashed so early in the game. I think the first 1-for-1 trade was really good given the wave state. He kind of came back to lane, got super far ahead. And the thing is, when a champion like Ezreal gets so far ahead, he doesn't need resource, or like he doesn't need, numbers advantage around him anymore to be able to transition his lead, because the thing is that also now allowed the Trimby to roam so much, and Trimby is a player that enjoys this sort of freedom to be able to, you know, use this creativity that he has within him to link up with Razork and anyone else he wants to. He picks a lane, he can make plays around it. We saw the picks around mid lane with him and Razork just teaming up everywhere. And that's just because Noah got so far ahead that, you know, BDS has no tools to stop him anymore, so it just unleashed the whole map.
Seems like Fnatic has found a way to facilitate everyone, even if they're not in an ideal situation, at least in this game. A lot has to do also with what's happening in the jungle in terms of the champ pool, and we saw an evolution. The Ivern finally got taken off. Now we don't see the Karthus anymore. How do we feel this is going to evolve?
I think Kaizodo kind of alluded to earlier on, I think we're definitely going to see a shift back towards these more tank-oriented junglers. You can see even in game 1, Maokai slipped entirely through the draft because they were just like, hey, look, we want to highly prioritize this Karthus pick, set Razork up as a carry. Now, it didn't work out game 1. Game 2 looks significantly better, which is why we started to see the ban. So I think Karthus is going to continue to ban, Ivern will continue to ban, and that's why I think on blue side, Maokai probably going to be the first pick that we see.
They stay on blue BDS.
Yeah, so I think it'll be BDS trying to see if they can get their hands on the Maokai just to make sure they can have that big team fight set up.
I wouldn't even say that Maokai is so much of a prior, because I feel like in recent weeks, I feel like Sejuani somehow became more of a prior pick than Maokai, although Maokai was you know, the most OP champ in the jungle for the whole of Summer Split. And even though there was not really like a lot of changes to Maokai, the nerfs weren't really like effective on him. The fact that Sejuani gives you, the thing is, if you're good at the champ, Sejuani ult, it's kind of point and click, you know, high range, good CC that you can kind of leverage a lot when it comes to these Drake objectives. And right now, teams got a little bit better at, you know, tanking the Maokai ult. You don't see this Maokai ult on the carry sitting anymore. There's a tank in the front that is gonna tank it, you know? So for me, I feel like Sejuani is even more of a prior pick because it doesn't really lock you into this, you know, you really need this AD mid. You don't, because before you used to see it with Jace a lot. Maokai, Jace has a combo to leverage the long range, but right now Sejuani fits into everything and it kind of allows you to play whatever you want. You want to go on a carry specific type of top laner, you can do it. Mid lane is still flexible. Your support doesn't really need to provide disengage so much anymore because Sejuani ult is such good long range engage.
And seems to be solving a lot of the things that Fnatic needed to solve for after you know, those first 2 games, and especially that Karthus was banned out, even though it's a completely different approach. A check-in in terms of the top lane, Adam versus Wonder. We of course built it up a lot, but it's still top lane, so what are you gonna do? But in terms of stats, you know, Adam is edging out. He got that sick double kill in the Drake fight in the other game as well, a lot of pressure, but sometimes the numbers really don't matter if you look at the actual game and how the team plays around it, right?
Yeah, I think for a lot of this, for me, it's the fact you're still getting Adam getting these leads, but I think he's actually had less of the impact that BDS expect from usually, right? When you think about Adam, it's, hey, I'm going to start to shove in a wave and then immediately start to roam around the map. I'm going to try and set up and around these early dragons. And we got to see it a little bit in game number 1, but I think we haven't seen it as much in game 2 or game 3. And I think that's where you're starting to fumble a little bit as BDS, where Wonder is perfectly happy to go, right, I'm going to go down several CS, but I'm going to be able to bring it back when we get to these later portions of the game and just provide that front line that you really need. Even the fact that we got to see Adam bringing out something like the Jax that's kind of out of his wheelhouse than we traditionally expect, I think it shows that BDS are trying to adapt to Wonder in the top side, but the team hasn't quite caught up either.
They're throwing everything at him. No pun intended, at Wonder.
Yeah, I mean, Adam's having a great series so far in terms of, like, you know, how he's leveraging and how he's getting his lane leads. I think he's doing everything well in the matchups so far. It's just that I think he's feeling like blood in the water, you know, where he's like, okay, I have the opportunity to create this bigger lead for my team, but it's just feel like maybe BDS is looking too much at the top lane because, yeah, sure, in game 2 they got the dive off, but then the Karthus got to invade and take all of the jungle camps. I feel like he's doing perfectly well into isolation so far, and he should just be left there to keep getting his leads in complete isolation because he's doing great in the 1v1 matchup, but it's just they need to leverage other sides of the map somehow so they don't fall behind as much as they did.
Yeah, and I think on that, it's because you end up seeing them putting so much focus on the top side, the bot side is falling apart a little bit. Like, Noah and Trimby were able to get such a massive advantage down in that bot lane this time around because there was just no real focus down there. And then again, if you're going to play this Ezreal, you're opening up Trimby to try and help out on that top side. You're not able to punish as well. So I think for BDS, it's kind of a case of going back to the style that worked for you coming into game number 4. Like, playing around topside is not how anyone has looked at BDS as they're winning games. So I think going back to, hey, we will play for Crownie, we'll try and get him set up in that bottom side on something that can be a strong carry and just play for these front-to-back team fights.
Yeah, you agree? Crownie bucket?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we said since the beginning, Crownie has been a massive win condition for BDS. Every time he gets gold, he delivers.
But recently, though, I don't think I've seen that many pop-off games by him.
I mean, BDS in summer was a bit rough, right?
Right, okay, that's true, that's fair.
Yeah, I think the fact that you're seeing things like the Zeri and that kind of come back into the meta means that he has a few more champions he can try and pop off. And like when you think back to when BDS were most successful, as things like the Zeri, the Aphelios, we can carry these big late game fights. Aphelios not so much. We've seen Zeri banned pretty much every single game. We'll probably see it as we get into draft here as well. But I think that's where if you can get him set up onto a carry where he's able to actually carry, I think that's where BDS will be in a much more comfortable position.
Yeah, I agree, because right now we see a lot of times, the thing is they kind of shied away from their typical front to back, and it's really hard for him to dish out as much damage when he actually needs to be so careful about his positioning. Like we saw in game 3, there's just a lot of stuff that is flying at you, and if you don't get to just, you know, stand still and shoot, you don't get to do as much damage. But yeah, we see the trend still with 4 jungle bans, Zeri, Tristana out. It seems everything's on par, but now I wonder what's the first pick. Is it going to be Sejuani? It seems like they're still opting for the Maokai over the Sejuani, but I guess that's just their stylistical preference.
But I think, as you were kind of saying, like you have an opportunity to take the Xayah, you could even take the, just as an answer into the Maokai, probably going to see the Sejuani, but a Renekton release we picked up.
They're just running it back. It seems. I would have loved some adaptation.
Okay.
LeBlanc is different, is it not? I think this is.
Yeah,
this is new.
that was Tristan's one.
Yeah. But now you already see this, like, you know, the skeleton of the draft is a little bit all over the place. You don't have front to back again. It kind of relies a lot on individual creativity when it comes to, you know, objective setups and whatnot, because you need Darius and LeBlanc to create some magic for you. While Fnatic right now has great front to back structure. You have 2 really beefy boys in Sejuani, Renekton, Kai'Sa, which can easily dive the backline whenever she chooses, depending on her build as well. So let's see how they round it up with their 4 or 5 bans right now.
Yeah, I do like the Braum ban coming in here as well for Fnatic. The fact that you're kind of going, hey, look, we already have decided we're playing short range dive. Let's get something like an Alistar or an Nautilus into this bot lane. So remove any of the issues you can have with the Braum as well. And I mean, if you look back to even the first game, I don't think you'll end up with anything like a Kog'Maw or anything coming in here for BDS, just with the way that they're set up. So I think you're still just fine looking to go, hey, we have the strong AD carry. I wouldn't be surprised to see Xayah maybe banned away here just to give you a bit of a cleaner matchup in that bot side. And then you're set up for success. Honestly, you so well across the board here for Fnatic.
Well, actually, now that I think about this, Kai'Sa is actually, I think, a response to the mid LeBlanc. So,
true, maybe, yeah.
It might just be completely different bot lanes, because that's why we see the Kalista ban as well, which for me, at first, it was like, it makes no sense. But now that I think about it, it makes a lot of sense. The Braum ban, I think, as you said, is a great ban. Takes away from the Kog Braum that was a problem in game 1. But now let's see, Trimby getting his Nautilus again, maybe. I like this for the fact that they're keeping the Kai'Sa flex up until 5 pick, because right now you still kind of need to be a little bit careful with what matchups you decide to pick on the bot lane, because you don't want to get double countered on both mid and bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of an awkward one. I mean,
Ezreal's great.
Yeah. I mean, it does give the opportunity, though, to just shove the Kai'Sa into the bot lane, right? It's a counter to the Ezreal, and then you just take a different pick in mid here. And
yeah,
see what it is.
I just feel like it's a little bit all over the place, because I think Ezreal's a great pick here, but when I look at BDS, I feel like there's just too much. There's too much cooking over there. There's just it's a soup, you know.
Soup can be good.
I mean, it can be good, you know, but I don't think I like this kind of soup, because right now you look at Fnatic and you're like, what are their win conditions? Well, the beefy boys are gonna go to a Dragon, press S, and then you just need to not get swarmed by BDS flanking from everywhere. And I feel like it's so much easier to execute on this. And I feel like the lanes are also quite good outside of top lane, which we saw was maybe a little bit of a weakness for Fnatic this series. But I feel like mid lane matchup is good. I feel like bot lane matchup, I think this works well into Fnatic's favor. Their bot lane is a lot happier with this sort of matchup. Ezreal is not so strong early. Scaling wise, Aphelios is just as good, and he's gonna be doing a lot this game, I think.
Yeah, even when you think of like what Fnatic have been happiest with, when you look back to when he had like 78 KDA, whatever, a lot of it was playing things like the Aphelios as well. So you've now got a crazy strong front to back. Your AD carries on comfort, and with the way that
most played right now, I think.
Exactly, yeah. And with the way the things have been going, it just feels like you're going to end up in a decent positioning on the bot side of the map. And Crownie's not really in a position to carry for BDS, so probably going to be trying to put their focus elsewhere. And it feels like a lot of the tendencies that Fnatic like are there, but what BDS go towards isn't.
Okay, so some of the comfort for BDS taken away, meaning they will have to put up or shut up here in this game 4, or there would be no Montpellier for them, and that would be truly a tragedy for that team. But on the other side, we have a Fnatic who is 1 game away from making it to that big stage in France.
Woo! All right, here we are. The gates have fallen. Thank you, Berlin, for follow-up. We're woo people. Woo men, woo women, woo people. Here we are, Catcher Desk. Hi. This is an elimination game now as Fnatic have moved on to match point. BDS will see if they can bring it back, and draft looking very different very quickly. Crowny trying his hand at the Ezreal, and I gotta say, the Kai'Sa in the mid lane with so many champions that might want to dive into that backline feels a little bit better than the circumstances Fnatic picked Kai'Sa in game 1.
Fleet footwork as well, so we'll see what build Humanoid goes for with the Dematerializer. Maybe going towards the Static Shiv, but we'll hold our breath till we see it. A little bit of poke is nice. Noah on his signature champion. And Wunder has just been playing the blind Renekton's or the Ornns into Renekton's, just playing into this Darius non-stop. Worked out for Adam last game with the pressure, but now we'll see with this different level 1 coming in where Razor can actually start bot side and path up, that maybe he can impact that lane a little more.
They've warded as well.
And a much more conservative level 1 from BDS this time around. Would, of course, be pretty risky to try the same thing twice here.
Thumbs up from Shao. The immediate emote response from Nuke.
Tension builds.
Tension builds. The players across. Nuke with the first hit on the minion. I love that kind of sound. It's the voice of commentators, like at the start.
That commentate golf, yes.
No, but it's also like rugby and stuff, you know, and they just say the names. Crowny with the ball. And then it's just quiet, you know, like it's...
The only thing I'll say is that it's very impressive to me that World Cup football casters can remember every single player's name.
That is impressive.
All the time.
And then you sit there and you ask us, could you name every player in the league? And we could get to about 90% just off the top of our heads.
I would forget. And then I'd be like, oh, I'm so dumb. It's this person. Yeah. So credit to traditional sports commentators. They never have to talk as fast as we do, but they have their moments, their memories. As Labrov takes a very rough trade there, but of course Crowny, the luxury of the early level 2, is starting to take control of this lane. And you said it earlier, Vedius, when Ezreal falls behind and gets pushed under his tower, he can't do anything. But similarly, he's fantastic at keeping the pressure up if he can push you under tower.
Oh yeah, for sure. His poke is super obnoxious to deal with, and you can already see how much chip damage it can do. The healing that Noah is going to get is not going to be that significant. Share, though, with a full clear on bot side, maybe looking for something here.
This is similar to the poppy pathing he did in game 2. He can lose a lot of camps for this kind of play, so he needs to make sure it works out. Adam has the top push to cover off, as well as Nuke to cover off any kind of invade from Razork. He's going to see that he started bot side. What was his plan? Was it camps or was it a dive? The dive would be a bit tricky with double TP already available, so now he's going to ping his wolves. Maybe he wants to go down towards up towards top side, sorry, but Trimby's trading really aggressively.
Nice trade overall. Ooh, from Fnatic. Crowning now at 50% HP, going to be forced to pot. But overall, a pretty tepid early game. I think I can use the word
tepid. Yeah, I like that. Robust vocabulary today, Mr. Day.
Level 3 from Noah, about to change guns.
Gonna have the Root follow-up, a difficult.
Ghost
is waiting. Whoa. Has now marked Crowny. Again, Root will come out, but
would you look for a cheeky reset here if you're Fnatic spot lane? You've got the wave pushing in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a gamble. If you base and Crowny hasn't, then they can crash it. If you both base at the same time, fantastic. So it's a guessing game. Trimby wants to see if Crowny's based. Noah wants to base. He's gonna have to cancel it if he sees Ezreal.
Oh, Wonder's getting a gank.
For the first time this series, he sees a jungler on the top side. One person thought that was really funny.
Someone thought that was really funny.
Will not be able to gank Cowboy Darius, sadly.
Okay, so now the advantage is, Noah, while not a massive purchase, was able to go back and purchase. Will make his way towards the lane. And
there's a lot of fury here, Wunder.
You can just double dash through. Razor's not going to do it.
Oh, smart though. Shio's on the counter.
It's important with new top laners that you assert dominance. You don't want them to think that they're just going to get ganks. So sometimes you just show up to their lane and leave just so that they know where they stand in the pecking order.
Increase that jungle proximity stat. Be like, listen, Wonder, it's in the stats.
Yeah,
okay?
I'm there. Look, man, we tried.
We tried. It didn't work. I can't afford to try again.
Oh, is he?
Oh, he stopped him.
Oh, that's big.
I saw Crowny just completely out of mana at this stage of the game.
Well, now they can threaten to die, right?
Well, the CS deficit for Noah is the struggle because he had to base and Crowny stopped. So now Noah will be able to push it back in and Crowny will be the one that has to base so he can recover it a little bit with that cancel on the recall. Labrov can't really afford to hold it. Not sure if they'll get a plate off of this, but it was just a game of guessing in the bot side as to who based and who didn't. A game of chicken. Noah with his blue gun can just blow in the next wave.
Play here.
And with the dematerializer, they got that cannon wave in when Crowny didn't take that recall, but you're right, they're gonna get a plate off that.
Nicely done. Adam is proxying.
Taking an opportunity where he knows enemy junglers on the bottom side of the map to further extend, or at least even out some of that CS on the top side of the map. Of course, for Noah, it feels pretty good to get a plate and also have started Cole, so...
All right, Dracos. Earlier you broke the graphic. Can you find the graphic again?
I think I might have broken it again.
Of this game.
Look, let's just say that I'm looking for it right now. We'll see if this works.
You broke it, Dracos.
Okay, so imagine a graphic along the bottom of your screen, audience.
Close your eyes.
Close your eyes. Visualize with me us describing the stakes of this game. You're going to hear the sound of us describing the stakes of this game, and it is this. Winner, Montpellier, top 3. Whoa. Guaranteed into Swiss.
KC will be there if you're a
amazing. They'll play after Carmine Corp the next day. Incredible. Loser fights Golden Guardians. Wins against Golden Guardians. Fingers crossed. Wins. Fingers crossed. I don't mind. We're veering into fan fiction territory now. But that one it feels possible. So just remember, big stakes here. Fnatic, if they win, through to Montpellier, top 3, make Worlds, great. Whoever loses gets to play against Golden Guardians.
And make Worlds.
Also make Worlds. As we're inclined to believe, also guaranteed to make Worlds.
A lot of chakras.
We'll see though.
Nice damage from Noah. Sheo was there, but Lavrov took way too much damage. Going to be forced to disengage. And what does that mean? Dragon. Fnatic immediately starting that one off. As that Humanoid and Razor will begin. Dragon up.
Yeah, they're looking for a play here, BDS. Maybe trying to sneak in to try and look for a steal, but Razor should have it here. Sheo will be just that second too late. Trebi can look to hook here.
Big ulti coming in on the top side from the Darius. Crowny taking a bit of damage from Lavrov. Not really an opportunity to fire back, though. Unless they can get Maokai involved, Sheo is just going to invade the jungle here, knowing that his bot lane has priority for a brief moment.
Looking.
Whoa, goes in, connecting on the perfect target. Crowny out of swords. Noah's just going to walk him down here. The chakrams are coming out fast and furious. It looks like they're able to get the trade field back onto Noah, but will it cost Sheo his life? Lock up there. That's the stun. Damage not there for Fnatic to follow up any further.
So Trimby hits the hook, Crowny ease over the wall. They then try to crash the wave to help the collapse on the blue buff, but then he gets hit by another hook. Doesn't stand behind the minions, blocking for a second there, and then he was going to go behind the creeps, but nevertheless he gets hit by a hook that he should never really get hit by. Noah gets first blood. Flash in from Sheo to land the W to make sure it's a 1-for-1, and then they push the wave in. Can't really hold it here, Fnatic, but still. Noah gets that kill.
The only reason as well why Razor and Trimby decided not to fight more was because when we look at the river, Nuke was already on his way down. And you don't want to take that fight with the LeBlanc on the way down, so Fnatic choosing to disengage before things got messy. This wave is in a bit of an awkward spot right now for Noah. He does have the gold lead, but Crowny should be able to close that. Maybe even set up a bit of a freeze here. Nah, he's not going to freeze it. He's just going to kill him, but that's fine. It will zone Noah away from level 6 as Crowny will take over.
Oh, Trimby's level 6. That hook hits. That's a lot of chain CC ready. No static shiv on either mid laner just yet. The Brov and Sheo want to match this.
A lot of plasma stacks as well. We're obviously going to try to fish for an angle there as Adam's able to pull Wonder back. Full passive stacks there. Wonder just has to walk away from the trade. Gives up his ulti. A bit more damage, a bit more root onto Sheo there. Humanoid not going to find the angle. Excellent ulti coming in.
That's all find hit Wonder. Nope, just going to dodge away from it. Thought Adam could look for a play, but yeah, lost his stacks. Everyone's just contesting waves right now, but it's Crowny who's just sitting here in isolation as Noah tries to move towards mid to help secure the Herald, and he will do so, but he's going to be zoned away from this bot side. Trimmy's a little bit far away with no ultimate, and Labrov's ready to dash on top of Noah, who has no flash, so he's respecting it.
I mean, Noah is losing out a lot here. Crowny's in a great position, even though the goal difference isn't massive. XP-wise, look at this. Crowny is very close to level 7. You can see the little pink bar next to the icon showcasing how close our players are to their next levels. And Crowny is nearly a whole level up over Noah right now. They've been able to find these windows where they can gain these CS advantages. And again, it's not resulting in a huge gold difference, largely because of the kill that Noah was able to pick up. But still, yes, definitely in an alright position considering those early 2v2 fumbles.
Yeah, and I think the beauty is Fnatic get the Herald, so we'll see if they can repay that gold deficit and experience deficit onto Noah by maybe trying to zone them away from bot waves with that Herald, because Humanoid will have static shiv. So will Nuke though, so mid-wave contest just got a whole lot more
The vibes are literally identical except it was dagger versus boots.
Yeah, and Noah's flash is coming up soon as well, which is really important. Needs to be careful though, he has a ward in river. Labrov's gonna get rid of that one. Wonder doing much better in this lane phase now that he's not left on the weak side with jungler constantly hovering on his side of the map, or potentially hovering there. Able to get some push into Adam's Darius.
Oh, Credit to Wonder, steady improvement, it feels like, since game 1, where he really was not able to play the game whatsoever. Priority on this Renekton paying off for Fnatic. So on the bottom side, Trippy will finally return, roaming a lot around the map, leaving Noah all to his lonesome, which, as you highlighted, has put Noah in a difficult spot when it comes to picking up a lot of this CS. Shio once again showing his face down here. 55 seconds till the Cloud respawns. So good diligence on laying down some early vision control from the side of BDS, knowing they have bot prio, freeing Labrov to roam into the jungle here. Humanoid just barely able to walk away from that one, but the chain is going to connect. Labrov, does he want to follow up? Not going to burn the ultimate, not confident that they can make the play work.
I think this really hurts Fnatic's chances of being able to contest this Dragon. They have triple pink ward on this top side of the map. They're just trying to contest Adam on the wave. Dashes away. Should be okay, unless he gets hit by the hook, but it's just bot side where Humanoid is having to base again. He can TP back, but he doesn't have the killer instinct to join the fight quickly, but it's the bot push from Fnatic that's really helping them. Similar to game 3, this bot side, being able to move first or winning out on the 2v2 in isolation is really helping Fnatic keep this bot side river alive.
Crownie pretty low on mana, all things considered. Of course, the mana are a little bit deceptive given that he does have the tier, so a relatively large mana pool overall, despite the low percentage amount. Is Noah going to pretty easily clear the wave?
Theo can ult here, but he's on a ward. Razork's ready to hover. Dragon started up. They can see it with the scuttle vision. But it's Nuke that's basing and TPing. There's a tri-bush ward, but they're going to fight now.
Razork getting things kicked off. Just wanted to leave the jungler immediately. No more risks on steals as the Unite continues to tick away. But in goes Noah, aggressive on the backside of the fight. Instantly going into the face of Crownie. But Crownie not quite able to finish the job. Noah's still standing for now, but in comes Nuke. TPing in to try and save the day. Is going to go right back. Crownie now leaping up safety. The stun now connecting. Humanoid desperately trying to follow up. Blinking health bars for BDS under the tower, but they will walk away with their lives.
1-for-1. It's Noah that starts it by flashing forwards to make it so it ends in a 1-for-1. They managed to get the flash out of Shio, and it's a guaranteed Dragon if you do that, because then you can just recuperate and play the numbers advantage. Fnatic might get it anyway. You can see Wunder moving down from top, taking this next mid wave, showing presence around this bot side river. And Noah just playing crazy, isn't he? Just jumps in, and then him jumping in soaks a lot of spells, but it's Humanoid again. No killer instinct. If he had that, he would have been able to join this, what essentially was a 3v3 a lot faster, similar to what Nuke did with the TP.
Gets a quick base off, then commits the teleport. You can see the shield from Labrov providing enough to buy time so that Noah, who was kind of forced to overstay, gets hit by the Maokai ultimate. That then gave a window for BDS rather to get damage back, and then Nuke can finish off the kill. Both sides then forced to disengage, but it is Fnatic to secure the Dragon. The gold remains even. Now the Herald being dropped in mid.
How much are they going to be able to get off this? Will it just be the initial charge? It seems like that will be the case, as BDS are here to cover. Noah laying down a bit of poke with the tower. Labrov not going to walk in range, so will just be the upfront charge.
Yeah, no plates onto Noah, though. It's all onto Razork. Nuke might be able to stop Humanoid here, but there's no objective. It's just a wave that's the problem here that Humanoid might lose.
BDS again playing for these small advantages, continuing to try to keep control of enemy jungle in terms of overall vision. One ward will expire, but it did spot Razork out on this blue buff, letting Shio know that he can roam in and try to contest this one.
Humanoid's being greedy, isn't he? He's trying to save this extra wave. Should be able to shred through it with a static shiv, but BDS look for anything here?
Ward spotting.
Let's cover it. He should be fine to get a base off, unless Labrov interrupts it, which he might be looking for. Razork will provide enough safety. No TP for Humanoid. He's a little bit behind on experience, but we kind of do a quick check-in on the top lane to see. Credit to Wonder, does actually have a CS advantage this time. The difference it makes when you actually get a bit of jungle attention in the early game, or better yet, when you're not denied access to your jungler, can really make a big difference in terms of that 1v1 in the top lane. So they're both pretty even, both trading back and forth. This time, Wonder won't be losing his tower within the first 10 minutes. And the rest of the team will just continue to farm. Still a very even game, could very much swing either way. It's really going to come down to what we saw in game 3. Who can find that initial pick? Who can open up in the oncoming Dragon fights that we very much expect in the near future?
A lot of potential poke that can come out from the LeBlanc as well as the Ezreal, but of course going to be matched as Humanoid gets more and more AP under his belt. Razork in no man's land right now. So far able to escape. It looks like we'll walk away without losing much of anything. 2 Drakes already for Fnatic. About 3 minutes till the next one, so closer and closer to that soul win condition. And Hextech Soul for this comp is going to be super oppressive.
This kind of playstyle is great for Fnatic, because in games prior, Adam would have top push and then move down, so the TP advantage for Wunder doesn't actually do anything. But the fact that Wunder can push in Adam means that Fnatic always have a guaranteed 5v4. If BDS want to pull the trigger, Wunder will just TP in, and everything should be all right. So you can see this constant top push from Wunder is becoming a bit of a problem for BDS. How do they deal with this?
They need to make sure they can get Adam to join the team. As Herald's up, he's going to run towards this topside river. Trimpy might be going in.
B stepping very far forward. Nuke waiting over the wall. Fantastic as a result to kick the fight off immediately. Trimpy is gone, and now Adam is coming in the midst of everybody. Noah has to run, but he's instantly cut down. Keen eye for BDS to spot the fight, instantly take it.
The TP offered nothing. The collapse from BDS was flawless. Crowny hits a massive ultimate onto multiple members of Fnatic, and then Lebrov was so quick to follow it up that Fnatic could not disengage. A massive one-team fight for BDS, which will secure them a tower and a Herald.
It's confusing because Fnatic are the ones that pulled the trigger. They're the ones that hooked in. Wunder's still recalling. He wants to TP in, yes, but Trimpy's going in, just saying, guys, look at this, I'm going to hook, I'm going to ult, maybe we can get the Maokai down, but yeah, Lebrov insane engage onto both carries. Luke's there already with the dash. Crowny's following up because Trimpy got melted, so Wunder's arrived, but, you know, Fnatic maybe expecting to live a little bit longer.
And you talked about that TP advantage, and in that fight now the TP is gone. Adam getting so much out of the fight, even though he did very little functionally.
Aftershock from Sheo as well, getting so much value, being able to get that Maokai ultimate down and then just kind of soaking up all of the initial burst. Fnatic wasted everything on trying to kill the front line, which they were not able to do.
Have to be careful. Felt like they had control there, not respecting the potential re-engage coming in from a BDS is Adam and Wunder going toe-to-toe here. Wunder trying to dash over the wall, but Adam saw that one coming. Luckily, was able to clip Adam with the side of it, so has both the slice and dice available.
40 seconds on Dragon.
Ezreal to get mid-prio. Very difficult thing to match. One of the obnoxious strengths of the champion, of course.
So she has no real need to go towards the Dragon. So it's just a case of can Fnatic get that top tower in the first place? Maybe Humanoid going to base again soon for that Dashes. If he does, they're probably going to fight. But looking at where jungle support is, 10 seconds before the spawn, they're going for that top tower. But BDS have Herald, so they can go for bot tier 2 if they want.
Go for bot tier 2 as well as secure a Drake and deny soul point to the side of Fnatic. Drake seems all but guaranteed. We'll see how much they can get out of this Herald. Fnatic seem to be focused on getting a top lane tier 1 of their own, but with Razork recalling, maybe just ready to stop the play from going too far for BDS on the bottom side.
Can they go more? That's the question. BDS Crowny's leaving. Lebrov's resetting is going to stop it. Yeah, looks like I'm not going to push for a tier 2. Tower for tower and Dragon over to BDS.
Ooh, nice from Wunder to deny the charge there.
Humanoid will try and grab as much of the wave as possible before looking to recall, and that will be all of it. Baron spawns in about 2 minutes time. Not going to be the immediate objective that these teams fight for, but it becomes something on the map that you always have to be cautious on. Kind of look at Baron clears, and Fnatic have an incredibly fast one when you have a Felios plus Kai'Sa. A little bit slower on the side of BDS. LeBlanc, not really the strongest Baron taker, but she's going to be a massive side lane threat. Part of the value of this Kai'Sa is that she can match with the static shift. You do have a lot of wave clear. In terms of the trading, very much a skill matchup depending on how things play out.
Ooh, Razork needs
a bit of danger here.
Get out.
No flash.
Should be in the area. BDS for now not going to be able to be punished whatsoever for trying to find this pick, and Fnatic immediately just walking away, recognizing that there's no counterplay to be had here. They can only lose more members in the process, so Razork overstays. BDS quick to punish and donating the kill over to Crowny. Well played.
Humanoid doesn't have the TP, they just collapse from mid.
Yeah, also just like a big blunder there from Razork. I think the idea was to provide cover, maybe threaten a dive if Adam kind of overextends in bot, but an easy collapse from BDS means they get themselves another kill, and now they're kind of quickly taking control over this game. They're going to take away the jungle camps from Fnatic. They have to push in mid, they have to push in bot, they can start chipping away at these tier 2 towers.
I guess the only good news for Fnatic is they only have one tower hitter in Crowny. If Adam and Sheo step up, it could be dangerous, but Humanoid doesn't have TP and they can see him on top wave, so they're not really under any threat.
Sheo. W to clear the creep, bit of poke going down on the Wunder. We'll be able to clear the wave here, as for now Humanoid is just soaking up as many resources as possible. This has been a consistent trend for Humanoid specifically, whether it's the Tristana or the Azir on a side lane or now the Kite.
Now there's still ways in which they can come back into this game. You can see disparities are not so dramatic. Big advantage in favor of Crowny, of course, but Wunder still has a level advantage over his top laner. Humanoid on par with Nuke. Double 80 carries is something you've always got to respect the later into the game you go. It's just a matter of whether or not they can lock Crowny down. If Wunder can find a good flank or if Trimpy can connect that ultimate. That's the E used from Crowny. He's just going to protect his vision as best he can.
I think Fnatic need to slow it down again a bit, similar to the Game 1 conundrum where Leandry's on Kai'Sa and getting the Gale Force on the Aphelios and everything. Right now, taking a fight is really not optimal for either of those champions.
You don't get the Q upgrade on the Kai'Sa, but it's going to do so much damage on the poke. So Humanoid just been playing the side lane game. He did this against XL when he was playing Tristana in that game 5. As much as the team was falling behind, all he did was just shove side lanes non-stop to try and get levels, experience, and as much gold as possible before these huge fights around the Baron. And you highlighted it, Vetty. You know, LeBlanc doing Baron, not the best. Ezreal can shred through it a little bit. It's just a case of when BDS want to pull the trigger, and when they do, they need the Darius up there. So it's quite telegraphed as to when they'll force something when they see Adam on the map.
Disadvantage, obviously, Adam. The Ghost on the Darius gives him a lot of unique strengths, but certainly provides some difficult disadvantages as we get out of the laning phase. BDS, again, just clearing out the vision here, trying to make sure that they retain as much control over the top side of the map as possible. Nuke using that extra mobility to get down a control ward in difficult territory.
They're kind of in control of BDS right now. You can see wards just littered around the top side. They're keeping vision control at the entrances. And they're just doing a good job of suffocating Fnatic out. Very reminiscent of what we saw in Game 1. When BDS have any form of control over the map, immediately they convert that into vision. Information is key for this team, and they play around it very well.
Yeah, I agree. They're getting a lot of information, but they'll get a Dragon off it. It's only the second, though, so Fnatic don't really mind too much. The Baron's never really under any threat again because of where Adam is, and they're getting closer to the Ludens, it looks like, on Humanoid. So, yeah, Fnatic, I think, are probably just going to give this, unless Humanoid can get it on the next base and TP in. He's not under any threat of, you know, LeBlanc, Maokai collapsing on him in the side lanes. Again, he's top, just pushing. Noah's just farming. Fnatic know that they need to just farm up for one big fight and just trying to get as strong as possible for it. Also, the way they're drafted is with Renekton W, the Nautilus, the Sejuani, they actually have a lot of CC, and there's plated steel caps on the Darius, so I think Adam might get chain CC'd. They can use this opportunity of a Dragon to get a lot of topside vision, and BDS might be feeling forced into a Baron fight soon.
I have to hope they can temper some of that aggression, because in the previous game it was Razor's Steel that really gave Fnatic that commanding lead that they were able to snowball into a victory. Overall, though, pretty quiet game. Again, that single fight around the Banana Brush near Baron was what gave BDS the lead in this game, gave them that sizable advantage. A good fight for the team overall, but since then it's been very quiet outside of the pick on the bottom lane. Fnatic trying to take control of mid and probably transition that into a bit more vision control around the Baron. And again, as you highlighted earlier, Vetty, is the Fnatic threat on Baron much higher than that of BDS, not just because of Wonder's TP, of course, but because of the nature of the champions they've selected, the Aphelios and the Kai'Sa, excellent at tearing through that objective.
Wide. Fnatic just fishing, seeing if they can catch off guard BDS. But again, you look at these side lanes, once more Adam pushes out top, Duke pushes out bot, and BDS are using this pressure very well. They're kind of forcing Fnatic to split apart. The second they do, BDS once again move into enemy territory, start laying this vision down, and they once again start choking Fnatic out of the map.
Yeah, I heard Noah around 20 seconds ago saying, don't fight. I think they're waiting for this Humanoid base here. Here comes the Ludens, I think. And now the Kai'Sa really is online. You see the shutdowns already come through onto his head. So does he group up and just start poking them out now? See if he can find windows to try and chunk out some of this front line of BDS, move forwards a bit and get some vision back to stop the Baron and continue this scaling game of the double AD carry.
Well, there's one. Go. It begins.
Poke from Humanoids. Of course, the cooldown reduction you get from connecting the W a little bit lower, which means it is pretty hard to get full plasma stacks unless you're really chaining those Void Seekers together, but still the damage only going to continue to add up as more and more items come through for Humanoid.
It's going to be one big fight, isn't it? That one fight's going to decide everything.
Or at the very least, it's going to swing a team very dramatically in one direction.
We need a moment in League of Legends where we like pause the game before that big fight and people get to talk trash. Because like in MMA, everyone's training, right? And then they do the like weigh in and people do have their trash talk, etc. We don't get that moment. We're watching the training arc right now. But then they're just going to fight. They don't get a chance to be like, we're going to absolutely dunk on you.
We bring out tables to the front and then they come down. Trimby, is there anything you'd like to say about your counterpart, LeBlanc? Yeah. I think that he sucks.
Boom.
Throws a chair or something, and then
they were like, "Damn, can't wait to see
the passes run." I'm like, "Okay, stay back, hold him back."
Yeah. Have you ever wondered what it would look like if we actually scripted the LEC? That's what it would look like. A lot of chairs, a lot of steel chairs specifically.
Just like, why is that steel chair over there? No reason.
Just and they all walk battered and bruise their PCs to really duke it out.
Then they get back.
Like league boxing.
Yes, exactly.
Playing 1v1s in between boxing matches.
That would feel appropriate. That'd be a fun game mode. Wait, out of curiosity, how has like the WWE not been like sued yet for the sheer amount of steel chairs that people would hit? Surely they should have replaced, like, child-proofed all the chairs at the WWE.
Great question, man. I don't know.
Sure, they cannot be surprised anymore when someone shows up with a steel chair. Like, why do you keep buying them? Buy plastic. Surely it's safer.
Why are you all always surprised?
Yeah, but how are you caught off guard anymore? You gotta mix it up. Anyway, League of Legends is still happening, just at a very slow rate. So if you're wondering why we're talking about other things, it's because the thing that we said before, we're still waiting on.
Can you press gold for me?
Yeah, I can
Is it
push
like
gold.
the player gold? I want to see how much Noah's on.
Oh, you mean as in at this moment?
And at this moment, gold, yeah. 800. Okay, he's way on.
So he needs the crit cloak, and then he needs the combined toss before he gets the Lord Dominate.
I've been there. It's like, you want to fight? I'm close to one more item. Okay, I've got it. Yeah, but I could get another. So you want to stall for that? Yeah, we could stall for that.
Well, there's Void done for Nuke. Level 16 is about to be reached as well. And the tension continues to mount. Dragon is up in a minute's time. Side lanes have been abandoned for now.
Where are the Kai'Sa W's? That's all that matters now. With Dragon spawning soon.
That one will connect. And remember, it's BDS who have to be incredibly disciplined here. They do not have the luxury of dropping another game. Fnatic, if they get a little bit loose, they can always take it to a game 5. It's crucial that BDS keep a steady head on their shoulders.
And we're back to contesting waves. Azul's gonna miss. Dragon's up in 30. BDS can start to sweep out the vision on the top side. Noah gets his red buff. Only level 15 right now. Needs to be very careful not to get hit by a hook because Trimby and Wunder on the Renekton and the Nautilus last game on the team fights were really finding that Sivir. It's on Crowny. He's got the cleanse. He should have enough tools to keep himself safe. A lot of cooldown reduction as well. Hook in case Crowny decides to E forwards preemptively. Razork over the side looking for an ultimate. Fishing, but he's on a ward.
Oh, BDS backing away. He might be able to suspect now that he is on that bit of vision as Nuke just tries to lay down a little bit of poke of his own. And credit to both teams. They are committed to the MMA. They have both decided side lanes do not exist.
Yeah, I heard Noah say we can fight. He's basing. I'm guessing he's getting Lord Dominic's, and that's the we can fight angle. Does he have it in base or just? Yes, he does. So now 3 items with Vilios.
Okay.
Now we should get
Everyone's ready
the
now.
action.
I gotta say though,
or he's like, actually, I could
even
get a
without,
GA.
I gotta say, even without Soul, giving up triple Hex Tech is still rough. That's a lot of stats.
It's a lot of gold value.
Yeesh. Here we are. 28 minutes, 43 seconds. It's been 7 years since we saw a champion attack another champion. And it makes sense why, again, because the stakes are super high, and guess what? This time, the graphic works.
What?
Winner qualifies for World
We fixed the graphic.
It's been that long. Faces Golden Guardians for a spot in play.
Okay, so this is the biggest thing, right? Yeah. If you're 3rd seed or higher, you go straight to the Swiss.
Yeah.
But if you're 4th seed, you still have to play through
plans.
plans.
So not only do you have to beat Golden Guardians, you have to go through plans. So it is a tough road for whoever is 4th seed. It's a long road to Worlds.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you got tired of hearing us talk about it, you can read it now. We're all about mixing things up here.
You can open your eyes now.
You can open your eyes. Oh, yes,
we forgot to tell them to
my
open.
God, we left them all
we
behind.
never told them. Damn it.
You've been keeping
Guys,
your eyes
it's
closed
so
this
hard.
whole
You can
time.
open your
you
eyes.
Can open your eyes now.
But we could wait for Void Staff.
We could wait. Yeah.
We could actually.
Yeah.
Or Death Cap. I mean, for new.
Hextech Drake gold value.
Yeah.
I was just looking it up. It's around 1.2, 1.3k gold value.
Per Hextech Drake?
Yeah. Oh, LeBron made a mistake there.
LeBron getting cut out instantly. Goes into kite. So LeBron now running for his life. Out with the quickness. Ooh, what? W almost connecting.
That's an angle. No Rakanult. No Rakanult.
5 seconds on Crowny's ultimate. TP now coming into mid lane. This is it. No holds barred. They know that they have to fight now, but Noah's got excellent guns. But they decide to group up for even a brief moment on the backside, though he takes a ton of poke coming up from the Ezreal. For now, Crowny untouched. Adam doing his best to peel. That's the Nautilus ult coming up, but there's no immediate follow. LeBron going right back in. He doesn't have the ult, but he might not need it. Razor continuing to step up. Gimlet laying down auto after auto. Voidseeker connecting. Nuke laying down so much damage. He leaps in. It finishes off the mid laner. He's done. Noah, Gale forcing forward.
What the hell?
Just about to get taken down. It's just an intense fight. Crowny continuing to free fire. It is AD versus AD, but Crowny survives in the end.
It's a 2 for 2. 2 of the big carries on Fnatic are down, though. They had to commit the Gale Force to get the kill onto Nuke, and then Crowny snipes him off at the back end of it. What a mess. What an incredible fight to just watch. Wunder flash Wing at LeBlanc, gets hooked. I thought he was dead. Doesn't even proc into the GA. So many skill shots back and forth. Humanoid had the killer instinct, but he didn't have a tag, and now it's BDS. Carries down, looking on a Baron.
BDS Looking for another steal. They found one before. This time around, Adam gonna deny the blast cone. Look to shut away some of these avenues, but it's such a slow, laborious Baron take here. Only 2 members in the pit. Crowny slowly but surely tearing through this one. Adam trying to back away. It looks like they're gonna be happy with just a pick on the top laner. But they have to be careful. Shio and Crowny waiting right over the wall. Fnatic, they've already lost the Baron, and now they're gonna try to double down on the play. Desperate to get something back, but Adam manages to find it. Crowny is again uncontested over the wall. It is madness from Fnatic, but can they make it work? LeBron coming through. Crowny remains untouched. Noah on the backside. Maybe can look to get it done. Fnatic still standing strong. Shio getting lower and lower. Noah starting to tear through. Humanoid starting to tear through, and BDS overstay their welcome next to the pit.
BDS tried to get more. Adam made an incredible play where he landed a 3-person hook. And BDS saw that as a window. They saw that as an opportunity to just tear Fnatic apart, but they overstayed. We're actually going to go all the way back to the start of this fight. Wonder is going to overstep as he commits onto Nuke, trying to CC him up. You can see Sheo just tanking on the front line. The ultimate from Sheo hits on all 5 members, but no one ends up dropping in this fight.
And this is where LeBron flashes in. Noah reacts. Adam then goes forwards, but then he gets chunked out so much. Flashes just the end of the hook. Humanoid steps forwards, try and finish him off. Tries to snipe with the W to get damage onto Crowny, but he's too far forwards. Gets sniped out by Nuke. Gale Force from Noah, but then Crowny can look to get that kill on the back end as he steps up. He gets hit by a Q just as he tries to take down LeBron. That was really well played by Crowny, but then you're right, this fight here, Fnatic don't have the damage to kill that Darius, but it's the turn from Adam which makes BDS think they can get the kills, but it's the TP from Humanoid that finished off Adam, and Noah coming back that saves Fnatic.
It's surprising how tanky he is, but look at the heal that he got from his Q as well. Gets the initial execute, the flash out from Trimby. Wonder then kind of drags Sheo back in, the engage from LeBron, but Wonder equally as tanked and soaking up all this damage from Crown Shot, and he doesn't actually die. Oh, the shield! The shield at the very end. I think that was the locket that came through from Trimby to protect Wonder. Means that Crowny can't find any kills.
An incredibly close series of play. It's a negative 370 parent power play for BDS. They've lost 1,800 gold.
Noah's HP is gone.
Noah's blinking health bar. Baron still empowering. Crowny at least. BDS, what else can they do? Breaking down the tier 2. Important note, 30 seconds till Hex Tech Soul for BDS. Fnatic are going to have to respond to this one.
How do they face check though? LeBlanc, insane amounts of poke. Ezreal, insane amounts of poke. The Maokai has a lot of poke as well, with the saplings just being placed in bushes. Noah wants to base, but he knows he can't. There's a wave coming in. He has a Vamp Scepter, so he's probably telling his team, don't hit this wave. I need to lifesteal on it. See how much health he can get off the back of it, but it's BDS that are just going to ult them.
From the side, the Maokai all coming in. Trimby and Razor doing their best. Body block. Wonder ready to create space if he needs to, but BDS happy to just get some of those cooldowns down in exchange for the Maokai ult, shifting their attention instead. The Dragon, again, discipline. The story of BDS's success, not getting over eager here.
Was used.
Down.
Maokai ultimate is down. Ezreal ult is down as well, but they still have the quickness from Rakan. Wonder's frontline tank ability is gone as well.
Dragon. 6k. Razor queued away. They could just burst it now.
Arctic Assault, they're just going to shred through the objective. That's Hex Tech Soul. And now it's going to be impossible to get away. Nuke now going in as LeBron on the backside. It's going to be a slaughter here. BDS instantly obliterate Fnatic with the power of the Dragon Soul behind them. Humanoid, the last man left standing, but he will not be enough. BDS bringing us to a Game 5.
Fnatic tried their best to stall it out. They managed to trade 2 for 2. They managed to get a few Baron buffs off of BDS on the back end of the Baron, but it's the poke. It's just relentless. Lebrov, fantastic positioning at the end to catch out Noah. Even though he has the flash, he's gone down, and Razork had to queue away from the poke so they could finish the Dragon. BDS, ever since they made that mistake around the red buff entrance over chasing, they played clean around the objective.
Calm, controlled, and patient. BDS at their best, showing us what they're made of as they bring us to Game 5 to Silver Scrapes. Only one team can move on to Montpellier. It's all going to come down to one final game.
Whew, what? We had some crazy team fights at the end there. But it was BDS that were just finding the better engages. They played patiently as well. You talk so much about their poke, Caedrel, and they used it to perfection in that final fight. The Maokai ultimate traded for the Renekton and the Sejuani ultimate meant that the moment Fnatic tried to re-engage, BDS said, no, we'll back off, it's fine, wait for this Renekton ultimate to wear off, and then they waited for that perfect opportunity. They got the soul and they found an incredible fight. Props to them. They bounce back. They bring us to a Game 5. BDS want to still fight for a spot at top 3 here in the LEC.
Got to give credit to them for navigating what was a very tricky game. You know, as we got later and later into it, so many teams have succumbed to the endless Kai'Sa poke, that constant threat. And especially a shout out to Nuke, a guy who had his moment in spring and had a relatively rough summer overall at mini points, but has really shown up in season finals in terms of champion pool depth, and now in terms of success as well as he brings the team to a Game 5.
It's kind of interesting how BDS always go to Game 5s for like Worlds qualifiers or MSI qualifiers. You know, if they beat Mad Lions, they would have gone to MSI. They go reverse swept. Now here, if they win the next game, they'll go to Worlds guaranteed. But if they lose, they might miss out on Worlds if they lose to Golden Guardian. So Crowny just kind of, as he exited the door there, he was just laughing. I wonder if he just thought to himself, well, it's always like this, isn't it? It's never the easy road, is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fun series. Both teams have shown strengths, shown weaknesses, and hopefully we just get a banger Game 5.
Yeah. Screw the easy road. I want the hype road. This is the hype road. Let's send it to break. Let's send it to Silver Scrapes. We are moments away from a Game 5 in this absolute banger between BDS and Fnatic. You know the thing. Do the thing with the wave and the...
You put your torch on your phone.
Torches on your phone wherever you are.
Yeah, well.
Okay.
You should fight now. Run to
you can fight.
Fight.
I ult took on me. Dive after. Win. Looks at Johnny as well, if you can run.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Go Jack.
Razor continuing to step up. Human laying down auto after auto. Voidseeker connecting. Nuke laying down so much damage. He leaps in. He finishes off the mid laner. He's done. Noah Gale forcing forward. Just about to get taken down. It's just an intense fight. Crowley continuing to free fire. It's 80 versus 80.
One more, guys. Yeah, just take a deep breath. It's fine.
BDS bring us to match point. We hear Silver Scrapes. I love hearing it here in the studio, but I hope we get it next week because it hits different on a big stage in a big arena. Nevertheless, though, it also hits hard today. I think for both teams involved, such high stakes. Not only, of course, the consequence of playing Golden Guardians or not, or going straight to the Swiss stage, but having the chance to play in Montpellier for both sides, and it's pretty crazy in terms of the aspirations for all these players for next week.
100%. I mean, on the one side, you have Adam that's trying to qualify to play in a final in France up against a former and current Fnatic top laner in Wonder, which is just crazy with the replacement stories going on there. And on the other side, you have Trimby, who lifted the trophy last summer that now has to win here to be able to have that chance too.
But I also think for a lot of people as well, it's like BDS kind of having their little bit of a redemption arc after they look so good in spring and winter, and then coming into summer, we're like, this was not the team that we expected to see. But especially, I think guys like Sheo stepping up massively once more. Like, I was actually missing how good this guy was from the early stages of the year, and now it finally feels like we're getting that again.
Yeah, and I'll take that and I'll raise you one more on the BDS redemption story, because like BDS this time in the year 2022 was the biggest flaming disaster that Europe has ever seen, and this year has been phenomenal for them, and now they're just one game away from going to finals weekend.
It's crazy. And I think they really put all into it in the team fights, especially at the end of last game. A couple of people really standing out as well. As we take a look at some of these, who were the standout players you think in bringing them to this game 5?
I mean, honestly, there was a couple in this fight. I thought it was like Crowny versus Noah, because like this fight was on an absolute knife's edge and really looked like it could go either way. But the Qs that land onto Noah, he's taken so low, and then you'll watch this. There's a Q that's actually going to kill Trimby, and Noah just slightly mispositions and goes in front of it right here at the end of the fight. And then when he falls, as that Q snipes him right there, boom, in the middle of 4 people, he gets hit. That turns into a Baron, but it very nearly goes awry as BDS, after getting the Baron, overcommitted.
Yeah, and I think that's where you could kind of see here that there's still a lot of fight in Fnatic, especially after he just picked up the Lord Dominic's regard for Noah. He's got red-blue here. In a close quarter fight like this, he's going to be able to pop off, and I think that's where we got to see Fnatic hoping that that late game would track enough that they were going to be able to bring it forward. But I think as we started to look more and more, it's the fact that every time we look at these objective setups, BDS are the ones that are in control from the get-go. We see it at this last Dragon fight here, where they end up picking up the Soul. We see it at the early Rift Herald as well. And I think that's been such a crux of this entire series, is who can get control of those early objectives and then lean that into those early fights.
And it did seem like Fnatic was trying to do that. Like a lot of the times coming off of a reset, it was sort of like 5 players barrel down mid and they try to look for something while BDS are picking up the side lanes. Like even the first fight in that replay, that came after they put down a ton of damage onto Lebrov. He lost his ultimate and he wasn't involved in the initial fight. But I think they're like, because of the combination of like the mobility of a lot of BDS champions and the range that they can poke with that Ezreal, you saw they sort of weathered the storm in the early stage of the 45 and then turned it around with a few critical abilities landing.
And that's why I think when we look towards how this kind of meta has adapted over the course of this series, it's been really interesting to look at, especially towards things like the jungle picks, the AD carry picks, how they've kind of adapted, like seeing that Ezra now rise up in situations where it's like, okay, I can self-peel, therefore we're able to go for picks like the LeBlanc that we'd seen banned away a bunch of times. We have Labrov who's able to get his hands on the Rakan that can do a lot of work, but also looking at things like the Maokai now that are starting to tend in towards that jungle role. Great at these early skirmishes and team fights. Like we heard Odo kind of talking about how teams can set up behind their tanks to kind of avoid a lot of this, but I honestly think when you've got things like the LeBlanc that's able to come in over offside, if you're all trying to deal with this big Maokai ultimate, you're kind of sitting fish for people that can try and come in over the sides or flanks, and that was a big issue here for Fnatic.
It definitely was, and I think from the side of BDS, when you're going into this final game now, you have a lot to build on in terms of like Nuke. Wonderful lights out play on the LeBlanc. You had a great game from Crowny on the Ezreal as well. That Darius is hitting so hard for Adam. We have to say it because we've been looking at this top lane matchup a little bit as like, okay, they're able to kind of mitigate what's being thrown at Wonder and this and that, but Adam is just doing fantastic on it, so yeah.
Yeah, I think like in terms of looking at top lane, it hasn't felt like top lane in isolation really matters so much to the greater context of the game. Like, even the games that Adam has gotten ahead hasn't mattered so much in terms of his impact. But I do agree, like the Darius in terms of like the survivability and the team fights with the Flash Ghost is just so frustrating to deal with. But Nuke, I love that you mentioned Nuke, because I have seen in the 2 games they've actually won, BDS, it has been Nuke on the LeBlanc. And those are also the 2 games where he's sort of just generated pressure in mid lane on his own, right? In this game, he very nearly had a solo kill on Humanoid. In game 1, when he was laning versus the Jace too, like Humanoid was stuck underneath tower, was getting poked out, losing plates, down in minions, all of these things. So I'm sort of looking at the mid lane matchup like, can we keep things into the realm of like LeBlanc versus a Jace or a Kai'Sa? Because the other matchups didn't go so well.
But that's the thing that I'm actually curious about. Like, as we start to see, like, okay, well, Maokai, Karthus, Ivor, and I'm assuming one of them is going to slip through the draft here in Fnatic's on blue side. It feels like you start to open up Humanoid to then go back towards the Tristanas and the Jaces and these kind of things. And I feel like when I've looked at Fnatic traditionally over the course of this season finals, that has been the comfort for Humanoid, where he's able to pop off on the Jace. Like, they'll play off the Duskblade spike for a Jace and start looking for a Dragon, start looking for Rift Heralds and try and play around that. And I think that kind of gives a lot of structure to Fnatic. And I think that's where it becomes dangerous now for BDS if you can't get your hands on the LeBlanc and Nuke can't have the same sort of control.
Well, I do think it's very important, like even with the side switch, it's possible that we go back to game 1-2 draft where we see like AP sort of tempo jungler for Razork. I think that's a losing play for BDS if they let those things through, because I think like game 1, it wasn't the optimal situation, but you saw game 2 when Razork is on a fast clearing jungle, what he can do to take over the map. That also means like aggro AD mid laner, maybe the Tristana in mid lane with the blue side priority. So I think that would be a tough look for BDS to let through.
It would be. It's Fnatic that obviously is moving to that blue side going into this, and I want to take a little bit of a step back as we see the players stepping back onto the stage. In terms of the bigger picture, I had Trimby and Humanoid in PGL last week after they also clutched it out of 5 games, and I was like, wait, how are you feeling? What is this out of 10? Humanoid's like, oh, maybe a 7. They are the kind of players that savor this a lot. We see Trimby here, of course, had the experience of having to do it on that big stage, but it took a whole year's work to get there as well. And I think from some of the other players on that roster of Fnatic, they're always clutch. They love thriving in game 5s, but will it be enough?
Well, I certainly hope for their sake that it is, because you have a guy like Trimby, right, that only just came into this Fnatic team halfway through the year, right, at the start of Summer Split, which is crazy being thrown in the deep end down next to Noah. So the fact that they've already sort of gone the distance, have that experience, is going to be a great help.
And it would be monumental to do it with your top laner who was unfortunately injured, right? And now someone else is coming in. That would be crazy. But this is where maybe BDS can take the upper hand. And then what a feat it would be for them, Dagda, to play on that stage in Montpellier. And as you say, maybe get back to some of those high highs they had in the middle of the year.
Especially it feels like they've got to overcome a lot of the problems that we saw from them in spring and winter, whereas, you know, they got to that finals, they got to that game 5, but they weren't actually able to get carried across the line. This is now their moment to kind of right some of the wrongs and prove to people that they have grown as a squad over the course of the year. In a best of 5, it's not going to be a case of they're choking. They're able to step up to the mark. They're able to carry it across and able to get themselves to Montpellier and show to the world, honestly, that, I mean, they deserve to be here. They were right back in the early stages were like, this isn't really a team that were expecting to stand up massively, but they were able to do it early on in the year, and now at the end of the year, they're showing the same.
Yeah, and look, both these teams have shown like the ability to get an edge in every single match. Even this last game, like Wonder was ahead for a little bit in the early game. Like it's rare that I come into a game 5 and I feel like I don't know which team is going to win, but literally any matchup can skew any direction for these two teams, which is why it's so important. You have to show up in this one or LEC is over for you.
Oh my God, I love the way you put that. This is really what it all comes down to. Let's head over to Vedi, Cadril, and Dracos.
Woo! Welcome to Caster Desk for Game 5. I wasn't sure if we get here after that Game 1, to be honest, but I'm glad that we did in the end. Game 4 a bit slow, and I imagine Game 5 might be a bit of a similar sort as usually.
Please don't be.
Teams are tense in these Game 5s. It is
or
a best of
they're completely unleashed.
There is no middle ground.
It's like
20 kills in 20 minutes.
Because you know those speeches that you get at the start of the game. Both are having the exact same one, which is like, it's just a best of 1, nothing to lose.
Just play aggressive.
Yeah. And they're both saying the exact same thing.
Don't be scared.
Don't be scared. Yep.
Tristana, Karthus. BDS on red side. It's Karthus.
Karthus banned.
This is a no AP jungler zone.
Ooh, LeBlanc.
Or is it with Sejuani being up? We'll have to see. Zaya's up too. Tristana's up. Tristana's down. Zaya's up. Sejuani's up.
But is it
Jace is also
Sejuani
up.
first pick? Because I feel like it might be a Sejuani first pick.
Ivern's up.
Ivern is
Oh,
up.
wait, Ivan's
and
up?
Rel is also up.
Oh,
That's
Rel?
Betty puts his
Oh,
jacket down.
We've gotten so used to just seeing those champions deleted from the game that we forgot they exist sometimes. So there is the Ivern. Presumably traded
You
for
have to
Rel.
lock in Rel,
Sejuani, maybe? That's...
I thought that was
That's
assuming
me.
a lock then. I was like... Alright, what is it going to be, Adam?
Surely they take Zaya and Rel or something like that, right?
I have to imagine.
Could go down the Sejuani route. The Renekton route is also another option.
Rel?
It's Rel Azir, maybe.
Azir, okay.
Ooh, okay.
They've denied the LeBlanc Tristana and they've said Azir is the next best in line. So what's Humanoid going to play into that? Is he going to go for the Jace with the Ivern? He's played a lot of Jace in summer. He's got 10 games on Jace, his most played. He's also got things like the Annie up his sleeve and the Nico, but...
Watch it be Corky.
Well, in season finals, he's outside of that Azir game we saw earlier, he's only
could be,
played Tristana, Jace, and now the Kai'Sa as well.
It's his Wonders. Yeah, it's his 4th Renekton game in a row, isn't it?
No, the game one, I think Adam got the, and he was
Yeah,
supposed to pick
fourth in a row.
Oh,
So
oh,
2,
we're
3,
at 5
4,
games. Yes, thank you. Is that
We
how
are
counting works? That's
It is
crazy.
yes.
I do think it could be a Corki angle for Fnatic, you know. Benny was joking about it, but I remember Humanoid
Never
on
joke.
Mad playing Corki.
Always serious.
Akali's good into the Azir.
True. Humanoid Akali. Oh.
They're dropping mid, so they're cooking something up. They're pre-picking the Alistar,
You
maybe.
think they're cooking something? I really don't. I think it's like Victor, Orianna. It's one of those champs.
You can call that
I'm a
cooking.
believer, Veddy.
I still think Victor and Orion is cooking. It's just like top ramen, you know? Still a meal.
Didn't Gumayushi say AD carries like the ramen, the egg in the ramen? So
Yeah.
I guess the Victor is
No,
like the
but to be
noodles
clear,
or the
he's
broth.
probably talking about the good ramen. I'm talking about that like 50-cent package.
That would
you
also
eat.
explain why, like...
Anyway, League of Legends. Braum now locked in, so it would appear that the Rel Flex is being fully utilized, as Shia will have that in the jungle.
Yeah, and now it's just a case of Fnatic actually for once get bans on top if they want. They can take away the Darius Olaf now if they want for the Renekton to make his life easier, or they can target things like the Ezreal, which are a pain for the Renekton and the Nautilus, especially against Braum. Yeah, Kog'Maw Ezreal or Darius Olaf. I feel like if they do like Darius Kog'Maw, it doesn't make sense because, you know, they've got Ezreal still, they've got Olaf still. They have to
do one or the other.
I feel like, when it comes to these bans here. And I think AD carry might be the best option, you know. I think Ezreal plus Kog'Maw might be the best bans. But yeah, if Wunder is confident he can get a top lead if Renekton Darius is down, then they could go in that direction.
Kind of like the situation BDS find themselves in, as you already highlighted. Kog'Maw going to be banned. Now expect to see the fall be the Ezreal here, because again, splitting bans. Not going to be super optimal.
They could also run a Jace Ziggs 4-5 here, Fnatic. That does play nicely into the Azir, you have to imagine.
I think it's...
That would be
Callista.
Like, or they could do like AP Varus with Jace or something.
Haha, Orianna.
They could do Corki. Smiley face.
I mean, I'm just thinking like, if he sees an AD carry that's like, doesn't have a lot of mobility, I could see an Akali.
You know, if
There's
Ezreal...
a Braum and a Rel.
They banned Ornn.
Yeah, Rel doesn't really do much.
With the Ornn ban, they might be playing Kalista Game 5 again here, Fnatic.
Well, yeah, I was also thinking about Callista, but do you really want to play Callista into Azir Braum?
They do if you can get an early game lead, and
I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, in that case,
we just imagine it. If I just let you have anything you want, yeah.
Ornn ban makes me think of Kalista, but then I'm scared if they pick AD carry here. And they picked Olaf.
There it is, okay.
So they're countering AD. I was thinking maybe a rock on 5 if they picked Kalista with an Ezreal Braum or something, but that's not the case.
Right, I feel like we've talked about every possible option. Now we just need to see what they actually log in.
Yeah, we have, haven't we?
Will it be Ziggs Jace?
Will it be Akali? Will it be Kalista?
Syndra. Ooh, that is not what I was expecting.
Into Braum, Olaf, Rel? Oh, that's bold!
I am not a fan.
Bold!
I mean, the
Is
Syndra
it
can
bot
stop
lane?
the Rel engages, but when she flashes, it doesn't.
She can't ult people when Braum has E up.
Yeah, she can do nothing against an Olaf. I'm pretty sure...
I've seen Humanoid Syndra versus Adam's Olaf.
Oh, Zaya's still available. Okay.
Wait,
forgot about that.
Yes,
Chance.
yes. Remember when they played against each other and then Olaf got that random triple kill?
I do remember that.
When Humanoid had no mana, just
The
running in a
bot
straight
lane,
line.
yeah.
So the Ezreal Braum, I think, was kind of telegraphed from their draft with Azir Rel into Renekton Nautilus. BDS's comp is nice. It's good. They've got Rel to break through a lot of shields. They've got more range. They've got more DPS. Their scaling looks good. Fnatic have the Eye for Redemption though, and that does work in fights. And Trimby's Nautilus has been on point in fights as well. It's just, yeah, I feel like if Olaf gets uptime, as normal, you know, if Olaf does get uptime, it's trouble. But for Fnatic's comp especially, it's big trouble.
I just think that with poke comps, the best way to deal with them is like really fast engage or like reliable engage, right? And the only way you're actually starting a fight is if Syndra lands a good stun. Bear in mind there's a Braum there.
Yeah.
Or Nautilus can find a good knockup. And even if he does, Ezreal presses E, gets away, and then there's still a Braum there. So I'm just like, I feel like that there's no real access onto the back line.
You sound horrified.
Why did you said that so convincing?
Because I'm
like, you're personally afraid of Braum.
Because, like, we've all seen what Braum can do, okay? He's like, I'm here, I'm friendly, and then wall!
Wow. True.
I don't know, I'm not optimistic for Fnatic. BDS, I'm a big fan of what they've drafted. Seems like they've got themselves comfort, and going into Game 5, comfort is what you need.
Agreed. Agreed. BDS's comp is quite nice overall. Fnatic need to get the ball rolling somewhere, and getting it rolling through top seems tricky, especially post 6. The Olaf is just gonna win on the 2v2 with the Rel, I believe. But yeah, again, also in the 3v3 bot side with Rel, Braum, and Nautilus, it's a struggle, but you know, Fnatic have windows. Their level 6 are quite strong. Their early Drake fights are quite strong. It's just when the Ezreal and the Azir get those 3-4 items and they have the range to work with that it really becomes tricky.
Definitely going to need to get a little bit creative here, feels like, for Fnatic to try to find an early lead and then snowball that as aggressively as possible so they don't end up in a position where they're trying to fight against the Ezreal, Azir, Braum as we get later into the game.
Yeah, Braum is going to be my biggest concern. But we are Game 5. If you have just tuned in, this is Fnatic versus BDS lower bracket.
Draco's broke the effort again.
No, I didn't.
He was ready.
I was ready.
The
winner.
The winner will qualify for top 3, Montpellier, and they will also qualify for the World's Championship Swiss stage, right? Which is past the play-ins. However, the loser, they're not out, but they will be out of Montpellier. They can't go.
Yep.
They will go up against Golden Guardians for a spot in play-ins. So even if they do beat Golden Guardians, they still have to fight their way through the play-in stage to join the rest of the European teams in the Swiss.
Yeah. So even if you're full euphoria for the loser of this one, it's still an incredibly hard road, even if they are able to dispatch the Golden Guardians. And of course, winner of this matchup will play in Montpellier versus the loser of G2 versus Mad. That matchup takes place tomorrow. So big stakes.
Yeah, big stakes. Noah used the Ghost. Scared of the Braum Q on the Tribush, so that's been missing. They've got a timer on that BDS. I saw the chat of them pinging it and such, so bit of a disadvantage in the straight 2v2. The heal on the Ezreal also makes it really hard to contest this 2v2. Not only is the support matchup difficult, but also they have an extra summoner now for just raw fighting power, and it looks like Shio's going to go topside into bot. Razork's going to backtrack here and mark his camps and pick up the level 3 from his topside, or he's going to put a ward here, I imagine, and then go back up. Yeah, it looks like it's no real point in invading.
Yeah, the Ivern invades. Obviously easy to steal away a camp, but you're not getting much past that. Of course, no smite currently.
What is Shio cooking? He did red Krugs, didn't go to Raptors. He W'd over the wall to run towards mid. This could catch Humanoid off guard on the remount. Is this a kill?
Set up, baiting Humanoid in. Humanoid trying to extend the trade.
Phase rush.
But phase rush. Now the flash coming through the stun follow-up, but just going to force a flash out from Humanoid, so we'll need to repeat gank the mid lane to try to get more out of that.
So a strong trade in top. Adam did come out ahead. Wonder now level 3.
Didn't get spotted.
But Adam is suspicious.
Adam, they're trying to flash in the snare. Immediately the root over the wall is going to do so much work. Adam trying to hold on for dear life, but he just doesn't have the help necessary. First blood coming through for Fnatic. Close. The Wonder grabbing the kill.
Looked like an Olaf moment there for a second as Adam was just getting the lifesteal through his passive with the shield on W. But Wonder flash stun, Razork flash Q. There's nowhere for Adam to really run. He just has to stand his ground and fight. Wonder gets that kill and he has the TP. He can save it if he wants to on this wave coming in. But can also just TP back to keep the pressure up. That's a big early lead for Fnatic on the top side.
I mean, it's one of those things where do we praise Trimby for hitting these hooks, or should we criticize Crowny for constantly getting hit by these hooks? Because this series now, he has just been a hook magnet. And I guess it's a bit of A and a bit of B.
True. Most certainly. LeBron ultimately the one who loses a lot of health in that trade. Humanoid hovering in the area.
He has no flash, so I think Razork's here to just cover as much as possible, show presence, do Raptors, maybe run towards Krugs or wrap back around to mid, because that wave sucks. I think the idea from Shio of getting the Syndra flash early is you can see it's only 1/4 of the way back up, and he's going to get level 6 nuke, so that's a really big pressure point for BDS if they want to look for a kill there.
Nice trade from Wonder, but Adam sees a window.
Is he willing to go into the tower?
Dead, I think.
This would be a little bit crazy, and it looks like he is willing to fully commit. The flash out clean from Adam. What happens when you give the man his signature pick? It's now. Trades back and forth on the bottom side. Crowny takes the Ignite. Trimby losing that summoner spell. Ghost coming out from Noah as well, but Crowny manages to hold on to his life and both of his sums. X-Flash in the mid lane, coming in onto Humanoid. Knockback clean onto Shio. Phase Rush proc. He's now zooming out to safety.
Look at Labrov though, on the right-hand side. Can Q flash here if he wants.
God, Braum from nowhere with the big door. Like a steel chair, but more effective as they are able to find a quick kill there. Aggressive play coming out from Labrov to find that kill.
I mean, nice play from Labrov. Sees an opportunity, and this is all comes back to what Kedra was saying earlier. The idea is to get the Syndra flash out early, and you can just keep attacking her. And they always find that window when, just as she's pushing the wave underneath Nuke's tower, they look for the gank. Second time now, and it pays off. BDS have accrued a small gold lead, and let's not forget Adam with his solo kill top lane, the flawless execution from him. I really thought that it would be a 1-for-1 trade. I thought Wonder's cooldowns were about to come up any second, but Adam E immediately flashes away from the tower and just walks away cleanly. So huge props to him.
Yeah, great play, and he's got the steel caps now as well, so he's basically unkillable. He's going to be level 6 when this wave comes into him. Just needs to play slow. Only mistake he can make here is walking up and fighting Wonder on this wave, dying to a jungle gank, losing it all, and then his lead's gone. So just going to wait, farm with Q, let it come in, get 6, and I think from that point, top is just over in terms of jungle impact for Fnatic.
And huge that Adam was able to get that kill back, because the initial play mid lane, while it did get Humanoid's flash, didn't result in an immediate kill, whereas the gank topside from Fnatic did. So the fact that he's able to individually claw back some of his advantage here, massive for the side of BDS.
I mean, so many times I've seen Adam lock in this Olaf, and then teams will just camp it. You know, they'll make his life absolutely miserable and impossible to play. So as he rightly said, credit to him, because what could have been at the beginning of a snowball, he very quickly shut down.
So it's quiet on the Rift. Humanoid's flash is coming up, but you can see he's playing so safe. Nuke's level 6, Shio was hovering again, but he's gonna hover to make sure Nuke gets the push to bring him towards this dragon. He has bot push, he has mid push, top's winning in isolation, so yes, his early game is looking good. See if Razor can try and contest on this bot side, but I mean, Braum has no flash, that could be a punish, but they need to be careful of the collapse from Nuke here. Razor still no flash, just gonna root him in range to make sure he can't get hit by that stun. And it looks like everyone will back off the dragon reset.
Pretty decent XP advantage for Razork. About 1.5 camps at this point. We'll be able to pick up the Crutch as well. Shio, though, determined to try to find something here on the bottom side.
Saw this dragon soon, though. He's using a lot of time here in his red buffs respawning. Fnatic are holding the wave, and Labrov's trying to stop them from doing it, but he needs help on this dragon, does Shio. Razork just dinged over to 6, so he'll get 5 off this, but a level lead in the jungle now for Fnatic. They have the Daisy if they want to fight this, too.
Using get Daisy involved. 3 members of Fnatic coming in. 4 members of BDS in the area. Labrov finds so much time with this Unbreakable Shield continuing to step forward. Razork now going to be in trouble. Nuke now scooping him right back into the rest of the team, but Noah still laying down feathers. Will the pullback be enough to find a kill? For now, no is the answer as he's forced to flash out to safety back to Humanoid, who will scatter the weak, who will knock BDS back and keep his support alive.
I mean, Nuke was just first to the play. BDS had the numbers advantage. Kind of just in a very awkward position as Sheo, without any hesitation, flashes in, gets the knockback, the CC onto Razork, they focus him down. And if Humanoid was involved in the fight, there's a world where this could have gone very differently, but BDS much better prepared. They secure their first dragon of the game.
Completely agree. It's the numbers advantage that makes them lose this here, and Noah can't get out as much damage as he wants. His W just gets completely blocked by the Brown shield, so the pullback does nothing. Nuke flashes to secure the kill. And Humanoid just rocks up that little bit too late. He can't really get there in time, though. He stops Trimby from going down with his knock on the rel jump there, which is good.
Complete disconnect from the bot side of the map with mid. Like, you could very clearly see that Nuke was just in the river so much earlier. The second that they engage onto Labrov, Nuke is basically already there. And BDS very correctly punish it.
And I think these kind of mistakes can start to cost double in a game where we look compositionally as we go later really want to have a lead in the early game if you are the team with the Syndra. Going up against this Braum Ezreal, it's going to be so hard to find and delete that priority target. Humanoid put behind in the early game by Shio, by Nuke. Struggling to get to that play first, and ultimately Fnatic just the ones who do not respect it.
We find ourselves still pretty much even into the mid game. Gold advantage is in the top side of the map for Fnatic. Bot side of the map in favor of BDS. This is kind of what we want to see from our game 5s. Very close back and forth. These fights are going to be exciting. And again, Kedra and I talked about it in draft. Kind of on paper, we favor what BDS has brought to the table with the range that they have, with what Braum can do to mitigate the strengths of Fnatic's composition. This Syndra, I think, is going to be incredibly difficult to play as we get later on into the game. But teams have surprised us before, even if we haven't fully believed in their draft, and ultimately that's what Fnatic is going to have to do with this composition. Still some potential late game with this Ivern. Adam now moving into the enemy jungle, doesn't have a ward, so he's just going to back off.
For now, BDS not able to really establish any greater map control, so not able to do what they did in the first game. As well as in the fourth, push that vision line forward, take more and more control out of the enemy. Use that information to their advantage. For now, still pretty quiet. Lane's still relatively even, while there are some individual discrepancies in terms of CS, XP, or gold. It's not amounting into a huge pressure advantage for either side as of yet.
And Dragon's still 2 minutes 40 seconds away, so what is there really to play for? The only thing is the Fnatic Herald buff that they have right now. Where do they put it down? BDS are trying to get some vision in River to be able to match it, so you'll see if Razork decides to place on this bot side, everyone will collapse down. But now, TP up for Wunder. Ward behind bot side. No TP on Adam.
We've talked about this.
We've talked about this a few times.
Game.
But there's pings coming in from BDS. They're pinging the ward, actually. I think they know it's there, so they are a little bit hesitant. There's a pink ward as well. I'll just bring up the map here, because there's a pink ward that's been sitting there for a long, long time. It's just out of reach of that pink that's actually covering off over the wall. Pings again on the bot side. You can see them on the ward. Fnatic are, this is the third time in a row, fourth time, they're trying to ping a ward behind, but Trimby is going to be fine. They're really aware of this. Like, I think Trimby's calling it, like, let's look for this TP play. Wunder, we'll see if he backs away.
You know what?
Oh, that's E. That's E gone.
When's the TP coming in? Wunder needs to go.
Well, as you rightly said, like, they've pinged it out. They know it's there.
Yeah, it's gone. So there was a play for Fnatic for about 20 seconds there, but they didn't go for it. The Ezreal has flash up still, even though he has the E, and Wunder would lose so much top. So the Herald's just going to have to be placed in a straight-up 3v3. Nuke has the TP of his own as well. Now they're pinging the ward BDS behind Fnatic. So both teams are discussing this flank.
Maybe going to be able to find the angle here. Hook now coming out. Flash from the Herald is there, but no fall of damage onto the members of BDS. So just a plate and a half to the side of Fnatic. Keeping them with a gold advantage. Not too big of one, but still something.
Just blast coning Daisy out. Operation Saving Private Daisy.
Let's send Daisy back in. Daisy face check this for me. Oh, yeah. You face check this.
She's just 1 day away from retirement, man. Every time she tries to get out, they throw her back in.
Dragon's up in 50. Fnatic have the outside control. Hook's gonna go into the river. Does Noah have his Kraken Slayer? That'll make this next Drake fight a lot easier. Humanoid's getting close to his Mythic too. He does not.
Alright.
Crowny has the Triforce.
Yeah. And here we are, gentlemen, once again. We wanted to know what version of Game 5 we would see. Bloodbath or calm, controlled players who are terrified of being the one to throw it all away. And we're getting a bit more of the, I'm going to call it calm and controlled. I don't know if they're scared or not. I'm not going to make assumptions about the emotions. I'd be terrified, but, you know, probably why I'm not a pro.
There's a joke there. But
you are a pro at Armored Core, though.
Thank you. Thank you. There you go. See, he built me up. Your option was, among other reasons.
No, I thought it was really joke. It was actually directed at him.
Oh, wait, so I was going to take the L?
What? Sometimes I feel like we're just the angel and the devil sitting on Caedrel's shoulder.
Yeah.
Sometimes both the devil.
Right. Started by BDS. Here we go. Noah, Crowny.
Crowny, nice sidestep to stop the roof from coming through. Noah getting chunked out.
Goes for heal there.
So advantage, but nice scatter. Only going to connect onto Lebrov. Shio still waiting over the wall. No scatter for a few more seconds. Daisy just in the midst of everybody. Unperturbed. As the objective will go down. TP now coming into the top lane. As DR will do.
Well, they can fight now, though. Nuke's out.
Instantly the engage now coming through, but Adam just wants to turn and burn. Trimby Be pretty vulnerable. Humanoid now going to throw the ultimate down. The Brav burning slowly but surely, but has managed to flash out to safety. Trimby now on the chase. Humanoid on the chase manages to find the kill. They got the objective, but Fnatic will find a few kills to back it up.
Great engage by Trimby. Fnatic didn't want to fight that Drake. They wanted to make it look like they wanted to fight the Drake. Crowny though, Crowny!
Going forward, Crowny trying to finish
What did he just do? He just tried to flash Q Trimby in front of all of Fnatic and he missed. Trimby had the W anyway.
Massive misplay from Crowny. Game 5, these are mistakes that you cannot afford to be making. Razork is going to continue to interrupt the base of Sheo. Wonder? Nah, he's not going to do it.
And you can see the 1k gold lead in top. Fnatic postured to contest the Drake, but they knew they were never going to fight it. Look, the Sire has a Noon Quiver and Wunder's pushing top, so wait, hang on a second. Azir's TPing top, so then Tribute says, let's just go, I can ult the backline here. Throws it onto Crowny. Then Adam has to run away. He doesn't have the items to fight this as an Olaf. It's a 4v4 and his team has to disengage. Everyone runs back. They finally get one kill. What happens with Crowny though? Trimby gets hit by the WQ. Gets the Daisy down. He sees Trimby on the pink ward clearing it, I imagine. Then he goes for the flash. Oh, I didn't see Razork, so he flash Qs and then he sees Razork. Even if he hit, Trimby wouldn't have died.
That was greedy, man. He wanted to try and get something back. 1 for 1. Frustration on the face of Crowny. Herald now started up by BDS. Do Fnatic feel confident enough to fight this? Noah and Humanoid are nowhere near.
Decent angle into the fight thus far. The objective getting lower and lower. Razork not really in a position to steal this one away. They cannot get the objective, but maybe, just maybe, they would fish for the fight. Humanoid not going to find an angle for Scat of the Week, only connecting on the Brav, so BDS happy to just take that objective.
Fnatic are getting kills, yes, but actually all these objectives are going to BDS, apart from that first Herald. So BDS, when they've got positioning, it looks like Fnatic struggle to break it. It's only when BDS scatter or they try to catch waves that Fnatic can find their angles to engage. See if that gets any better, but I don't think it will. But they have no flash on anyone, so contesting that Herald becomes really difficult against an Azir with flash.
I mean, what Fnatic have gained is plates, right? A lot of the gold difference we can see sitting between the two junglers. Part of that is because of the farm advantage Razork has, but using that early Herald to get the plate advantage, Wonder getting a bunch of plates top, the plates they were able to get bot, that's largely where this gold difference has been accrued. It's only Crowny that has some sort of gold advantage. Crown proc there from Nuke. He's going to slide away to safety, though. As Fnatic are investing more members onto the top side of the map. Trimby in a bit of danger here.
Could be in trouble. No Scat of the Week necessary from Humanoids. They are able to walk away. Again, 2k Goldie building in favor of Fnatic. BDS once again stacking Drakes, as is their way.
Third Dragon is going to have a lot of impact in the outcome of this game, as it so often does in BDS games. BDS, 2 minutes is the timer.
Yeah, BDS, I was going to say, has Herald if they want to fight that Drake. True. Use it through mid if they want.
Very true. You kind of look at the health of these Fnatic towers, and you can see they're pretty much pristine across the board. Fnatic, during the laning phase, have done a great job of kind of weathering away, or chipping away, I should say, at those tower HP bars. Daisy? Oh no, Daisy's been abandoned. Oh, she's fine. Okay.
Teleport.
Yeah, just, you know, the casual Misty Step.
Return Pokemon.
Casual, yeah, just blinks behind you.
Whoa!
Okay. Instantly, Crowny's going to find himself locked up. LeBron going to stop any follow-up damage. Ignite in the end, cut down.
I mean, they saw an angle. Didn't quite turn into much, though.
But you're right, Vidi. There's a lot of standing gold on the map. Both side lane tier 1s are really low. Fnatic just need to commit to one side, recuperate through mid, commit to the other side without losing anything in return. And they have a lot of vision right now on the map to be able to do that. Just a case of getting people out of base and ready to do those kind of plays. They tried them towards bot side. And I think they'll finally get this bot tower as Adam gives up, knowing that the support jungler are in the area. Transitioning that to top should help them get the top tower as well, and we'll see this gold lead balloon to almost a 3k gold lead soon for Fnatic if they can get the top one as well.
Pressure on the map, continuing to stack up in their favor. Good to have thus far.
This Fnatic is strong.
Yes, yes he is. I mean, Hydra coming out from Adam. Gonna be able to clear those waves pretty quickly, but threat in these fights can be pretty big if you can get onto the back line.
It's quite funny to see Wonder slowly get more and more comfortable going from game to game. Obviously, been away from the LEC for a while. Game 1, he didn't have a fun time. He was isolated away. Well, it was more so that BDS could track Razork that he didn't really have much that he could do, so he was always isolated. The same thing in Game 2. Game 3 and 4 with a bit of support from Razork, and now really in Game 5, he's come into his own, doing a great job in the 1v1.
This is a great point in the game for Fnatic to fight. Redemption ready on the Ivern, 2 items. The Xayah looking pretty strong. The Ezreal doesn't have Muramana, no Nashors for the Azir. There's still a Herald for BDS though, but in terms of itemization and game time, this is the best time for Fnatic.
A brief window before Crowny's flash comes back up.
Is the crown
ticking down? 9 seconds. 5 seconds on that flash for Crowny. Does not look like Fnatic are going to be able to find that angle.
Wonder actually just clearing out vision in the river. Fnatic have gained control here. The Herald now comes out, but I don't know if that's actually going to do much. I guess Fnatic can actually afford to just give that one away. They hold control of the river for now.
Scatter. Just offering a bit of poke here as Adam just steps forward, just threatening. Noah going to do his best to clear away this objective. It's a 1v1. Herald versus Daisy. Who's going to come out on top? Game 5. Uh-oh. She's spinning. She's turning away. They managed to...
Wait, she can charge now.
She's still going to charge, but their eyes are on the prize, and that is the Drake. Not the Herald. TP now coming in, looking for that flank off to the side. Wonder ready to go over the wall. The blast cone going to be denied. BDS
Watch Shio.
cannot see into this brush. LeBron blocking as much damage as he can, and the objective taken away by Shio. But BDS, do they have the ball? Nice damage coming in as the Ezreal manages to connect onto 3. Crowny for now, untouched. Redemption coming in, but BDS slowly but surely backing away. Humanoid doing what he can to salvage the play, to try to find these kills. But Adam ready to turn, ready to fire back, and at least make it a 1-for-1. Humanoid has to be careful. Hook not going to connect. Shia waiting off to the side. Root will come in. Adam walking away. So many blinking health bars. The scatter will connect on the nuke, but there's no follow-up damage. Shia waiting over the wall, spotted now on the ward as he tries to dash his way out to safety. Trimby giving his life, but for what? The ball will finally be in there. The jungler will finally drop. Fnatic still desperate to find more, but they will only find another kill.
Very extended fight. It ends in a 2-for-2. BDS get the Dragon though, that puts them on soul points, and you can see the range that BDS are playing with. They're just kiting Fnatic the entire way back. It's so frustrating for Fnatic getting range. Noah couldn't even use the Featherstorm because as much as they have the range, they don't really have the engage either. He was never really under threat. It's just the front line getting burned down. It's just so much more difficult for Fnatic to find their way into these fights. Shio gets the Dragon. Even W's over the wall. Eventually he's just going to flash over. Redemption heals Trimby up so much, goes back almost to half HP. Then it's LeBrob, which is the target, but watch Wunder. He tries to get some damage down, but it just goes into the meat grinder of BDS. Eventually they trade back as Shio looks for a very aggressive position in the alcove.
But this range difference was one of the biggest concerns we had coming out of the draft. How does Fnatic actually threaten the backline? You can see Nuke, he's more than happy to just play at full reach. Crowny's taking barely any damage. Good hook from Trimby, does cost him his life, but it gives enough time for Noah to be able to do the damage for the Ignite to connect. And you can see BDS are pretty happy with this overall. Their carries didn't drop, they still secured the Dragon. And even though they still find themselves at a gold deficit, the scaling continues to come through, and Crowny now 2 items complete.
You can see the power of the Rel Q through the Ivern shield. Trimby walked up there thinking I'm fine. Rel instantly Q'd through the whole shield, and then Trimby dies into a 1-for-1. It's a difficult mechanic to play around. He's picked up the Cosmic Drive, and Noah's building towards that second item.
I will also say, Humanoid in that fight did unleash his ultimate into LeBron. It felt like that he got a little impatient. He felt like he had enough damage to get that execution off, but he didn't. He needs to be really patient with how he uses it. That ultimate can be a massive game changer in upcoming fights. But anyway, we reset. The mid tower is now Fnatic's focus.
Fnatic ready to just cut this one down. Shio going to come over the wall here. LeBron coming in as well. Hook now going from Trimby, looking to follow up on this one. Tower still standing for now, though. Nobody's hitting it. Trimby's just getting cut down. Huge overstep. Miscommunication potentially from Fnatic because they are not on the same page.
It felt like Fnatic wanted to force something in order to just take the tower down and then maybe convert it into a big team fight, but Trimby couldn't escape. His flash was not enough. He got drawn back underneath the tower. And again, it's a game state where you sit there and think, oh, Fnatic is still in the lead. They're up in towers, they're up in gold. But BDS, the scaling is something that is only going to get stronger as the game continues. 3-0-2 for Nuke's Azir. BDS is still in a very comfortable position and have very clear win conditions to turn this goal difference in their favor.
Azir Ezreal is getting scarier and scarier. I don't really have to dive to stop them, so it's just a case of being able to burst out the Olaf or the Rel and then reset the fights and try and play the objective. Zone them away with the Syndra stuns, maybe Nautilus hooks as a threat, and they can do that when the front line is down, but until it isn't, then this backline DPS is just way too much to deal with.
So hard. I mean, so many of these fights just feel unplayable for Noah. He cannot hit a priority target without exposing himself to so much risk, to so much poke. Humanoid, of course, has the luxury of the Scatter of the Weak, incredibly long-range engaged tool, but the normal Dark Sphere is still putting him at risk, getting shredded by BDS's composition. And the thing is, yeah, Adam's 900 gold behind, but he's still strong enough, as you saw, to burn through Wonder's health bar. And if Humanoid or Noah overstep for even a moment, he can easily, with his ultimate, force out just about all of their relevant cooldowns. This is, it's not impossible for Fnatic to navigate, but this is such a hard game in this state.
I wonder if this is a game that Crownie goes Serpent's Fang, you know, against Lockett and Ivern. Nautilus Shield could be working, but we'll see. He's the only really one who can do it on the entirety of BDS. These shields are going to be a very big problem as much as Rel can break through them. Build towards the Cyril does at the moment though, so we won't see that for a little while. 30 seconds on the Dragon Spawn. BDS have two options. One is to try and brute force their way in here with their range, or they could go towards a Baron. You know, they have a pink ward in the pit and they can burst that down very quickly.
Yeah. Ezreal, Azir, Olaf, certainly a powerful trio for taking down the objective. It's Fnatic holding onto what vision control they can. We've entered the ARAM stage of the game. Both teams know what's at stake here. Neither one wants to walk away and get engaged on Humanoid, finding a bit of poke onto Crownie, but not a whole lot else.
Wonder taking a lot of damage.
LeBron waiting as long as he can on the Unbreakable. So much chain CC coming in on the Braum. Trippy's hook not going to connect. Humanoid waiting over the wall. Nice scatter again onto Crownie, but there is no follow-up.
Shio, though, he's on the side.
If they walk into the choke, it's going to be devastation. Noah ready now to pull the fan at his back, but he's getting stunned, he's getting locked up. So much damage coming in for Desire, but LeBron will stop the follow-up once again, but instantly it is Wonder into the back line to try and turn the play. Razor still standing, finds the root, and now it is Nuke versus the world. The Nuke will not be enough. Fnatic, they find the angle, they take the fight, and they'll take the Drake.
You see how happy the staff is with that fight. It was a bit of a dire situation. Soul ready for BDS, but it's a huge fight as Shio goes in, but he's engaging into a choke and a Xayah, so Noah can proc the ultimate. Lebrov was late with the block, and then an insane Q comes out from Razork to land onto Crownie. Nuke tries to save the fight, but Fnatic, they fight through this engage.
A really good ultimate from Noah to start the fight off, because it just tears apart Sheo. He's forced to disengage. Wonder then 1v4 on the back line, provides space for Fnatic to deal with Adam, and then that route right there onto Crownie really was the final nail on the coffin. That play from Nuke, while it looked flashy, it was not enough. Fnatic find 4 kills. They're looking for the Baron. Sheo, can he get a steal?
Crownie dying with flash up. Scatter the weak now coming out. The Baron secured. Fnatic will not overstay. They walk away. 5 members wearing purple.
Yeah, they denied the soul. They also got a 5-man redemption in that fight. The redemption healed over 2,000 health in that one fight alone. Wonder gets the heal, gets the kill on Shio, gets the Sterak's, and gets out in that entire fight. So, I mean, this guy's team fighting has been impeccable, you know, coming in with 3 days of practice and slowly progressively getting better throughout the series. It's been such a buff to Fnatic to help them in what seemed like a dire situation in top lane.
It's also one of those situations where you have to wonder if BDS range is their biggest strength.
Yeah.
One of the things we've been saying is Fnatic don't have easy access onto the backline. Around these fights, you want to be leveraging your poke. I think that they even could have 50-50'd the Dragon. If losing it wouldn't have been the end of the world to them, as long as they could chip away, because as long as they were healthy enough, there was a world where they could have just threatened the Baron immediately after, right? They had options, but instead by forcing the fight, putting themselves into that choke point, they gave Fnatic the opportunity to turn the game around.
And it's just like in game 1, where they flipped the Baron, where Razork, you know, got the steal, ultimately.
Yeah, I agree with Betty. You know, BDS have the range. Why are they committing into the Xayah? Why are they diving into them to try and get the fight going?
And you have to feel like it's nerves or they're over-eager, because at the end of the day, it just feels like over-forcing on some of these plays, and now they are in a difficult circumstance. The composition that was so difficult for Fnatic to play out is getting so much easier with the power of the Baron emboldening them. Scatter not going to connect, but an easy tier 2 tower. Fnatic just continue to extend this gold lead.
They can move top as well. Wunder TP to defend that tower. They can try and rotate onto this top tier 2 as Wunder pushes in the wave. That'll be all 3 outers down and a huge gold injection for Fnatic, and then they're sitting pretty. There's still a lot of scaling on the carries of BDS, and they still have to be very wary as they start to snowball this game. It's only the front line of Fnatic that's ahead, but the Ivern is providing so much in terms of keeping them up, keeping the system there.
Do they know?
Unspotted, immediately going to find multiple members of the back line. The feathers go the wrong way for Noah. Will it be enough for BDS to turn the fight? Crownie remains untouched, but Gio gets torn down. Now the scatter of the weak coming out. LeBron, he's got nothing left, but another 80 carry taken down. They're trying to burn through. Nuke will drop as well, and it's Crownie now alongside Adam doing everything they can to hold on to the game. Adam continuing to step forward. Even the tower is not enough. The shields from Razork are simply too much, but by their powers combined, finally the Ivern will drop. Humanoid coming in for the tier 2.
BDS hold the line. They didn't want to drop that top tier 2. Shio gets an engage, and it looked bad for BDS as the engage came through because Noah disengaged with the ult, but Fnatic over chase and they dive the tower. Wunder goes way too deep, uses the stopwatch to buy time for his team, but it's BDS that find kills, and they're fighting back.
Really hit the nail on the head there, Kadril. An overforce after BDS forced earlier, but Sheo was just sitting in this brush for so long they had no idea. Noah reactively uses the ultimate the wrong way, which means so much damage isn't available. He does still melt the front line. Admittedly, Sheo drops, but to this point, they should be focusing the tower. Wunder is disengaging. A great play from Nuke. Humanoid flashes away to safety, but with the aggro of the tower onto Noah, he gets shuffled over to the back line. And then you see here, oh, Wunder, maybe you've got the W up the Q, but he doesn't. None of that's available. Crowny then cleans up that, and then with the tower aggroing onto Razor, it's easy for BDS to clean this fight up. Well played from BDS. Good use of the range this time round from Crowny.
It's a mixture of over-diving, but a huge play from Nuke to get Noah.
Oh, yeah.
And now it's just a case of, you know, Fnatic, they didn't get that. They didn't get the tower in the end. They are going to back away as it's 6 towers to 1. They still,
the Dragon Dance again.
Yeah, the Dragon Dance again. They still have that gold lead, and it's just going to come down to this Dragon. Wunder has the GA. A lot of summoners coming up for BDS here, specifically on their carries. Noah has his flash now.
I'm impressed that Humanoid has been involved in 11 of the 12 kills and only has a single death. And remember, that was the gank at the beginning of the game, level 4. I really thought that he would have a much rougher time in this game, especially against the Olaf, but his positioning has been good. He's top lane right now, has the TP, needs to go back to base, quickly spend what gold he can, and then rejoin the team.
This is like a 6,000 gold deficit, but you can see BDS are still fighting back because their comp just has the range advantage. All the gold is on the front line and the shield, and Humanoid's far ahead, yes, but it's just the poke and the range is just such a struggle for Fnatic to
The
find
only gold differences you should be looking at on the bottom of your screen, these AD carry and mid lane differences. And while Humanoid does have an advantage, if he can't actually get the damage down, it doesn't matter. And this is why that range is making such a difference.
You can see Crowny has a red pot on as well, so he must think this fight is almost everything right now.
Daisy zoning as much as they can. BDS concede the choke point and allow Fnatic to walk into the river, though. This is going to make it a lot trickier for them to play out the fight.
Looking at the top lane items, I think Adam is just as tanky as Wunder at this moment. The GA obviously helps out a lot, but that Spirit Visage is going to tank so much of the Syndra burst if Humanoid targets him. Dragon getting lower and lower. Shio stole the last one.
Rush line set up. Is it just going to be the 50-50? Shio immediately going to all as much damage being blocked from below as humanly possible. Humanoid uncontested again on the backside. The Rock slowly but surely getting burnt down. Crowny now targeted. Isolated with the ultimate. Trimby not going to find the hook onto him. Instead, Wunder going to focus onto Nuke. Wunder coming through. Humanoid now unstoppable. Drake in their sight. Noah continues to step up, but he has to be careful. This Ezreal does so much work. Shio waiting in the darkness. Adam now coming through over the wall, trying to turn this one back. As Wunder buys so much time for the rest of the team. The GA not even procced yet. The Croc still standing for so damn long. Crowny now trying to run for his life with the hook connecting for Trimby just in time to take out the Ezreal. Finding the kill in the end is Adam still standing, having a certified Olaf moment in the backside, but the meek will be cold as Wunder finds the kill.
Fnatic run head first through the fire. BDS have so much kite back and peel and range, but Fnatic just keep going forwards, and they might be able to end the game off of this.
Shio still standing. Surely it will not be enough. A creep wave coming in as well. He's going to do everything he can to shred through that one, but Fnatic members still standing. Eyes on Montpellier, on Worlds, on the Swiss stage.
Nuke's alive.
One final push. Can they make it happen? Nuke is here. Are they willing to risk it? Are they willing to bet it all? The answer so far is yes. Continuing to auto-attack the tower, but they're tanking aggro. Daisy is forcing Razor to tank aggro. There's not much of an angle left here. 8 seconds left on Crowny. Do they really think they can do it? And again, it's insanity, but they're going to make it work. They take the carry down. Nexus in their sights. Montpellier secured by Fnatic.
Elation for the players of Fnatic. It has been an incredibly challenging year for this organization. But in this best of 5, they were able to clutch up back-to-back 4-5 games. They will secure top 3, and they will be returning to the stage in Montpellier.
That was a really tough game for Fnatic to win, even though they had that lead. Compositionally, it was so difficult. You can see in that last fight, they just kept going forwards, and Trimby was screaming, don't stop, just keep going, chase them down. And they did. They got the kills. You can see Oscar there, very happy. Hopefully he'll get to play again soon, but Wunder coming in as the sub, making sure this Fnatic roster is still just as strong as ever.
Big shout out to Wunder, of course, coming in to sub for Oscar.
Yeah.
First 2 games were really difficult for him, but he really did find his form in the final game. Kadra was noticing all these plays in the final fights, that clutch stun that he landed onto Nuke, and then Syndra one-shot him. He went from like 70% to 0 in an instant. And the team just played very well. Valiant effort from BDS. They put up a huge fight. Very excited to see them play up against Golden Guardians. I think they're going to represent Europe incredibly well.
A victory there against the Golden Guardians. Of course, when we see them in the World Qualifier Series, will secure them Europe's 4th seed. They'll still have to fight their path through the play-in stage if they're able to beat the Golden Guardians, but they will officially make Worlds. Fnatic, of course, already locked in the Swiss stage. Don't have to go through play-ins. More time to practice. Of course, player of the series.
Something's changed. Something's the same.
Something's changed. Something's
Mad, G2,
the same.
Fnatic.
It's
on top
crazy.
3.
10th place to Worlds, Fnatic, or 9th place. I mean, crushing Winter into this run. It's an incredible stuff. Of course, vote for your favorite on X at LEC, Razork, Humanoid, or Noah. Rather not your favorite, but who do you think deserves player of the series?
This turnaround for Fnatic this year is just insane, isn't it? It reminds me of Mad Lions last year when they subbed in Niski for the remainder of summer and then still made that run. So it's just, it's crazy to me that they've managed to find the way to turn around through Humanoid and Razork, who were heavily criticized throughout winter and spring, you know, not finding any mid-jungle synergy. 2 side lanes that really can be powerhouse in a sense. Even Wunder coming back, they found a way to just really be a team. And I think Trimby's been leading a lot of that.
Super fun best of 5, gentlemen. It was great to see the 2 teams back and forth. Incredibly close game 4 and game 5 as well. Ultimately came down to these team fights. And BDS at the cusp of victory once more. They were so close. Yeah, another game 5 where they couldn't quite make it. And it's going to feel frustrating, but hopefully that feeds into their hunger. They are so close, they have the potential. And again, I'm super excited to see them go up against Golden Guardians. I'm confident.
Golden Guardians got to deal with Adam. You know, Europeans, they found a way to slowly do it, but good luck, NA. Have fun with that one.
All right, Licorice, how you feeling, buddy? How you feeling
about
trash
talk has started now.
You know,
like, we're already there.
Even if they don't want to do it, we'll do it for them.
It's fine.
That's ultimately what matters.
It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, but again, I think incredible series. You know, we heard a lot of predictions from the devs today, expecting dominance from one side or the other, whether it was Rob predicting Fnatic or the 3-0 predictions for BDS.
Wonder's telling us to speed it up.
We're waiting.
Are you ready, Wonder?
Wonder's saying,
would you like us?
Wonder's telling us that he's ready. Okay,
he's had to play League of Legends for like 6
It's his turn. It's his turn.
Would you like to talk?
It's his turn.
It's your turn now. Go ahead.
His turn to speak. Indeed, Wonder. Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on this victory comeback. What have you been up to for this year?
I mean, I'll be honest. I didn't expect to be coming back so soon. I expected to come back for next year. What I've been doing, I mean, honestly, it was a bit of an unlucky timing because I did actually play a lot of solo queue, but then recently I've been slacking a little bit. There's been some new game releases, and I felt like, I mean, the thing is, I was actually planning to go solo Korea bootcamp here this month, actually. Now it looks like, I mean, I'll be going, probably not with Fnatic, but if they didn't resolve their hand issue, maybe you'll see me there. But I was initially going there for solo queue, but yeah, I hadn't been playing much, and I had like a week now of preparation, and I think, given everything, I think I have done. I'd say I made some mishaps playing some matchups I didn't play for like a year or so on stage for the first time today, which wouldn't normally happen. But I think all things considered, I'm okay, proud of myself, yeah.
And for the comeback victory, you get to play against Adam and his stupid champion pool and Olaf and Darius and stuff like this. We've been highlighting the grudge match between you and Adam, and I saw the Olaf and Yumi hover in game 1. Anything you want to mention about this and the rivalry between the two of you?
I mean, I have like no animosity towards any player, of course. Like I get along with, I mean, I like to believe everyone. At least I don't dislike anyone. And yeah, I mean, obviously there's like a lot of history, a lot of like back and forth, right? But yeah, I mean, in the end, after the games, even like when we met in the hallway, we just joked about, we said, game 5 banger, you know, like stuff like this. And yeah, I mean, it's just all fun in the end.
We know it's all good fun, of course, and it's nice to see you guys bringing the fun on the Rift. You said that you only had a few days to train with the team, of course, because it came as an unexpected news. What happened to Oscarinian? How was it to come back, and what is the difficulty coming back to pro play in such a clutch moment, qualifying series, after not playing for such a long time, as you said?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's of course different for everyone, right? Like, if I was actively playing what is the current patch meta, I wouldn't have had so much issues. I mean, I don't think I had have big issues anyways, but of course, like there's a lot of matchups that these guys have been scrimming for 3 months plus now, which I was in solo queue playing like Akali and Cassiopeia, right? And if I go in sub in for a team and I play these champs, you know, it's like kind of reportable, you know, like I don't go in and just like take over the draft and play something that no one, like as a substitute, you don't really do that. So I've had to learn like basically the matchups that, I mean, everyone plays, but also Oscarinian plays, right? I kind of wanted to fill the gap of what they kind of have and need right now as a top laner. So yeah, that was my main goal.
Honestly, I think you did amazing, especially after all this time. Even though I feel like your jungler left you on an island for this series, he's waiting in PGL right now. Is there anything you would like to tell your jungler about the way he treated you today, Wonder?
I mean, we had some unlucky like level 1s. Of course, I don't put all the blame on him, but I felt like I mean, after I misplayed the level 1-2 against the Jax matchup early and I got dove, I felt like he really punished me after that. Like Razork, like he didn't. I think in the next game where I was playing Renekton Darius, I had like the upper hand of the matchup for the most part, basically ever since like level 2-3. And yeah, I mean, he didn't like pay me as much attention up in the top lane, but I'm kind of used to that by now. So I just went with it. And honestly, like the rest of the team really smurfed like most games anyways. So bot, mid, and jungle as well. I mean, he was really strong on Karthus besides the first game, of course. So, I mean, I think they played well, all of them.
Life of a top laner, of course. Well, Wonder, thank you so much for the interview. It's really nice having you back in the league. And that's all for us here on the side of the stage. So I'm going to send it over to Shox, Odo Amne, Razork, and Trimby. That's a lot of people for PGL. Take it away.
Yeah, it's a lot of people. Welcome to the LEC post-game lobby where I'm joined by Odo Wamne, Trimby, and Razork. I was just talking to Razork about his tweets, but we're not gonna do that. It's posts on X, sorry. But that's not important. What is important is that you guys win. And Trimby, last week, we had you on PGL, and no matter how many times I asked about Worlds, you were like, no, it's about Montpellier. I want to go to Montpellier. I want to play there. You did it, man.
Yeah, sadly, I did it on 4 Nautilus games and 1 Alpha games today, but we got it.
Why is it sad? Those hooks are on point.
I mean, I remember how miserable he was when he was playing Nautilus in Rogue.
It sure wasn't because he was playing with you.
I mean, it was of course it was that as well. But you know, when he had to play with me and all the boys, and we're like, "Hey, Trimby, how about some Nautilus?" You'd be like, "Yeah, I guess you can make it happen." So it has the same vibes right now.
The meta was so different too. Like
it was the meta.
No, for sure. Like, imagine Marang is just vibing on his 3 camps champions all the time. I'm picking Nautilus so my boy can farm all the camps and then I can engage for him.
I mean, you don't like Karthus 15 levels up in what was the game 2?
Oh yeah, that game.
I mean Nautilus for him as well.
Bro,
you know?
I picked Alistar. He tells me on the 3rd wave that I have to come. I was level 2 for like 2 minutes. Like enemy Braum almost 4. I'm just about to get to hit level 3. Okay, guys, Karthus will win, and he won.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we won.
I mean, you did sacrifice your top laner, you know, like, I mean, it's on him, you know, like, if I would end like this level 1, I would be like, okay,
we rewatched it.
I told him, by the way, Poppy is doing 3 camps and diving you. And he said, yeah, I will just tank it. That's what he said.
I mean, you know, if I'm him, I'm smiling at least, because then I see my Karthus has 15 camps to enemy Poppy, 3 camps, I'm like, it's okay.
If you get level 6 Karthus at minute 5, then you are
that
very
was
happy.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That was crazy. I would love to give sacrifice like that as well, you know, for a super fed Karthus. So, I mean, he's smiling and taking his win.
That's true. What about that first Karthus game, though, Razor?
Oh, I mean, I got mega griefed by draft. But
wait, so you're telling me that you don't like Karthus with like 3 losing lanes?
I mean, not only 3 losing lanes on full AP. Like, I have AP guys.
And also no playmaking?
How does that happen?
That was pretty fun.
I mean,
but I was playing.
I don't want to flame my coaches right now. But,
I mean, you can do it right now. Why not?
They actually mega griefed the first round.
I agree. That's what everyone said. You know, so just let it out, you know?
Yeah, we just took the first lose.
Yeah.
It's completely on them.
And it worked
better,
out.
Guys.
I mean, they didn't ban Karthus next game, then we won.
Boom.
So it's fine, 1 for 1.
Yeah, exactly. Just very close at the end here. There was a chance, right, Trimby, for Crowny to kind of carry the game?
I was losing my mind when that guy on 1 HP killed me and he back to his base. I'm like, oh, if he doesn't die, then I'm not sure what's happening. But
I mean, you seem very angry this series, because I think in game 4 there was like a sequence where you're like 1 HP on Nautilus, and you're still walking forward. You miss a hook and you keep walking forward.
Oh, I don't know top. Oh, game 4?
Yeah.
Oh, it was on mid-wave, I think.
Yeah, I mean, no matter how low if you were not dead, you were walking forward, you know? So it did seem like you really wanted to hook some people.
I'm in Fnatic, so you know there's also like the Hilly Baba.
Oh, the spirits were taking over.
The spirits of Hilly Baba are there, you know? While playing in Fnatic, it really feels...
Cute. Razork, you had such a... like a really big hug with Wonder. First off, you went to everybody actually, but it was nice to see because, of course, you know each other. So how was it for you to jungle back for, well, I'm not gonna say for Wonder because it seems like it was against him sometimes, but with Wonder.
It was against him. That's
yeah.
I mean, I didn't help him much. I ganked him one game, the last game.
And he got 1 kill and then he got killed.
Yeah, but I mean, we didn't practice much like together. We played like maybe 3 days of scrims, but we know each other. And this meta, it's kind of like you can pick the Ornn and you can like chill on top. So he's just sacrificing for the team. He's doing all we need. Like he just picks tanks and then he just tanks for us. And I mean, I don't think it's the best if he comes to the team and he starts picking like carries and we have to like play around it because we didn't practice this that much. So I think, yeah, that's what's gonna happen probably the next games.
Yeah. Do you mean he's gonna play in Montpellier?
Not sure. I'm not
come on, you have to give us some
I mean,
juice
Oscar
now.
said in the interview, I mean, yeah, I don't want to make your management mad, but Oscar did say in the interview that, I mean, he just got surgery. Like,
yeah, he got surgery on Thursday.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just going to say it's on brand, you know, because when you had to pick a team, you chose Excel without anyone knowing, and then you had to go backstage to ask your team, hey guys, who are we choosing? So you can just tell us, you know, and we can just play it along with that again.
I don't think I'm gonna say anything
Okay.
because this time I know stuff, you know.
Yeah. Regardless, though, I gotta say, in general, the turnaround of Fnatic has been nuts. Like where you guys were just a couple of months ago. Of course, Trimby coming in as well.
Yeah, I was in Koi.
yeah, you were.
That was a turnaround.
But then
sure.
you came in. Nobody really thought that you were going to make it far in summer, but also in the postseason. And I don't think anyone thought you were going to make it to Montpellier. And on top of that, you're playing in the situation where your top laner's hand is hurt and you play with Wonder. I think it's really, really crazy. Like, do you realize how insane that is, the run you've gone on?
It's just the
Both of
DNA, I feel, of the team. Like
Okay.
last year it happened the same. I just feel like when everything's stable in Fnatic, something has to go wrong.
Yeah.
In this case, Oscar just broke his hand.
Okay, so there's always something up in Fnatic. Yeah. Is that it? It's just historically, there just can't be peace? Problems always?
I think so. I've been in Fnatic for 2 years and last year it happened the same. We were about to not make it to playoffs. Then we go to Malmo. And this year...
guys, we need a little bit more positivity now.
But they make it work.
Spiraling a little bit.
That's positive. They make it work. And I, of course, very much, we hope that Oscarinen feels better as soon as possible. Montpellier would be great. Worlds would be super amazing. And we'll talk about Worlds in just a second. But the MasterCard play of the day was Fnatic's ping pong kill in the mid lane in game 2.
That was crazy.
Tristana into Alistair W into death. We're going to take a look. That was crazy.
That was so nice. When we did it in game, it felt so clear.
Honestly, you could just combo her, but you wanted to make it cool.
Yeah.
What are we saying? No, my coach would flame me that I'm that.
It's fine, it's fine.
By
You
the
just
way.
montage Alistair.
I would get flamed.
I mean, you know, ADC was probably saying as well, I'm coming, give me kill. And then you're like, okay, I'm going to set you up. So, you know, someone would cry no matter what in that play.
That's indeed true.
I mean, it did look cool.
So a little topic that Odo brought up in our story meet on Wednesday, because we were looking at the stats and our stats analyst says like, hey, you know, Noah, sometimes he doesn't do as damage as some of the other ADCs. And Odo was like, that's just the way Fnatic likes to play. They like to funnel everything into humanoid, right? That's what you said?
Yeah, I mean, in the series against us, it felt like, you know, a lot of time you guys were just opening 3 through side. You guys were just going through humanoid, trying to funnel as much. And, you know, Noah was just catching the wave kind of deep reactively on mid. So a lot of time you get this like random damage from the ARAMs on mid, someone just throwing skills at each other, the damage numbers go up. So yeah, that was kind of like my point. But it was nice to see him being able to do a lot more this series, because I feel like your guys' approach was a little bit more balanced towards you know, being this conventional team playing around ADC. And I think you guys were doing a really, really good job at setting him up from early game. You guys were smurfing in the 2v2 bot lane. It was nice to see you guys do so well. And yeah, it was just like return to this conventional ADC style where he gets to pump big numbers. And I think today he was very, very good.
Yeah, I agree. When there were team comps that he could easily hit, and people could enable him, I feel like everyone was trying his best to make circles. When Noah is able to actually do stuff, it feels so easy, He just tells you, just trust me, Like whenever there is an item spike he wants to be on, he just wants to make sure that the team understands when he gets the item, he'll carry, like no matter what, even if we run it down or he runs it out, like he will carry even afterwards. Like it doesn't matter really. So that's pretty nice too. It feels good, It for sure feels good that he's so confident about his play.
And maybe you have to keep playing Nautilus. Just hook him in for him.
Yeah.
Bro, but you prefer playing
But he
Yumi,
protests
Lulu,
a lot, yes.
Nami,
yes.
or Nautilus, Giga Chat, Alistar, Leona?
Yes, but Trimbis is always okay. I'm not gonna let you.
Oh, okay, but next week,
God.
like there was some scrims this week, and both of the teams that are already in Montpellier, they are terrorizing on bot lane. So I'm just saying that I'm for now just chilling, enjoying my time on Nautilus. But both of those supports,
Oh my God.
they're really
You're not
terrorizing.
enjoying your time.
I mean,
He's saying, he's
when
smiling, but he's not smiling.
No, was it game 3? I had so many good ult flashes. I felt like Beryl, at some point, just like enjoying my time.
But you say those things. You have so many nice hooks, ult flashes, but then the next game is someone asks, hey, do you want to play Nami, Hero, Lulu? You're like, yes.
No,
Pick me Lulu.
Nah. You think I'm happy playing Lucian Nami for 3rd year in a row? It's so boring. Like people get more boosted on it. It just feels so, and nowadays it doesn't even win lane. It's like loses the lane until like one item. It's just so useless.
It's a brand new day. I mean, a support got MVP. That hasn't happened since Yellow Star. That's crazy. So
was that the year where he missed all the
yeah, it was a Thresh. That was why he got MVP actually.
I would give him MVP for that. So that was crazy.
No, yeah. Nobody remembers that. We're old. We do have an interview standing by because we have a word from BDS, because of course we won't see them in Montpellier. Maybe they'll come, but they're still going to Worlds, of course. So Laura?
They're going to Korea, at least. That's what they qualified for. Good one. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for joining me after this long series. Let's focus forward. Qualifying for Worlds is going to be the next step for you guys. I believe that you're going to be leaving soon-ish. I hope. What is the plan for you?
I mean, first we'll take a small break, obviously. I think everyone needs to reset after a so long summer.
Yeah.
But for sure, we'll look to go in Korea as fast as possible. So we'll be able to practice. It will be like a new patch, like so many changes and stuff. So I think the sooner the better, right? So yeah, I think we'll look to go, I don't know exactly the date, but as soon as possible.
I know that you guys made it last year during the mid-season, I believe, with the Academy lineup and the LEC lineup as well. How excited are the rest of the players going back to Korea, but to play this time and maybe make it to Worlds?
I mean, after we won against SK, I mean, we are like super excited, obviously, because Korea is always like, I mean, I think everyone, especially in our team, likes the culture. So, I mean, food, like, yeah.
We know.
Oh, we know. But also like solo queue and just practicing, having a new environment. I think also like just changing environment is really good, and being close to Worlds, even if we are not in, is like, it means a lot still. So yeah, like everyone is super excited.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of pressure on you facing off against an LCS team. I mean, for us European, I feel like it's going to be the Worlds finals before its time. We don't often get to see LCS and EU teams battle on the Rift. And we have Stixay, who had to share some words about BDS that we're going to play now if you want to react after this go-to.
Playing versus BDS, I always kind of saw them as kind of like the Golden Guardians of Europe. You know, they had like a rough start. They were kind of like no names at the bottom, and then I guess seemingly out of nowhere, they kind of rose to the top. And ever since then, they've been really solid. But yeah, I don't really know too much about them. I know both of our top laners have kind of interesting champions and playstyles, so I'm curious to see how that one plays out. And as well as we both have boomer AD carries. I've been watching Crowny play in the LEC for quite some time now, so I'm excited to play versus him in a real match. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, you know, it's North America versus Europe, so it's going to be a banger.
It is going to be a banger, indeed. What did you think of what Stixay had to say about BDS, trajectory, and everything?
I think, I mean, I've been watching LCS a bit, not too much for some reason, but I think that's true that we have similar trajectories. Like both teams were expecting to do basically nothing, and we both like did pretty good jobs this whole year in our respective regions. So in this topic, I completely agree. On the playstyle side, I don't really know because I didn't watch them that much. I was more on the NRG C9 side, so I was more looking at these teams. But for sure, we'll study them and we'll check what's going on for them. But I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited because, as you said, it's the first time that's going to be an EU NA officially, right, for a spot at Worlds. So I think it's a like pretty banger format on this aspect. So I'm really looking for it and to make you proud, obviously.
All eyes on you guys, actually. How does it make you feel?
Nervous?
You can't fail.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
No. I mean, no, but I think like we have a really good shot. I think we are confident already. Like maybe, I mean, I've been there. I've been on LCS, right? So I know we should not underestimate them, but same time, I know how big of a gap there can be on some aspects. So I think we'll be careful, but same time, I think we'll smash them.
All right. Smash them. Strong words. Go-to-one, thank you for the interview. We trust you, and we trust BDS, of course. Good luck in Korea, and Shox, back to you.
Thank you, Laure.
Yeah, we trust you.
Yeah, I trust you
Nothing
guys.
bad has ever happened for a 4th seed against an NA team
I mean,
in a Worlds qualifying.
I mean, last
series.
time there was a tiebreaker between EU and NA. We lost.
There's also Mad Lions.
That was the C9.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
that
true.
tiebreaker first should have never happened because there was one game before that we should have won. But
yeah,
then stuff happened.
Do you think BDS is going to beat Golden Guardians, you guys?
Of course.
I
trust you.
Yeah.
Licorice, I think Licorice already was shit talking the EU team, so I think Adam can show him off a little bit.
It's fun that Adam is going up against Licorice, I think. 'Cause Licorice is the ones I've been talking crap.
The Bean Slayer.
Oh,
Licorice Bean Slayer.
That's I mean, it's a spicy one.
Yeah,
I
it
think
is.
BDS is gonna do great. Honestly.
We'll get to the bracket. The only thing I do want to ask is about you. I didn't realize this. Oh no, you pulled up the bracket, producer. You're trying to cut me off. I want to ask about Worlds. Anyways, tomorrow we'll have G2 versus Mad. Predictions. G2 versus Mad. And then, or who you want to play. I mean, preferably, I guess you don't want to play G2, right? Or
I mean, I think G2's gonna win.
the whole thing?
3-1.
Oh yeah, 3-1 tomorrow. Yeah.
That's so. Imagine asking, hey, who's gonna win G2 the whole tournament?
Yeah, surely.
There you
right?
go. So what you guys are saying? You're gonna lose to G2? Why are you
Sorry,
phrasing
I
like
wasn't
that?
thinking, Odo.
I think G2 should take it. I think Mad Lions have a chance, but yeah, it's just the way the G2 play. I feel like if they're gonna try to just play around their strengths and just get to even skill check at some point, every single time they get to, and then push the advantages through there, then it's not easy. It's not easy to play through that, and I think Mad Lions is not type of team that would like to be in a disadvantages in early, unless Karzi, pulls off miracles like he did in some of the matches.
MVP buff.
I mean, for me, G2 is clear favorite. I think even in the series against us, Mad Lions' early game was really, really shaky. And when you're playing against a team like G2, if you get to these sorts of deficits that Mad Lions got up against us, then we're gonna have a great time as well, And I feel like a lot of Mad Lions' strengths came from good draft prep and good meta reads, and I think. Yeah, you're not getting those against G2, when they've been looking so good for the whole year. So for me, it's like unless Mad cooks up another one of those, insane Mad Lion forms that they had, that they randomly start having throughout the year, at random points, I don't see it happening,
It's going to be hard. One thing about Worlds is you are going to the Swiss stage now immediately because actually BDS not only has to play versus Golden Guardians, then they have to go through the play-ins, and then they would arrive where you are already at. Did you know that?
Wait, are we in play-ins or where?
No, you guys are like in the old group stage.
In the old group stage, so to say.
Oh, actually true, because there's old groups and then there is a new format, right?
Like so you're in the Swiss stage.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah,
there's like a new format.
That's like the fresh new group stage, pretty much.
I mean, I didn't really until we actually truly qualified to Worlds. I didn't really, read too much about the format.
Cool, that's cool. Anyway,
I'm
congratulations.
confused too. I don't know how the
Just
format
play and
works.
win.
Is it good or
Just
no?
play some League of Legends, man.
I think I love Swiss stages. I think they're a really cool way
Okay,
to.
nice. Then good.
Well, the
Then
thing
you
is,
like it, nice.
Swiss is like if everything goes the way it should, Swiss is good. But if there's one upset, you could like play JDG to get out or something. So that could happen, but that's not gonna happen.
Hey, just win.
Is it gonna happen?
Yeah, we will.
Who knows? Let's take a selfie and then we'll send you home.
Got it.
I love pictures. Yeah, I love it.
You don't have to take them yourself. All right. Yay! Thank you. Thank you so much, Trimby and Razor, for joining us. We'll see you in Montpellier. Let's go.
Let's go.
And tomorrow we'll be back here in the studio for the last time this year. G2 Esports facing off against the Mad Lions. See you. Bye-bye.
I couldn't think of better partners.
Thanks, bro. Going out with a bang.
Except, of course, Medic and Dag.
Shut the up. They can't hear you, they just see the hug. I hate this guy. I hate him. Despise him.
He's on a 6th camp, right? There's no way you can get there in time. So it's a dive top angle.
Wonder what can you actually do to get out of this one? Absolutely nothing.
And, oh, humanoid inside.
Back, instant combo, puts it. What?
It's big bomb.
Oh my god! What? Oh!
They're playing tennis with Nuke.
Oh my god! That was one of the coolest things I have seen. Holy shit, really blowed the game open.
Oh, Trippy Geo humanoid immediately gonna hand deliver him again. It's the Wimbledon. They just keep making it work.
Fight. Then engage,
Yeah,
okay.
we can fight.
Look, Notice hook me. He's done, Notice done.
Yeah, we can.
Just is 1 HP, just is 1 HP.
No flash, no flash.
Can I take the plant?
We with this. We should fight now. Run to the basin.
You can fight.
Fight.
I ult to cut me. I have after.
Yeah, we.
Look, c'est Johnny as well. TP and runner.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Go, Jack.
I'll engage on that. Look. Guys, civil dead. Can fall down.
Look at Maokai.
There's a second. Darius. Nice.
Ult in two, one. I can go, guys.
Step up, Hewitt. Laying down auto after auto. Voidseeker connecting. Nuke laying down so much damage. He leaps in. He finishes off the mid laner. He's done. Noah Gale forcing forward. Just about to get taken down.
Nice trade from Wonder by Adam. Sees a window.
Is he willing to go into the tower? I know this would be a little bit crazy, and it looks like he is willing to fully commit. Flash out clean from Adam.
Look out, kill him. Get through 3 seconds. You win.
Let's go!